Welcome to moistcritikal's compilation to fall asleep to relax. Time to let your brain clock out and your body settle in for serious snoozing. Grab your premium slumber gear and prepare for a lady tier drowsiness. If this helps you drift off to dreamland, drop a like, subscribe, and comment goodnight below. Sweet dreams, you beautiful sleepy souls. Over the last couple days, I just haven't been able to decide if it was a good idea to talk about this publicly or not. I have been more back and forth on this than a student driver learning how to parallel park. I just feel like this topic is one where even mentioning it makes it more of a problem. Kind of like the Bye-Bye Man, where even just saying his name gives him power. But ultimately, this is a topic that I've covered on this channel many times over the last 3 or 4 years. I've been keeping my finger on the pulse of this entire AI deepfaking industry. So there's actually quite a bit I'd like to say on the subject. You already know where this is going. You can already see the train tracks and where the rails are heading. We're talking about the Atrioc situation, which I'm very confident the majority of you have seen by now. Atrioc is a very popular streamer, and earlier this week, he made a big blunder. He was streaming, and during his stream, there was a split second where he showed his tabs. And unlike the many other streamers that have come before him that have made this same mistake where they show something embarrassing, or they show, like, porn and get banned for 3 days for it, Atrioc's case is a little more unique because the tab he showed was porn, but it was AI deepfaked porn of his streaming coworkers. The image only jump scared the stream for about a second, but the ramifications from this are going to last much longer. Of course, this happened publicly, so I suppose Atrioc felt the need to defend himself publicly, which led to a very tearful and very uncomfortable stream where he was apologizing and explaining everything while his wife was in the background during all of it. He was going over the situation, explaining that one night at 2 a.m. he was on Pornhub, perusing the old tube there, and he clicked on one of the ads, which immediately blew my mind and probably everyone else's mind in the world that anyone clicks on ads on any site, let alone porn sites. That's just asking for malware, virus, Trojan, or just having your whole fucking computer explode. But he said morbid curiosity got the best of him. He saw an ad for AI deepfake porn. He clicked on it and then paid for it. He paid for access to the deepfaked porn, and it was of some of his streaming colleagues, which of course is a very big problem. That's weird, creepy, and pretty disgusting stuff. I think everyone can agree with that. He did follow this up last night with a written apology, going more in depth on everything and talking about the action he's going to take to improve, as well as stepping away from his company off-brand. And I'm going to go ahead and let everyone know, in case you don't know, Atrioc and I have collaborated on projects over the last year a couple times. We've talked quite a bit. I do consider him a friend, so when all this happened, I was extremely disappointed. Now, since this happened a couple days ago, it's already ancient history on the internet. Everyone's already given their take and talked about this situation, so I don't really have anything to add to the whole Atrioc discussion that someone hasn't already said. It is very clearly a pretty gross and creepy thing to have done, especially because it's not just morbid curiosity that you just clicked on something and saw it. You clicked on it, you paid for it, knowing what you were about to see, and then got it. And then it also stayed open in the tabs. Like, all of that is very bad, alarming shit. But I'm not really here to just keep focusing on the Atrioc situation itself or like dunking on the stream. I actually want to talk about AI deepfaked porn directly, because I've actually talked about this quite a bit over the last couple years. And now what Atrioc has done is he's opened the can of worms and shown a lot more people just how far along AI deepfaking technology has come in the porn industry. He was kind of like the lightning rod, the catalyst to open people's eyes to this kind of degeneracy that's existed for a few years now. This whole situation almost worked out like a hashtag ad, like a sponsored stream segment, because the traffic to that site exploded as a result of this whole story. Now, the site has been shut down, and rightfully so. I'll also briefly tackle the damaged Coomer brains that are somehow defending this as like a normal, not awful thing. They're saying, like, it's not even their real body. Why do they care? This is fucking stupid. It's not illegal. It actually is illegal in a few states, but even just setting aside the legality of it, how could you possibly make a sane argument to justify taking people that don't do sexual content and putting them in sexual content anyway, without their permission, consent, or even knowledge that it exists, and then you're selling it to people to jerk off to. Like, can you not see how that's a huge violation? Building an entire career without ever touching sexual content and then still being sold as sexual content by somebody else and using other people's bodies on yours as if it is yours? How can you possibly not see how fucked up that is? The argument that I've heard time and time again is it's not their real body, why do they care? Well, it's because it is indistinguishable from being a real photo or real video because the technology is so fucking advanced. That would be like if someone took a picture or a video of you with a really tiny wiener and sent it around your entire university to make fun of you, or posted it underneath every single one of your tweets saying, "This you," and it's your tiny wiener with like a banana in your butt. No one's going to know if it's real or fake because the technology is so good. Unless you pay very close attention to like hands and feet, but they're also smart with that. In a lot of the photos and videos, they don't show the hands or feet anymore because they know the technology hasn't mastered it. So you really have no way of knowing if it's true or false. And even if you try and debunk that, let's say you're getting harassed by a bully that's deep faking small wieners on all your pictures and underneath all of your tweets. Let's say you're like, you know what, fuck it, I'm tired of it. Here's my real dick and it's 9 inches of steel and glory. Well, now they can just say, you deep fake that, that's not your real penis. You will never be able to prove what's real and fake. Thus, it's totally irrelevant whether or not it's their actual bodies or not because it doesn't matter. They didn't consent to it, A, which is a huge issue that for some reason people are downplaying. They didn't consent to it or give permission to the site to deepfake porn of them. And B, no one's going to know if it's real or fake if someone just starts posting that places like, oh, here's an OnlyFans leak of this streamer, but you didn't know they had a secret OnlyFans. You wouldn't know. Thus, it's a terrible fucking thing all around. These streamers don't do sexual content. Thus, that's why the AI deepfake porn of them exists. If they did do sexual content, it would be redundant. You could just go to their OnlyFans or their Pornhub page. So it's targeting completely innocent women in this industry that don't do anything sexual and still making it sexual for the sake of squeezing some doubloons out of some desperate porn-addicted losers that are frothing at the mouth to get porn of their favorite streamer. That's not normal and that's not acceptable behavior. Again, these are streamers that didn't consent to it, give their permission, know it existed, and they are still being sold sexual content of them that they never produced or had any hand in is being sold to fucking creepy losers. It should be super easy for anyone to understand why people are rightfully upset about all of this whole situation. And let's extend this to a bigger scope. Let's talk about this from a business sense. Businesses have gone full Weenie Hut Jr. I lost a major partnership because I made a dirty song. Now imagine the career problems that can unfold from AI deepfake porn being made of these people. Having that somehow find its way to advertisers or brands they work with could create real issues, even though they've done nothing wrong. They've never made sexual content, they've never done any of the things in the videos or the photos, but it doesn't matter because it still is so indistinguishable from being authentic. It should be very obvious why this is a fucking big problem. Now, I do really want to mention that while every victim in this case was a woman because Atrioc had paid for the female streamer's content, it does exist for men as well, and it has for quite some time. It is obviously more prevalent in women because more people are going to look for AI deepfake porn of women on the internet than men, and you'd be stupid to try and argue the opposite. But it is worth noting that this isn't just a woman-specific issue. This does exist for men. There is a ton of deepfake porn of me, for example. And I want to touch on the actual AI deepfaking and everything regarding that itself. You may remember, if you've been around the channel for a few years, I actually told the story of the day I became alerted to this industry. It was just an innocent, ordinary, normal afternoon, and then someone sent me a message talking about a fake Charlie porn video that was floating around. So I clicked it, and it was a deep fake of me giving a dual hand job. So I was skiing with some wieners here, grabbing 2 penises in each hand. And this is when AI deepfaking was still pretty new, so it was primitive, a bit archaic, it wasn't convincing, it was floating around as like a very self-aware joke, and it made me giggle. And then another one popped up shortly thereafter of me giving myself a foot job, I think, and the physics of it were crazy. I mean, it looked like a PlayStation 1 malfunctioning cutscene.
Like, there were quite a few AI deepfake pornos of me. And I thought nothing of it other than, wow, this is goofy. But I did at least want to keep my eye on it because I knew, as everyone does with technology, it only gets more and more sophisticated. So fast forward to 2023. We're at a point where AI deepfaking is so impressive that only a few days ago, a picture of four women in bra and panties went viral on Twitter with dudes drooling over them, and then it was revealed that that was all AI generated and none of those women existed, and people's minds were blown. It's no longer like this goofy thing where it looks like fucking terrible Photoshop. It's a very convincing tool. So obviously some bad actors are making porn out of people that don't do sexual content and selling it as authentic. They're not selling it as AI deepfaked porn most of the time. A lot of these companies are selling it as like leaks or look at what just dropped in this special Discord server of this person. And then they're selling AI deepfake porn of people that don't do that. So it's not even being marketed as a deepfake by most of the companies out there at the moment. And a lot of people are none the wiser because of just how convincing and how real it is. Obviously, all of it is being made without the people's permission or their consent for this kind of content to be made. But it doesn't matter. It's spawned an entire industry out of people exploiting it and using it for this financial gain and this really seedy, shitty, shady, weird community that has grown from it. And I don't have a spicy take on all of it where it's like, pull yourself up by your own bootstraps. That's the price of being on the internet. Because I don't think that should be the price of being on the internet. Having to just have porn of you always exist, even when you don't do porn. Just like fucking deep-faked revenge porn or whatever, like, that shouldn't be the cost of doing business online. It should be illegal, and in 3 states it is. Hopefully that grows as the technology does, where they start making it illegal pretty much everywhere to deep-fake fucking porn of people. But yeah, it's a pretty awful situation, and it's a pretty complicated one. I do think a lot of the streamers are taking the right approach of getting the sites that are hosting these things and producing these things taken down. That is absolutely the correct play. 100%. It's not like what they're doing is okay, and I don't understand the fucking weirdos that are defending it. So yeah, just wanted to talk about the whole AI situation here with the deep fakes, and that's about it. So yeah. Pardon my sweaty grease, I just got back after playing pickup basketball. I was an unstoppable force of nature on the court, a three-point machine, and also my drives were second to none. I was a wheelin' and dealin', squirtin' and squealin' animal out there. But anyway, that's not what I'm here to talk about. I just wanted to explain why it looks like I just took a bath in a vat of cooking oil. What I want to talk about today is E3, and even more than that, gaming conferences in general. E3 used to be the biggest name in gaming that everyone would look forward to every year. It was a huge convention that'd be held where they'd show the latest and greatest from the industry, trailers, they'd even have playable demos and everything out, all these booths set up where you get to meet people in the industry, and just a really big celebration of things, and some unforgettable moments have happened at E3, some huge announcements, and of course, who could forget the iconic time that Ubisoft brought out Mr. Coffee, who used to do this. So E3 is something that used to be beloved, but now is kind of just this fossil. Most gaming studios just hold their own conferences now where they play their trailers. You have like the State of Play for Sony, Nintendo Direct, where they talk to you like you're actually lobotomized, but they always get out all the information they want to. So it's kind of just obsolete to have E3 in the modern landscape. And even still, there is Jeff Keighley who hosts something very similar. He hosts multiple productions that are kind of similar to E3, like the Summer Games Fest, where he gets a big bunch of developers together to, do world premiere trailers and stuff. And he kind of dances on the grave of E3. He has stepped in as like the savior of these kind of gaming conferences. He streams them all and he crushes it. But E3 itself just can't find its footing anymore. Most people just don't care. It was supposed to be coming back around this year for the first time since 2019, but a few hours ago they announced they're going to be canceling it yet again. And the reason for its cancellation isn't surprising, but it is pretty sad to read. They're canceling it because they said there's just not enough interest in it. And that's super true, but man, reading that it feels bad. Because this used to be a titan. E3, I mean, even non-gamers had heard what E3 was and probably even watched it still. It used to be so big. And
Obviously, it went away for a while because of COVID. They couldn't have these big convention spaces to be holding E3, so that was the reason why it was gone for a couple of years. But, since then, they just don't have the interest. And since there's not interest there, it makes it pretty unreasonable to try and do it anyway. That just feels even more pathetic if they were to do it and no one really cared or showed up or watched it. So I do understand it, and I just kind of wanted to talk about it a little bit because where did it all go wrong for gaming conferences? It's a question that nobody is asking because we all know the answer to it. The reason gaming conferences have kind of died out is because there's just no reason for them to exist anymore. Everyone has unlimited access to information at all times, at every hour of every day. And it's actually probably just more beneficial to just drop the trailer yourself or do it at like your main developer conferences that they all now do, like, Sony with the State of Play again, for example. There's just no reason to wait for E3 to do the grand reveals because you don't really stand to gain too much from it. Back in the day you did because that was the event that everyone would watch. You couldn't really just stealth drop your trailer on, E-Bomb's World or anything. No one would fucking see it. So you'd wait for E3 to roll around to get people hyped, get people interested, and reveal your projects. But now, you just don't need to. It's unnecessary. It's redundant. In the emails, they said that the 2023 version simply did not garner the sustained interest necessary to execute it in a way that would showcase the size, strength, and impact of our industry, but they remain committed to the advocacy work, but it doesn't mention that they're going to undertake the show again in the future. So they don't make a mention like, all right, this year was a bit of a stinker that kind of flopped, but next year, 2024, E3's coming back with a vengeance. They didn't say anything about attempting it in the future, so maybe this really is the end of them trying E3. Who really knows? But again, E3 has kind of become like YouTube Rewind. No one really cared about it and just kind of fizzled out. In fact, YouTube Rewind went out real sad as like the most disliked video on the entire platform, and then they canceled it then. But it was something that was already kind of like on its way out in terms of public interest anyway. They continue in the email saying that it was a difficult decision because of all the effort that them and their partners put toward making the event happen, but they had to do what was right for the industry and what was right for E3. So they said, we appreciate and understand that interested companies wouldn't have playable demos ready and that resourcing challenges made being at E3 this summer an obstacle that they couldn't overcome. And for those that did commit to E3, we're sorry we can't put on any showcase you deserve and that you've come to expect from ReedPop's event expertise. So again, just shedding more light on it. They didn't have the interest, and as well as a couple other obstacles, it just didn't seem worth it for them, and I think they made the right decision canceling it. I probably would have still watched it regardless just because of the nostalgia. It has been a long time since it's come back around, and I would have liked to see, if they brought out the big guns, they announced fucking GTA 7, right? Like, they go crazy. Maybe they finally show something from the new Elder Scrolls. But apparently that was not going to be the case. They also didn't have playable demos at the convention center ready or anything, so it looked like it probably would have just been a weak event if they did try. It probably was the right call not to. And I think the obvious big reason why this was never really going to work out well this year for them is because when E3 was announced, Xbox, Nintendo, and PlayStation all said, nope, we're not going. So taking the wind out of their sails immediately, and then Ubisoft apparently also said they wouldn't be going either. So they already just didn't have huge players in the industry going, so the lineup wasn't going to be strong regardless, which is just, that's rough. You can't really make that work. Like I said, it really is pretty sad that no one gives a fuck about E3 anymore, because I remember how cherished the event used to be, and the prestige that it used to have. So it is, just a little upsetting to see where it's ended up, but it's for the best. It really is. The times have changed a lot. It just doesn't offer anything special anymore. There's no real reason for them to keep trying. Jeff Keighley's kind of put the stranglehold on big gaming conferences outside of the developers. So it's just a tough space to compete in now. And I just wanted to talk about it a little bit because I know a lot of people watching this probably also used to love watching E3. So I wanted to give you the latest from, the fallen behemoth here. And that's really about it. So yeah. You all know I love bad movies. In fact, one of my favorite movies ever made is Moonfall. I can't stop preaching the gospel of how incredibly awful that movie is in all of the best ways, making it one of the most entertaining films ever created. I just really love bad films, but of course there is a line. There's
boring bad, where there's nothing redeemable about it. It's just a slog to get through and it's just not fun. And then there's fun bad, where a movie is so bad that it becomes extremely enjoyable, especially when watching with friends. And I always assumed that the Twilight movies were in the first camp, boring bad. I thought it was just going to be throwaway, silly, schlocky romance for teens. But what I'd never realized until chat enlightened me, opened my third eye to the truth, is that it's actually fun bad. So I took them at their word, and I gathered the gang. So Aaron, Meadow, Tiana, and I started watching Twilight yesterday. And I've got to tell you, what an incredibly awful, fun shit film. It's just such a joyful experience. The movie is so special in that it does nothing well. Not a single thing. There is nothing in Twilight that is even remotely competent. And that makes it amazing. And it also moves at 1,000,000 miles an hour. The film was 2 hours long, and I actually felt like I had just ventured through a wormhole by the end of it, because I thought it'd only been like 5 minutes. Time moves so much quicker when watching it. It's so impressive in how shittily unashamed it is with its production here. So I was ranting and raving about it on stream for like 30 minutes, so I'm just going to play the clips of that where I was debriefing about the film. What I do want to talk about is what I did today with Aaron, Tiana, and Meadow. And it's something I said I'd do on stream a couple weeks ago. We're doing a Twilight marathon. I've never seen those movies, and I always thought they'd be boring shitty, but after chat convinced me that there were some outrageously stupid scenes that make it fun bad, we decided to take the plunge. We only watched one of them today. Holy fuck. I cannot believe those movies were as popular as they were. It is mind-bogglingly awful. All of the romance actually feels like AI generated. Edward, I don't even know where to start, honestly. There's so much. The movie moves at a breakneck pace. It's like 2 hours long, but by the end of it, I actually thought we'd only sat down for 10 minutes. It was crazy. So, Edward, it's like he's like an animatronic, but he only has two settings, which is hateful and stoic. And nothing else, like frozen solid and angry. So like he'll come up to Bella and he'll be like, fucking love you. And then he'll like kind of push her and she falls and he'd grab her and be like, watch where you're fucking going. Like it's so weird. Like he literally keeps coming out of nowhere just to like say something almost romantic. And romantic I'm using super loosely. Like the romantic extent of his talk is, you smell good. I like your smell. And I can't read your mind. But then immediately after saying that, he'd give her like the most foul look ever and run away after saying, get the fuck away from me. Get away from me. You're not good for me. Get away. I shouldn't be here. Get away from me. Or like he walked up to her as she was trying to get back on the bus after like a field trip to a fucking, I don't know, cannabis farm. I don't even remember where they went. But they were like composting with the class. And Edward goes up to her after it. And, like, starts small talk, kind of. And this is after he, like, pushed her down and then grabbed her and said, watch where you're going. He then comes up to her and he's like, yeah, you're just not good for me. And then they have, like, a small talk. And she's like, well, why did you even save me then? And he's like, ugh. And then his sister and brother come up and they ask if she's getting on the bus. And he goes, no, this bus is full. As he looks at her and, like, shoos her away. That's, like, half the whole fucking movie. Like, at no point at any level of that film is there any, like, romantic tension between them. It's so weird. It's so disconcerting. Like, it just feels uncomfortable every step of the way. It's, like, pure disdain for one another. And, like, I understand everyone critiqued the acting, but it is so true how awful the acting is across the board. I want to pull up a scene, and it's one that I watched on stream, which is what sold me on it. It's the baseball scene. This is in the first movie, and I didn't know that. So he takes her to baseball pretty quickly after what I just told you with the bus thing, where he's like, this bus is full. And, you know, shoo, bitch, get the fuck out of here. You fucking whore, harpy, run. Get away from me.
And then he like ends up inviting her to a baseball game with his family of vampires. And this shit is so stupid.
I know you cheat.
And the whole movie is so ugly because they have this awful like blue filter on everything. It's so weird. And we watched the extended director's cut, which was only like an additional 6 minutes of staring at each other. So when these people come up, the only time we've seen them is they kill some guy on a boat, implied kill. And then he makes out with her, and this guy smiles and watches for like 15 seconds. I shit you not. That was one of the extended director's cut scenes that they threw in there. Him watching these two make out. And it goes on for an uncomfortable duration. So he's apparently chief cuck of this vampire team, and then they come out here to play baseball, but then everything goes awry because he smells Bella, and he likes her smell. So now he's hunting Bella, and that's the enemy. It's so unbelievably dumb. Like, I couldn't believe what I was watching. I couldn't believe it. These movies were wildly popular. And yet, it is terrible. It's not good as romance. It's not good as anything. Nothing works. In all the right ways. It was fun bad. It was actually fun bad. Are you Team Edward or Team Jacob? So we only started the second Twilight New Moon. We're 40 minutes in, but Aaron fell asleep after 20 minutes, so we decided we'll just postpone it till tomorrow and pick it up again. We'll have to rewind it to catch him up. But right now, Jacob is the only one that can actually even talk to Bella without just relentlessly insulting and belittling her. Every time Edward talks to her, it's just mainly insults and being weird and edgy. One of the things he says, I shit you not, while they're in class and they're watching Romeo and Juliet, he says, man, I really envy them. And Bella goes, why, Juliet's perfect and their love and all that. And he's like, no, because they can kill themselves. No, I envy their suicide. It's so stupid. And that's like half of his lines. So yeah, we finished the first one. The second one's already off to a crazy start. In the second one, the big conflict that happens right away is a scene that we also saw. It's the paper cut scene. So what happens here, it's like right off rip. He's taking Bella to like her birthday party with the vampires here, and she cuts her finger. And Jasper, this guy who's in a state of perpetual Vietnam flashbacks, sees the blood after she cuts herself on the present, and this guy just has a fucking breakdown. So he like charges her. Edward then pushes Bella all the way against this, breaking all of this glass, shattering it all on her arm where she's bleeding even more, and then he looks at her so disappointed. Like, you bitch, how could you bleed in front of my family? Have you no shame? So then he breaks up with her because she bled. The logic being, I guess he wanted to protect her because she bleeds. I am so drawn into the lunacy of this franchise. I had no idea it was like this. I thought it was just standard romance, like absolute garbage, throwaway schlock. It is so special in how unapologetically, nonsensically stupid it is. It doesn't even do the romance right. Or at all, for that matter. And there's 5 of these bitches, too. There's 5 Twilight movies. Maybe that's the reason they're so popular? I don't know. I remember people, like, really losing their goddamn mind about how romantic it was. Like, 50 Shades of Grey was Twilight fanfic. So people got really into this series. And I don't get how. Like, even the... I'll pull up another scene real quick. Even the introduction of Edward is so uncomfortable and weird. Because it's all about she's stinky. Or, well, actually the opposite of stinky. Her aroma is intoxicating. So she walks into that cliche was 100% accurate. But man, I had no idea what we were in for. It is so good in all the worst ways. The third video's description. This is the part where Edward wants to bite Bella's face off and drink her blood in science class. Hot. Like I said, we're only 1 movie deep. Aaron fell asleep mid-second movie, so we're going to have to pick it up tomorrow. I thought it was blasphemous that he fell asleep. I don't even know how he could, because it was literally nonstop nonsense. It might have just overwhelmed his brain and shut it off. Because like I said, the second one actually starts with her bleeding and Edward being super upset that she bleeds. So then he breaks up with her and they move. And then she sits inside for like 5 fucking months sending emails to a disabled email. Until then she goes to Jacob's place to fix up a bike. So dumb. Like, Bella has no reason to even like Edward. She immediately falls in love with him and becomes completely fucking obsessed to the point where once they break up, she has night terrors every single night for 5 months because they're broken up. But there was nothing Edward ever did that was anything resembling love. Oh, that's another thing. The sparkles. So, I had always heard the meme of like sparkle, glitter vampires, Twilight shit, garbage, not real vampires, not glitter vampires. I thought it was just an expression for them being like super silly and not intimidating, just really lame. They actually fucking sparkle. There's a scene in this movie where he's like, you're gonna have to see what I look like in the sun. I want you to see the real me. And I expected him to go in the sun and fucking melt and look like the goddamn thing from Total Recall that pops out of that dude's chest. Like, I thought he was gonna be this repulsive ooze of a person. Like Deadpool without the suit on. He goes into the sun, he turns around and he's the same goddamn guy, but he has sparkles on his chest. I had no clue. It was a crazy plot twist. He's like, we can't go outside in the day or else people would see we're different. Because they're sparkling. So he's like, get on my back, and he gives her a turbo speed piggyback ride, and he's like, it's time you see me for what I really am in the sunlight, and why we can't go in the sun. Which at first I honestly thought he was just fuzzy. So I thought the thing was he had a bunch of peach fuzz, and it was embarrassing. He couldn't grow real chest hair. But that's not it. He's sparkling. Did I teleport back to 2010 when Twilight was relevant? You actually have. You're right now in a fucking wormhole, a time vortex, because I'm watching this franchise for the first time and I'm fucking blown away by how bad it is. It is shocking. I am absolutely loving it. Is it Moonfall level though? It's not Moonfall level yet, but there is 5 of these, so it could get there. It really could. And it's off to a great start to getting there. Because again, it has so much runway with 5 of these fucking things. What she says to her dad when she leaves is brutal. It was also a stupid plan. Yeah, at the end of the movie, like, once that guy smells her and she's like, and he says, like, damn, that's a good stink. Man, that odorous Methodist is really, driving me wild. They immediately recognize that he's going to track her forever. So Edward's plan was, the baseball guy. Where is he? His name's like James or something. Yeah, James. So this guy sniffed her at the baseball game, and they're like, okay, he's going to track her forever now. He's going to be obsessed, which he was. So the plan was, in order to save her dad, Edward told her that she needs to like break his heart and leave the state. So she just drops like the hardest, like meanest shit to her dad, who's done nothing wrong. He's just been like this real sad, lonely dad. And she breaks his fucking heart. And Aaron made a good point. She could have just told him she was going on a field trip. Like, she didn't need to go that hard. She could have literally just said that she was going on a field trip. It was entirely unnecessary. I don't make love, I fuck hard. That I still think is one of the... I made a whole video dedicated to that line. I still think that's one of the best lines in cinema history. That's from 50 Shades of Grey, 50 Shades 3, I don't remember what it's called. 50 Shades Super Grey, the third one. The first one. It's the first one. Yeah, it's the first one, not the third one. He actually says that. Yeah, he makes her sign a contract. And then she says, are you going to make love to me now? So he leans down and he says, I don't make love. I fuck hard. Epic. Goosebumps. Every time. Also, it was super cute because Aaron and Meadow had Twilight shirts on today, so we were really in the zone. Aaron was rocking Team Jacob. Meadow had Team Edward. It was not Rory. I really don't remember what it was. Moist Meter Twilight Saga? No, but I'll probably do these debriefings after each movie on stream. I mean, I've already been fucking ranting about it for like 15 minutes now. I have so many thoughts on it. If I was to plug it into the Moist Meter, I'd be giving it all the way up to like an 85. This is a very fucking fun, bad movie. But like realistically, like objectively as a movie, it'd be like a 20 at most. But I always heavily weigh the fun of a film. That's what I expected, but it's not. Like, even their action scenes are full of entertaining cringe, like the baseball thing, or when he saved Bella from that ragtag group of dudes who were like always on it. Audio? I don't want it to get like DMCA'd because I don't know how that's gonna work with Twilight, to be honest with you. But you don't need the audio. That's the beauty of their acting. Their actions speak louder than words. Distract me so I don't turn around. Oh yeah, they're driving away and he's like fucking hyperventilating. And he's like mad at her. The entire ride like home, he's like mad at her for it. He's like, distract me so I don't turn around and rip their heads off. And then he just gets like real aggressive with her. And then they eventually both like touch the air conditioning and their hands touch. And then he gives her like the nastiest fucking look of all time. He's like, oh my god, fucking dare you, bitch. You fucking bitch. He's 109 years old. He's not 2,000. And also his backstory is really silly. So the whole story is the Cullen family comes from one guy, Dr. Cullen. I forgot his name. It's like Carlio, something like that. And he's a doctor. His whole thing is he wants to help people. But if he can't save them, he turns them into a vampire to save them. And Edward was the first one back in 1918. But if that's really the case, and he's been a doctor for this many years, over 100 years now, he would have definitely had more than like 6 vampires that he'd turn. If his whole thing is, I'm saving everyone I can, he would have absolutely like turned 1,000, 10,000 people by this point as a fucking doctor. He's not going to be able to save all of them. So who is he picking and choosing? Did you mention the scene where he asks her about Jacksonville, then she trips and he calls her a fucking idiot for tripping? That's what I was talking about. That's at the like the hemp farm or wherever they went. I don't know. Where they were composting. That's what I was talking about. Like, I forgot the conversation was about Jacksonville, but he was like, he overheard her mention Jacksonville. He's like, well, what's in Jacksonville? And then he like kind of, I thought he nudged her, but maybe she just tripped. So she like loses her balance and like trips, and he grabs her and he's like, oh my god, look, can you look where you're going? Yeah. I mentioned that. Here, let me see the spike.
You just don't know who's.
So chat said it's very slow.
He got off of Rosecrans onto Willowbrook, then turned around.
Yeah, he's not exactly drifting around anywhere.
U-turn, so the ideal speed for a pit maneuver. Now, of course, he's going to
yeah, like the speed limit.
That was a goo.
Was it by my house? I can hear the helicopter. Well, get out and do something. What the fuck?
Back on Alameda, and it doesn't look like they made contact.
Are you serious?
You thought for a second that they were going to pull up right behind him.
Protect your community.
That pit, but it does not look.
Bro, this is the slowest chase. Yeah, it's not very fast.
Boxed in here. Look at this. They're going to make it with.
This is such a common occurrence in LA now.
Boulevard, but for some reason, the driving has slowed down dramatically.
It's almost like a police escort at this point.
Okay, that's an access road. This will take.
I am surprised they're not pit maneuvering his ass here.
Those exit, those kind of like. There's the spike.
That looks like it was not even close.
So well. He just jumped, switched vehicles, pulled a switcheroo under the overpass. But in any event,
oh, that was pretty close. Yeah, nice.
There's the spike, and that looks like it was this again. Hopefully he does. Hopefully he's using this time to think about things a little bit more clearly.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what he's using this time for.
If he's a career criminal and just,
man, what was I doing? Why did I do this to myself?
We'll see what happens.
Can't believe I've done this.
Those right tires are now done.
We're just gonna sit here and slowly watch him run out of gas. Awesome. Why even bother? Just hit this. Just pull over. Just be like, hey guys, I didn't see you there. I didn't know I couldn't do that. Maybe he's banking on like staying up super late driving around and everyone falls asleep in the police department, so the helicopter pilot's like, all right guys, I gotta go home. I'm ready to snooze. Same with the cops, and he's like, all right, I win. Just a war of attrition. And this is still going right now? How?
In any event, he is now zigzagging his way once again.
Zigzagging? Are we watching the same thing?
Residential neighborhood, and I
he's
hesitate to call
slowly pitter-pattering down the street.
May very well be more familiar with these.
He's running on 2 tiddlywinks of tires.
Really, pursuit has been at times, and
it can't even fully make this. Oh god!
This
got a little second wind.
More than a joyride.
If somebody just threw a banana peel down here, Mario Kart style, it might be enough at this point.
Hey man, at least he's being safe. Yeah, just pull over at this point. This car's, it's like going jogging speed. Like, just why even bother? 50cc. It's a 50cc chase.
Yeah, I mean, while we're on the topic, something very similar happened to me many years ago. Seeing my own car pull out of my driveway.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say his chase.
My car drive in the opposite direction, only to be found days later in pretty similar condition, unfortunately.
That sucks.
It was
Damn.
87 Monte Carlo, but we won't talk about that.
Wait, I'm getting so much lore on the caster. I see why he's so attached to these police chases now. He's like Batman. The thing he feared most was his car being stolen, so he became a car chase commentator. That's LA living.
At somebody. I mean,
yeah, I guess so. Seth Rogen loves it, though. Remember he made that whole tweet about his car being broken into 15 times and how he's always excited when it happens or whatever?
Not what I would expect. I kind
What a
of
saint.
based on the driving and the circling this pursuit, you see some of the neighboring jurisdictions here.
It's like the world's saddest Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade. Like all the cars are just stopped and they're all just like waiting for him to slowly fucking dinkily drive by. Fucking wave on the way. Christ. Just stop. God damn. I think one speed bump will be the end of this story. Can we maybe try and like funnel him towards like a speed bump? Because there's no way this fucking thing makes it over it like the little engine that could. That's in game. Now let's just set up like a little blockade. Push him down one of these side streets that likely has a speed bump and call it a day.
Almost every time that we've even been able to peek through that driver's side window, he's had that phone on, whether he's texting somebody, calling somebody, or like you said, maybe streaming ABC7 at this point. Who knows? But that is most likely what those watch commanders are doing.
I really like this commentator.
Back at the CHP station,
he probably is watching the stream.
Picture right now.
Oh, here we go. There could be a speed bump here. There could be a speed bump, which may as well be a landmine at this point. Because that car will be fucked on it.
To run on foot, and he's now going through a major red here.
It is.
Long Beach.
This is the 20th fucking intersection where all the cars are just stopped, knowing it's coming and just waiting.
He's been hesitant.
Like, come on, Bozo, can you fucking hurry this up?
Which would put him into Linwood.
Can you just drive by now?
But in any event,
this is gonna be a fucking 3-hour chase. This car is running off of
I
dreams.
guess we're now actually in combat.
It's transcended gas.
Southbound Long Beach Boulevard.
Oh my god, it's fucking cruising! Where did this come from?
Maybe more than a little bit of distance between himself and that primary.
Did he run over like a gas pump or something that gave him some juice? You just hope it ends in general. This car may never stop. It's like the train from Snowpiercer.
After we saw more sparks flying out of the right side.
Just pit maneuver him here. There's nothing. There's nothing. There's fucking nothing. God damn it. Oh, that was the slowest turn of all time. Just put him out of his own misery here. This car, like the car's gone through enough at this point. Please. What is this thing? A Kia? Have mercy on it.
And now his next major here is Rosecrans. He'll turn westbound onto Rosecrans.
this guy's leaning out clapping.
So you already
that must have been a fucking fire angle there. This has actually turned into a sport in LA.
And just as we were saying, very well may be enjoying his last beer. You never know.
It seems like that might be the case. Oh no, wait, he's doing whippets. He 100% just did a fucking whippet, didn't he? That is my man, that is not a beer. This guy is doing whippets. What the fuck? That absolutely explains it. That's why he's shaking it. Yep, wow. Is this live? Yeah. Oh no, he just stopped to to get some more whippets in.
Look at this.
Oh, they're so excited.
Right? Because this has now been going on long enough. There's a glimpse of it.
He's a little local celebrity now.
Or social media post.
Whoa, Jesus.
Look at this. I mean,
what was that plan?
Unnecessary.
What the fuck?
The vehicle, almost as if she wanted to give him a high five. Okay, this is nothing compared to some of the things that we've seen in the past, but that's the type of behavior that could certainly get somebody hurt. It's really,
Yeah, what an
important
idiot. This guy's
to
literally doing
not
whippets
try
behind the
and
wheel.
do things
I'm surprised he
just
hasn't
like that.
crashed.
Clear example of what we were just talking
What an
about.
absolute
Had no
goddamn
idea.
imbecile.
Maybe they know him is all too real, and now we're seeing more and more people pulled over.
The whole
These are
neighborhood has come out to
neighbors,
film
these
this.
aren't professional photographers.
I also just can't believe they haven't bothered to just spike the tires again. He's going 15. And he's doing circles.
Same pattern for a while, and so I'm starting to wonder why we haven't even seen another spike strip.
That's what I
Try and
just
knock
said,
out
yeah.
Those left tires and able to maintain
Can't someone
control
just
of the
pull up
vehicle.
next to him and slash the
That's,
tires?
probably
What do you think
not
they
by
are?
choice, it's just,
Police officer samurais? Slash his tires with what? Their katana on the way by? No, man. I mean, if you want to make it like an action movie, they could drive by and shoot the tires, but even that's not going to be effective.
Circles around
They'll
these
probably
same
miss. It's not
blocks.
like an easy shot to hit, and
More
it just
people
puts
coming
all of these
out,
spectators in danger.
you know, is just enjoying these last few minutes of freedom, or maybe another hour. Who knows?
Gee, I hope it's not another hour, man. Like, here's just a really good opportunity. You can just pit him here. We've seen one car in the last like 4 minutes. Just please, the Kia will say thank you. This car is begging to just be stopped. Like just a little tiny bump, like just a little love tap.
Or at any point, do we see them change the tactic, if at all?
That's exactly-
Maybe not. I mean, we've discussed why.
Is the narrator in the stream? That is
You
what
know,
I'm saying.
ride
I
this
just
out
said that.
to the end. But that doesn't mean that they aren't
Tactical
aware of a weapon in the
patience.
vehicle, because that is also something.
Oh, God. Jeepers creepers, Jiminy Christmas.
Yeah, right.
Why?
Around 25 miles per hour. We'll go ahead and throw up our real-time speed tracker, dipping below 15 miles per hour, so really slowing down now. Back on Santa
Is this
Fe
still a
Avenue.
chase? No, it's watching a wounded animal
That sounds familiar. Trust your
slowly
instincts.
roll around.
We have been on Santa Fe numerous times over the last 30 minutes. Inside, I do see the reflection there. But other than that, he is going right through another red light here. So look at that. Well, 1, 2, 3.
Man,
4, 5,
so
6, close to
many,
8 or 9 people
so many
anticipating the
spectators.
pursuit, phones ready, and trying to catch a glimpse.
This is gonna have so many
More
angles.
smoke coming from that rear. Off of his
TikTok famous
front,
by
yeah, the
morning
bottom
easy.
there, Rob, is gonna be-
Yeah, maybe that's the play.
that's
It's all a
Rosecrans
clout
down
play.
there, I believe, yeah. So he's got the red light.
Oh, they
We'll
didn't.
see
They
if
didn't
he's
stop
still
this side.
traveling at a snail's pace. He kind of peaked at 30 miles per hour there and is now crawling once again back up to this intersection. No braking,
Wait!
just slowing.
A
all the
vigilante's
way
trying to
here.
block him.
In front of him, and weaving just around that vehicle through the red light. Why that person is doing that? No, no idea. But you saw that
They're gonna turn
one
around and
vehicle
arrest
was the
that guy.
lead
I'm
unit.
telling you.
Shine that vehicle, hazard lights on.
I bet
headlights
that
on,
guy was sitting there for a
left side.
minute because he had plenty of
Look at
time.
that,
Oh,
there's the drink. There's the drink. It looks like maybe a water bottle that he
I
threw
don't know
out the
about that.
window. More
I
smoke
bet that
as
guy though that
it's
tried to
a
block
little
him was
bit of
sitting there
speed
for like
here.
10 minutes. Like,
Upwards of 30
alright, he's
miles
coming
per
this way.
hour again on Santa Fe.
I can do this.
He made his way
I can be the hero.
through Rosecrans,
I can do this.
coming up on-
Yeah.
coming up on Plum.
And gets arrested for it, and also doesn't
25
stop him.
miles per hour again.
He was
well,
thinking,
it's
how
2
bad could
hours
12
by my
miles per
count.
hour hurt?
Now pushing
Exactly.
about 35 miles
He's
per
like,
hour
my
on
car's a
Thompson
piece of shit
Boulevard
anyway.
with
They'll
a
probably
little
give me a
bit of
medal
light
for
left
stopping
in the
this
vehicle.
menace.
He has
I'll do
finished
it.
his drink. Both
And
hands
then
on
he
the wheel.
half-assed
He is
it, so he
going
just
for it.
pulled out
As
pretty
long
quickly,
as
and
far
it
as
completely
this
didn't
Kia
work.
will take him. And the shot there, he is.
Oh
probably
my
going
god.
to
Whoa!
SUV, and his
Whoa!
shot there
Are they
is
finally going to
clear,
pit him?
And somebody's given the go-ahead.
Whoa!
Spinning him out of control, doing a 180. He is pushing the pedal to the metal.
Oh,
Another collision with another officer.
Oh my
CHP
god, he's
on
going
there. He's
12.
coming around that light pole. A
He's
fatal
going
hit
12,
after
and they
he
did-
spun around, did a full 180.
Oh,
Another collision with
no.
CHP.
Get the
He's
Jeep
gonna
guy back out
thread
here.
the
He was
needle
closer.
Right through those officers in the back there, and away he goes. Another pit
Oh
attempt there,
god, now it's
but
going to be
no-
another 2 hours
Oh,
before they
man,
try that
this is
again.
really frustrating for these CHP officers. This could not be more frustrating, quite frankly.
You just
After
helped
all
him with
of
his
that, they
U-turn,
saw
if
a
anything.
clean opportunity for a
It was
pit maneuver.
speedrun tech.
Watch Commander gives the go-ahead. If they see another
God,
opportunity,
Jesus
I imagine
Christ.
they're gonna try
Oh, wait,
it.
it's the same guy. Is he going to do it again? Oh, you can't on this street. This one's a little too busy.
He's coming back for more.
But
Here
he is
comes
lurking.
a
He's
different
angry. He's got a head of
unit,
steam. He's
different
mad.
unit coming back for
Make me
another
look silly,
pit
huh?
attempt if he sees an
I was the
opportunity.
number 1 pit
Speed's
maneuver
just
expert in the
under
academy.
threshold as he comes
I'll
up
have you know,
on the
bub.
double yellow
Come here,
lines
Buster.
Over the paint, through another red light.
Oh, he wants it so
and
bad,
we'll
too.
see
He wants it so
if they
bad.
Try to make contact once again.
Oh, here he comes.
Here
Oh,
it comes, here
baby.
it comes. Left
You won't make a
rear
fool of
to
me
the intercept.
twice.
CHP SUV making contact, a full speed
Oh.
maneuver, spinning at a 360, not enough to disable the vehicle. Continues to go along, trying to
Oh, I thought the cop's car had, like, hit one of the barriers. He takes himself out. Oh, god damn it. Third time's the charm. Come on.
Alameda, more sparks flying.
Officer action out here. Please, good lord.
Great pits.
Alright, here we go.
Pit attempt.
That's...
This one's
Oh, that's money. That's money.
full 360. Car still goes. It's continuing. This area is refusing to give up on
It's- He's immune to pit maneuvers. Back to the drawing board. He's too good. He's just giving him a spin cycle. Oh, maybe the plan's to make him dizzy. So that way he like... Oh, surely this one. Oh, actually, yeah, that one did work. Okay. That's all she's got. Or maybe... Or maybe...
He's still able to run. Gassing it again. He's doing about 5 miles per hour with
Hey,
whatever
that's
is
more
left
than
in
0.
this
Sometimes
car.
that's all you
5, maybe
need.
10 miles per hour, coming to a slow crawl, and that is probably it.
Yeah, that'll probably
But,
be all she
man,
wrote.
This Kia is
Give him one more
relentless.
pit
Here
maneuver on
comes
the way out.
Another possible pit.
A little tap on the
That
ass
would
for
be
good luck.
attempt number 6. And
Oh, he's going way... Look at that radius!
ooh, ooh. Slow
No!
under the overpass. That is Alameda.
No, it's been censored by the overpass.
Alameda and Rosecrans. Here he is. Officers with their guns
Ugh.
drawn. The vehicle placed
What a
under
chase.
arrest.
What a chase.
Oh boy. Well, that couldn't end much better or much safer because the potential for
I love this
over the
commentator.
course of the last couple
He's
hours
very
was
clear he is
high,
enjoying
to say the
it.
least. Enjoyed his
It
last
couldn't have
few
ended
moments
any
behind the
better.
wheel
He
there.
takes it as
That'll
entertainment.
do it. 6 pit maneuvers.
It is literally a
bring
sport.
This suspect coming up in just 8 minutes. Reporting live from Air 7 HD. I'm Chris Christie, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Great work, Chris. Great work, per usual. Chris is like the John Madden of LA police chases. Excellent, as always, Chris. I think what he needs next time, though, is like one of the NFL boards where they start like drawing on it, like, here's the potential play. What Andy Reid's most likely looking to do here is going to be a slant route. Like, he could do that for these police chases. Like, the suspect's going 25 miles per hour. He's got a couple of options here. If he wants to take the correct route, he's going to want to go down East Compton, where there's less speed bumps. You know, really get into it. I've just been told they're letting him off with a warning. Oh. 6 pit maneuvers and your car can keep going is the best Kia ad I've ever heard. That was a very impressive Kia ad, both for endurance and durability. That was impressive. It was eating pit maneuvers like cereal. It was getting pit maneuvered, but it turned it into like a beautiful ballerina's pirouette. Monster Energy files lawsuit against indie game over title. Monster Energy has filed a lawsuit against the indie game Dark Deception Monsters and Mortals. This time the company claimed the developer Glowstick Entertainment broke copyright with the horror game's title. So, no, wait. So if I go on Steam right now, I bet I have a game with monster in the title. Clash of Monsters, Garshasp. Well, they wouldn't fuck with Garshasp. He's way too powerful. Monster Hunter, Monster Challenge. So are they trying to like own the word monster? Because this seems like such a weird topic or target. I don't know this game, but I can't imagine it's like super huge. Yeah, I just read that they did this to Ubisoft Gods and Monsters. And of course, Ubisoft, being the cucks they are, fucking bent the knee to it, I guess. Company has expanded its settlement terms by preventing Glowstick Entertainment from ever using green and white logo on a black background. What the fuck? Huh? How is their title confusingly similar to the energy drink in any way? What incarnation? How? It's not like it's just called Monster. It is literally called Dark Deception, Monsters, and Mortals. So it's even plural, too. How is there any level of confusion? This is some awful, litigious bullying for no reason. How popular is this game? I'm unfamiliar with it. Is it a big game? Is that why they're doing it? There's 8 people playing this game right now with a 24-hour peak of 17 hours, and the all-time peak was 254. Why are you targeting them? Why? What the fuck? This doesn't make any sense. They actually went out of their way to find an obscure title to be an asshole to them. This game came out in 2020 as well. It's not even like it's a new thing. It looks like they're trying to set a legal precedent to sue bigger companies. Oh, interesting. That is very nefarious. I'm not knowledgeable enough on the law to know if that's like actually a plausible strategy, but they did successfully bully Ubisoft, which is... It's a lot bigger than Dark Deception, Monsters, and Mortals. So why would they then downsize? Own the right to the word monster. That fucking sucked for me because my Steam name is Monster. That'd be brutal for me. It's gotta be personal. Yeah, maybe someone on the Monster legal force played Dark Deception, Monsters, and Mortals and was like, damn, this is fucking awful. I'm gonna send them something. I'm gonna sue them. Imagine Rockstar doing that. Brother, we don't even have to imagine. Did you guys forget when Take-Two did that to It Takes Two? Take-Two owns Rockstar. So I guess it wasn't Rockstar themselves, it was Extension. Additionally, Livings posted an official document from Monster Energy to explain their lawsuit's terms. As seen in the image, Monster is pushing to prohibit the word monster in the game's name, claw-like designs, or green and black imagery. Glowstick Entertainment also won't be able to use the word beast or unleash. What is this? What has happened to us as a species? What the fuck? It is well known that Monster Energy is a notorious trademark troll. Unfortunately, they're at it again. For a company that likes to target their drinks at gamers, they also like to try and bully and bankrupt game studios with lengthy, high-dollar litigation. Monster was actually shoehorned into Death Stranding. I guarantee you, somewhere in that game, the words monster, beast, or unleashed was used. That'd be quite a beautiful plot twist if they sued that game after forcing their way in there to be ham-fisted into it. Oh, that's right, they did remove it, didn't they? That's right. Living's plans to fight Monster Energy in court. Dishonest companies like Monster Energy depend on doing their bullying in secret while presenting a clean image to their base, athletes and gamers, he said. Showing their true face publicly is the only real way to stop them. Bro, hats off to this guy. Like I said, I don't know the game. It's not a game I have ever heard of before, but I really hope this blows up their game. I hope they get tons of players and it turns out to be just like this hidden gem. This guy seems to have a good head on his shoulders. He gets it. Monster Energy's past legal battles include suing an Ohio restaurant for containing the word monster on its sign, a Georgia welder for using a similar M logo, and a man's aquarium hobby forum called Monster Fish Keepers. Yeah, this one makes sense. Shame on you. This would have confused me too. If I go to Monster Fish Keepers, I would be wondering, where can I purchase the energy drink? What's all this shit about crustaceans, right? Like, I'd be confused as fuck. That would be a legitimate cause for concern. Those are so close. It has the electrolytes the fish crave. They're gonna try to copyright the Monster Mash next. Thanks to the bits doobie. That's a great fucking idea, actually. Make MWL with Monster vs. Dasani. Not the Dasani part, but having a character in the MWL just named Monster and see if we can get our names in the headlines with Monster Energy suing us. That'd be huge for us. Spread the Moist Wrestling League a bit further. That's a great idea. By getting sued. Yeah, but they wouldn't win the lawsuit. There's no shot. Having a wrestler named Monster and then trying to make the argument that it's confusing for Monster Energy somehow. Like, this is just a frivolous dog shit nothingness. There's just... I can't imagine a world where they could actually win this if it ever makes it to trial. Because who the fuck is going to confuse a Steam game called Dark Deception Monsters and Mortals with Monster Energy? It's just to bully them and keep trying to monopolize the word monster, I guess. I mean, Apple tried to trademark the word apple and the court just said no. I'm sure it'll be a similar case here. Oh, I'm confident they win this. I mean, again, I can't imagine a world where Monster Energy somehow makes a compelling argument that this game is somehow confusing for their brand to their customers, unless Monster's going to have some kind of bombshell revelation during discovery where it's revealed that Monster Energy is actually shrinking everyone's IQ and turning everyone into fucking lobotomites where they can't process a difference between a video game and an energy drink. If they think their customers are so fucking stupid that they're gonna get confused here because they see the word monster and caveman brain activate, so they assume it's an energy drink. Like, I just can't imagine a world where they can make, like, a compelling argument. I wonder how they even found the game. The only way that I could envision the way they found this is that they were on Steam literally looking for anything with the word monster in it to be a target of a lawsuit. That's the only way they'd be able to find it, because again, this game has only ever had 274 players at its peak. That is its biggest player count. It's not a massive game, but I hope it turns into one as a result of all of this. They went out of their way to find someone to sue. It's not the game, it's the font. You're putting words in their mouth, unless it's in this lawsuit. I didn't read the actual lawsuit, but even still, the font is still far removed, and it is still plural monsters, and doesn't match that closely. The only thing in common is that it's all squiggly and spooky, whereas this one, I just don't see it even being close. But that's also not even the argument they were making, I don't think. They were saying that it's confusing for their brand to the customers. Fine, I'll look up the German mud wizard. Robed wizard taunts police struggling in mud. What is happening here? Did he deploy a quicksand? Is this guy an earthbender? What is going on? Well, he's very powerful. What is this? Prestidigitation? Like, goddamn. Oh! There he is! The wizard has been summoned. Man, all of these police officers are like turtles on their shell. Jesus Christ. This is embarrassing. Oh, it's like toddlers when they're still learning how to walk. Are they all drunk or something? What is going on? There's no way it's that hard. This man's fighting for his fucking life. The Mud Wizard's gonna drag him back by the heels like a horror movie in a second. Man, at this point, just start doing, like, rolling. Like, it's like, oh, shit! It's like cow tipping. The Mud Wizard strikes. We're gonna need reinforcements.
His tootsies are stuck in the mud. Whoever set up this trap, though, really did a great job. It's like some kind of holy barrier. Oh, no. So this is how it all ends for this guy, huh? He'll just be stuck here forever. Oh, come on! He's almost there, let's go! Oh no, it's like bowling pins. Oh, jeepers. Oh, Jiminy Christmas. There we go. That's the mud wizard for you. And none of them can navigate the mud pit. Oh, the mud wizard got him with a blast. Oh, there he is. You're in his territory now. This is his domain. His spiritual pressure is able to run rampant here. This guy is actually being swallowed whole. He's gonna need to be airlifted out here in a second. He's going really deep. He's going straight to hell. Like, good lord. They're gonna need to get the chopper and a ladder inbound ASAP. And the mud wizard's coming. Oh god! Oh no! Oh lord! Have mercy! It's Radagast the Brown! Man, this goes on for so long. There we go. We got him. Mission successful. He gets to go home and see his family. Close call, though. Close call. We almost lost him. Wow. That was fascinating. Jesus Christ. Someone give me the lowdown. What happened here? Was this like a concert or what? Because I do remember there was also a filth wizard at a rave a long time ago. I also think it was Germany. There was a guy who dressed as a wizard and started playing in the mud and twirling around a baton and shit. It was a coal mining protest. Oh. Does anyone remember the Wizard of Filth? Damn, this is too new, so it's overriding the old one. Where is it? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? 2 wizards, 1 cup. Well, that's not the one. It was at a rave. And there was a guy dressed in a gray wizard's garb. It was raining, it was muddy, and he was just busting it wide open. I wonder if it's the same guy. I'd really like to find the video. Does anyone know what it's called? Is it just Rave Wizard? I tried Mud Rave Wizard, but it didn't come up. Oh, here we go. Wizard Gandalf at a rave. I think this is it. This is not the one. How often does this happen? This must be a very common cosplay thing for raves. This is pretty cool, though. He was wearing gray wizard gear. I think he even had a walking stick. And he was dancing. Anyone at all? Why is it? I'm pretty sure I even showed it on stream at some point like 2 years ago. What the fuck? Why is this so hard to find? Am I crossing wires? Was he not in a wizard's getup? I'm pretty sure he was. Here, I guess I'll pull this up. Maybe this will jog someone's memory. This is kind of what the environment looked like. But then there was a guy dressed as a wizard, and he was throwing mud, and he had a walking stick, I'm pretty sure. What the fuck? Are you... What? Man, what the fuck? No, it's not the Glastonbury Wizard. What? How does this fit anything I have said? I pulled this goddamn video up on stream years ago. Thanks for resub, Filthy. Why can't I find it? Did it get taken down? Was it not as popular as I remember? Hey, I'm gonna describe a video real quick. Tell me if you guys know what I'm talking about so I can find it. Have any of you seen
Is it the Blippy video?
No, that blippy shit video, that was so good. It was a music festival. It was a concert. It was raining. It was muddy. People were throwing mud at each other, and there was a guy dressed as a gray wizard throwing mud at people.
Oh, the one in Germany?
Yes, that's what I thought. But I can't find it. I can't find it.
Wait, I can find it.
Okay,
Wait,
cool.
at the protest, you mean?
No, that's Mud Wizard. I'm talking Filth Wizard. This was like a level
Sad.
99 Filth Wizard.
Oh,
Andrew,
shit.
how could you think this was Mud Wizard?
My bad.
Yeah.
It sounded nothing like it.
Fuck, I can't.
Very different. Very different levels
Wait,
of magic.
how can chat not find it?
No, I pulled this fucking thing up on stream years ago. He was not the focus of the video. I will say that. The video was focused on the
Wizard's
concert.
a red herring here.
Yeah, the wizard was just like a pretty like small piece of it, but like he became a meme. They called him the Filth Wizard on Reddit. Messy Merlin?
Maybe it was Messy Merlin and you're thinking of Filth Wizard.
It's not Messy Merlin. Literally nothing came up with that except a beached dolphin.
Oh.
Is it Polish Golem at a rave? That's... Wait, that...
What the fuck?
So deep.
No, God, is anyone even listening to me? It is not Polish Golem. He is not even wearing a wizard's garb.
Alright, so describe the video again,
But
but
this-
like really go into some detail here.
Oh, wait, we forgot a guy. How did we possibly miss that guy?
So,
Wait, we forgot a guy?
this
Yeah,
seems...
he's just chilling.
This seems like a pretty common thing. So it was a rainy day. The video, it was still raining. Everything was covered in mud and filth and shit. And there was a guy in a wizard's cloak who was throwing mud at people and dancing. And I'm pretty sure he had a walking stick. But yeah,
And
this
are
video
you
was cool.
positive it was a music festival?
I am 100% sure it was a music festival. Unless they just do like mud parties.
Oh my god, look at it.
Yeah, he just knocks.
That's
He
such
uses
a
his
good
fucking most
video.
powerful spell to root that fucking that SWAT police officer in place, and then he pushes him over.
Yeah, he casts a crazy root on that guy. The whole department honestly fell victim to the CC. It was really good.
Naked mud monster running uphill at Australian music festival?
He definitely wasn't naked. I would remember if he was hanging
Oh,
around.
yeah, this is
Wait,
straight up.
wait,
He's straight up naked.
wait! I think I found it.
What's it called?
Here, I'll just send it to you on Discord. I hope this is it. Is he like playing with fucking like light up balls?
Oh, no. That's Rave Wizard.
Oh, god damn it! Why are there so many fucking wizards?
There's a lot of wizards in the
What
world.
about
You'd be surprised.
God.
Man slides into girl peeing at V Festival 2012.
Ooh, that one's got promise.
Last night in bed, actually.
Oh my, yeah, she's peeing on the ground and he mudslides straight under her.
Nice.
Send,
Uh,
send me mudslide P. I want to watch that on my own. Look up Mag Smrodu. Okay, last one though before doing this encounter. Actually, last one.
Alright, everybody's ready except for Charles, I think, because he's looking up a video.
Oh, the Filth Wizard! Yes, wait, that's it. It's in a different language. That's why we couldn't find it. I got everything right except for his cloak. It's not a gray
Put
cloak.
it in the raid
I
group
need
so
to see it,
yeah.
yeah.
can join in.
Yeah.
it.
Hold on, let me drop that in there.
You're gonna have one message in this Discord and it's that.
Yeah, it's just Filth Wizard. Here, let me make sure it's not Toss and I'll pull it up on stream. I don't think it is. In fact, it's actually not even a wizard at all.
Yeah, that's just a man with a stick.
But they called him...
This was so misleading. Come
if you-
on.
if
It's not a
you-
wizard.
If you go into the comments, I promise you they're calling him Filth Wizard.
They're all talking in German.
Holy shit, that
Polish,
wall of noise.
whatever this is.
He actually only has a stick.
Why did you?
Wait, he's just drinking the mud?
Yeah. So he's not playing with the mud, he's drinking it. That's why I got confused. Wires got crossed. But yeah, this is, they called him...
Somebody find this.
I don't know, they called him the Filth Wizard, though. I swear to God, they called him the Filth Wizard.
Look at that good Samaritan coming up and saying, "Hey man, stop drinking that
Yeah.
fucking water."
Oh, when I
What a good
translate Mag Smrodu, it translates to Stink Mage.
Alright.
Jesus! All right.
Let's get started.
Yeah, staff just posted it. The Stink Mage replenishes mana in the Tainted Moon well. Let's get serious.
The Stink Mage and his mana potion.
The tainted moonwell.
I told you, that video is such a fucking banger.
Lust.
Brace yourself, Rick and Morty fans. I've got another huge squanch for you today. It's more bad news. For those that are unfamiliar with the situation, I'll go ahead and briefly break down the cliff notes for you. It recently came to light that one of the series creators, Justin Roiland, has been facing felony domestic violence charges for an incident that took place in 2020. It's been an ongoing thing, but has only recently made it to the public eye. And as you can imagine, this news has been a massive hit to the plumbus for the entire fandom. They're very serious charges. Felony domestic violence as well as a false imprisonment charge. Like, that's serious shit. There's nothing swifty about domestic violence. So when all of this news broke, a lot of people were rightfully upset. But since he still hasn't stood trial for these things, it still was left up in the air with what's going to happen to the series going forward. There's been a ton of hearings and even a pre-trial, but still no official trial date has been set, though that does seem like it's right around the corner. And as I mentioned, I was assuming that Adult Swim wouldn't make any statements or any changes like firing Justin Roiland or anything like that until after the trial, whether it's a conviction and he's found guilty or he's found innocent. I didn't think they would act in the meantime. But just like my doctor when he said I would grow up to be 5'8", I was wrong. Just a couple hours ago, Adult Swim flopped their meat on the table, releasing this statement, which is super cut and dry and to the point. Adult Swim has ended its association with Justin Roiland. Rick and Morty will continue. The talent and dedicated crew are hard at work on Season 7. This was very shocking to me because, again, I didn't think they'd do this when he still hasn't been found guilty on the charges yet. So it really seems like they must know at least more than the public does about this case and feel confident that whatever's happened here is not good and it's not someone that they'd want to associate with their brand anymore. Though it is also possible that they're just doing this because keeping him around is bad optics for Rick and Morty, which is by far their biggest cash cow that Adult Swim is still suckling the tits off of. So maybe they're worried that by keeping Justin Roiland around, it'll be a huge hit to their bottom line because of everything that's already surfaced. Even outside of the charges here, the majority of people have already kind of ruled that Justin Roiland is creepy at the very least. There was this massive flood, this opening of Pandora's box of weird DMs that Justin Roiland was accused of sending to people, as well as text messages going out to people and employees. I'm not sure if those are 100% confirmed, but they are turbo stinky. That shit is fucking foul. The flirting sounds like it's actually him playing the Morty character and trying to flirt with real people, so he'd say things like insane in the membrane and even text like he's Morty saying like, oh, whoa, hubba, hubba, whoa, jeez. It's all pretty bad, but again, I don't know if any of that's 100% confirmed, so I'm not going to bother pulling it up. But yeah, once all of that shit pulled itself out from the deepest pits of hell and hit the Twitter space, it pretty much banished his reputation to the Shadow Realm even before the courts did it for him. So the people have already charged and found Justin Roiland guilty of cringe, which is another massive crime and huge sin. But I'm hoping Adult Swim did their due diligence and actually investigated this themselves internally to see what was true and what's not, as opposed to just looking at Twitter screenshots, since some of the people that accused him of sending these fucking weird messages were former employees, I believe. So surely there'd be a way for Adult Swim to verify the authenticity of some of the claims, and I'm hoping
that's what they did before making this decision. I hope it wasn't just impulsively done as a way of trying to save face in the public eye. But as of right now, we just don't know a whole lot about it. There's not a ton of information about the specifics of the case, and Adult Swim's statement is only 26 words in total. Like, there's just barely more letters in this statement than a single League of Legends username. And there's also not any deeper information from other outlets. There's no big scoop that's breaking somewhere. Right now, everything's just pretty unclear of exactly what's going on behind the scenes. And I don't think the statement Adult Swim put out is a problem or anything with it being so brief. It makes sense considering how serious and sensitive this case is. So I'm not surprised that they didn't go into details about it, because I imagine they probably can't. Now, there is another big development that I haven't seen a ton of people mention yet, and it has to do with Justin Roiland's video game company, Squanch Games. Now, I'm sure you know of the game High on Life. It's been glorbing a ton of trick holes all over the planet, a very divisive game, but a very popular one nonetheless. That was published by Squanch Games, and now they've put out a statement letting everyone know that Justin Roiland has resigned. But Squanch Games will continue to develop games even without him at the helm. Squanch Games is also no stranger to controversy here, because they also had their own little scandal where they settled a sexual harassment lawsuit in 2019. Yep, once again, just more horrible shit all around. There's just nothing good recently for Rick and Morty fans, but I will quickly wiggle my finger and say, I told you so, because I made the prediction that if they do shit-can Justin Roiland for all of this, they would still continue Rick and Morty without him. A lot of people said that if Justin Roiland isn't there at Rick and Morty, you know, developing it, writing it, voicing it, that they just wouldn't let it continue, it'd just die. But I made the argument that it is just too lucrative. It's a fucking billion-dollar franchise. It is by far the biggest thing Adult Swim has under their belt. I said that with that kind of money, there's no way they just bury it, even with Justin Roiland not being there anymore. That's exactly what they've done. Justin Roiland will no longer be there, but they are going to continue to make it going forward without his presence. That means there's going to be new voice actors voicing Rick and Morty, as well as probably very different writing. For some people, that might actually be exciting, but for most fans of the franchise, I imagine that's pretty upsetting to hear, and I think a lot of people will drop it after Season 7 if it's super drastically different. I made the prediction that should they continue going forward without Justin Roiland, Rick and Morty would peter out like a little sad wet fart over time, just falling off, dwindling further and further. And I stand by that shit like a proud kid at a science fair with his little baking soda volcano. I really do think that this will be the slow demise of Rick and Morty with the entire different group at the helm. I think if Justin Roiland's not there, the best thing to have done would just be stop it altogether. But like I said, there's far too many clams on the table for that. The amount of doubloons Rick and Morty brings in is ridiculous. So there was never really any chance of that, but this is going to be just a very slow and steady decline in the quality of it, I would imagine. But who knows? Maybe I'm super wrong about that as well. It's very possible. Maybe they bring in a really talented team and they just fucking knock it out of the park without Justin Roiland being there. Maybe it's even better without him being there. A lot of people, myself included, have become very tired of his style of writing, where it's all just kind of the same formula of stutter through a joke and then over-explain everything and repeat yourself 50 fucking times in the space of like 20 seconds. So maybe it actually does improve. It's possible, but I do find it unlikely. But anyway, that's kind of where this whole situation's at. Justin Roiland himself hasn't put out a statement. His legal team did put out a statement talking about how optimistic they are with the case and proving his innocence, but he himself hasn't said anything, which I think is obvious and par for the course here given the magnitude of this situation. So I don't think we'll hear from him anytime soon, but we'll see. But anyway, that's about it. See ya. I don't usually post a video this late into the evening, but right now I'm like a movie theater toilet. I am fuming. I am absolutely steaming because of how the Super Bowl just ended. I watch every Super Bowl, and in this one I didn't really have a horse in the race. I'm neither a Chiefs nor Eagles fan, I just wanted to be entertained. And for the majority of the game, I was thoroughly entertained. It was just a great game. Both teams putting on an incredible performance, going wacko mode, insano style, tying it 35-35. And just like the first Spider-Man movie when he fought Bonesaw, when Bonesaw was ready, we had 3 minutes. 3 minutes of playtime, and it was coming down to the wire, an absolute ass greaser. The Chiefs were driving down the field, they make it to the red zone, it's getting a little dicey for the Eagles, fans spilling their beer all over themselves in anticipation and fear, but the Eagles are putting up an incredible defensive stand, and then in the most crucial moment of the entire game, with less than 2 minutes remaining in this tie game, a penalty was called for holding against the Eagles, which lost them the game. One single bad call decided the outcome of the Super Bowl at the very end, which is what has led the majority of people who watch this game to call rigged, say the refs are all paid off, and say that it's all just part of the script. Because right now there's a tinfoil nipple clamp conspiracy theory that floats around that a lot of people genuinely believe that sports are rigged. Or rather scripted. I actually do agree that there is rigging to a certain level with the refs. I do think there is real corruption there, but let me just opine on the scripting thing real quick. I think that's a load of dirty barnacles. I think that is just a fat load of fish paste. I don't think sports are scripted at all. That's kind of an unhinged belief. But I do think the refs are corrupt. It's not just football, it's basketball as well. This entire year has really shown me, since I got back into watching sports live, I have seen so many awful officiating moments that I can find no other explanation besides just malicious corruption. And this is the most blatant example. The holding call, I can't show you any clips because obviously it's the fucking Super Bowl. If I even showed you a still image of it, I'm sure Roger Goodell of the NFL would come to my house personally and fucking slap me around and then hit me over the head with a fucking sledgehammer. So I can't show you anything, but if you watch the Super Bowl, you immediately know the call. The call was on the Eagles for holding. The receiver was going out, and the Eagles defender lightly touched him, like on the hip. It was a light touch and like a slight jersey tug that could have even been like accidental. It was so gentle. Like the way he treated the receiver is the way a mother would treat a newborn baby. It was so light and caring. There was no holding at all on the play. And Patrick Mahomes threw up a stinky meatball of a pass that was just uncatchable regardless for the receiver that it was intended for. But they still threw the flag and called holding on the Eagles, which gave the Chiefs a first down and also just gave them plenty of time to run out the clock, kick a field goal, win the game. It was decided by that call. It was the most crucial moment of the game, and the call instantly ended it pretty much on the spot. And under no circumstances is that acceptable. Regardless of what team you are rooting for, I'm sure all of us can recognize that this is a complete wet fart of an ending to an otherwise amazing game. We just got the bad ending to this one, unfortunately. The biggest sporting event that America has to offer is decided by the refs instead of the players. That's pathetic. That's awful. In a situation like this, I think they should go to the replays and be 100% sure that there is truly a penalty worthy of being called in a situation like this. It's a terrible look for the sport, and it's embarrassing overall. They should have 100% held the refs to a higher standard here. Oh, we're under 2 minutes to play, and this call is going to decide the outcome of the game. Everyone knew it. The second that call was made, even the commentators were like, oh, I don't agree with that one. Eek. That's a bit spicy. That's a no good. We don't like that. The commentators were outspoken about how bad the call was. In a situation where it is that crucial, they need to go back to the drawing board, check everything, and 100% be sure that this is a call that needs to be made. Because in this situation, it wasn't. It's a bad call. It's just straight up a shitty call. Even if you're the biggest Chiefs fan in the world, you got your Chiefs butt plug dialed all the way up to maximum turbo settings. It's vibrating in your colon. You're super excited they won. In the back of your mind, you know that it's a pretty upsetting ending. I'm sure you would have preferred if they had actually beat them on their own merit instead of having the refs help. Because no matter how you spin it, that call decided that game at the very end. The Chiefs could have still 100% won that, but now it's always going to be left up to speculation on, well, would the Eagles have made a game-winning drive? Would the Eagles have stopped them on that red zone drive? Like, there's so many question marks now that the win can't feel as good as it would have if the refs didn't make that call. It's a lose-lose for everybody except the refs that may have been paid off. Like, I'm actually starting to believe that they are influenced in some way financially in order to make these awful calls. We just saw it recently in the NBA with the infamous no call against the Lakers. I'm not even going to bother going down that road right now. I already fucking ranted about that on stream for quite some time, and I'm not even a goddamn Lakers fan either. I just hate how awful calls decide the outcome of the biggest games. I just think that's horrible. Like, it's just bad. And what's even worse is there's really no incentive to be good at your job as a referee. Like, if you do well, cool. If you do poorly, there's no repercussions. Like, some of the worst refs of all time are still currently refs. Like, at the biggest, highest stage. I don't understand why they have so much leniency in situations like this, and so much power, too. This is a call that should have been thoroughly looked under with a microscope 1,000 times. Bring in a third-party investigation unit for this call tonight. Like, have them double-check. Bring out a fucking forensics team. I don't care. It's the biggest call of that game, in the most crucial moment of the entire game. Really do your due diligence to ensure that call is legitimate and necessary. Because you do not want a game to wrap up the way this one did. It causes nothing but turmoil, and it ruins the entire thing. The Super Bowl was amazing all the way up until it wasn't. At the very last 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes. It's craziness. Can't believe I'm actually making a sports ranting video, but my family and I were having so much fun watching the Super Bowl, and when that call was made, collectively all of us let out an audible groan in frustration, and it took the wind out of all of our sails. None of us are Chiefs fans or Eagles fans. We didn't give a fuck who won. It was just such an amazing game, and to have it in this way is deflating. I can only imagine Philadelphia Eagles fans right now. But anyway, I just wanted to vent about all this. Also, I'll tackle one more thing that I've already seen pop up a lot, where it's like, no, it's technically a holding no matter what. I mean, I just disagree. Like, even with the way the rule's written and the way that it's typically enforced, it still doesn't seem like a hold. His movement really wasn't impeded at all, and the ball was still pretty uncatchable anyway, so it's not like it would have had a huge impact on the outcome of that play in particular. So even if you want to argue that technically it's a hold, it's still a call that doesn't need to be made, especially given the magnitude of the game, because that call ends the game on the spot when you make it. This was the most important moment of the game. This was pivotal, and that call being made instantly decides the outcome of the entire game. Their fate was sealed the second they threw that penalty. So I don't think that it needed to be made, nor should it have been, because I don't think any games should be decided by a penalty like that. It's fucking pathetic. It's laughable, really. And that's why a lot of people are screaming rigged, because it did decide the winner of this match. No matter how you argue it, they won immediately off of that call. So it's just a real shame. And yeah, I just kind of wanted to talk about all of that. That's about it. See ya. I know it's late, but I just need to whine and complain and rant about a movie I just saw really quickly. You know how much I love bad movies that are so bad that they're good. I think it's the most fun you can have is getting together with friends and watching absolutely atrocious movies or shows that you can laugh at and make fun of together. And there was a new banger, or so I thought, that was coming out called Pope's Exorcist. This is Russell Crowe as what I thought would be like a John Wick of exorcists, going out there and just slapping demons around, like actually kung fuing them and like overpowering them, fist fighting. Like, that's the impression I got from the trailer. I thought it was going to be like absolutely wild and nutty. And I just came back from the theater after seeing it, and my god, there's just a lot that I need to talk about in terms of disappointment and bewilderment that this movie even got made in the first place. So I'm going to treat this like a little confessional here and own up to some sins. Seeing this was a sin. And I understand the Lord forgives all sins, but I feel like after he takes a peek at the Rotten Tomatoes 83% audience score, he's going to flood the earth again out of pure embarrassment for even making our species. This movie is so far from an 83%, it's laughable. It is not good by any means. I don't know why the audience score is so high. Like, it is guilty of more sins than any of the demons in the film. Well, even though there's only one main demon. It is the most generic horror schlock of all time. But its biggest crime is being boring. It borrows every single generic horror plot point, every generic horror movie cliche of like,
sitting up from the bed like the Undertaker because the child's possessed and he has like a deep demony voice. Every single like horror movie trope is just ham-fisted into this. All of it dumped into this witch's cauldron and brewed into a disgusting stew. Like, it is not even done in a fun way. There's nothing creative or enjoyable about it. It's boring mostly, though there are some fun moments, like fun bad moments that I'll talk about. But overall, I am just blown away by how uninteresting the film was after seeing the trailer. The trailer got me hype. I knew this wasn't going to be a good movie. I don't feel like anyone with a working pair of eyes would watch the trailer for The Pope's Exorcist and be like, wow, that might be pretty damn good. Like, that was never a thought that crossed anyone's mind, I doubt. But I as well as many others, I imagine, were under the impression like, wow, this will be like entertainingly silly. But it really wasn't. It didn't even try to be scary, first of all. Like, that was the wildest thing to me. It really didn't even try to be a horror movie. Its scares mainly consisted of the standard lift people up using, Jedi Force powers and throw them around a room, or knock over a couple of crosses. Well, and I guess there is, of course, the cliche of, like, bone snapping, walking on all fours. But past that, it doesn't even really try to build tension. There's not even jump scares, which is like the easiest slam dunk for horror films where they could just throw in a bunch of jump scares and people are like, oh my god, it was horrifying. But it didn't even bother with that. It just does nothing. It's just so bland. It's just an empty calorie of a film. I did something I very rarely do. I took notes during this film because I was so dumbfounded by what I was watching. So I'm just going to go over it start to finish. There will be spoilers. There's a lot I want to talk about. So Russell Crowe hops back in the saddle here, dusting off the acting chops to tackle the lead role of a powerful exorcist named Gabriele Amorth. And the film opens with him performing an exorcist on a guy who's struggling with the devil coming over him. So he's bouncing around the bed all crazy like a toddler going through a sugar rush. And Gabriele is asking him questions like a little interrogation. What's my name? What do you want? Who are you? You're Satan, aren't you? You're Satan. And then he's like, yeah, I'm Satan. I'll possess anyone. I know everything. And then Gabriele's master plan is he brings in a pig and he's like, I don't believe you. You're not Satan. If you were Satan, you could possess this pig. And he's like, yeah, I could possess that pig. I could fucking possess him. Watch me possess that pig. And Gabriele's like, do it. Possess that pig. So then he does, and then the guy is back to normal. And then once the Satan is inside the pig, they just blast the pig's head off with a shotgun. Which honestly set the bar pretty high immediately, because I was like, okay, that was fun, silly, bad. He just literally did, like, fucking middle school reverse psychology on Satan. What a fucking buffoon to fall for that one, the oldest trick in the book. It's then explained a few scenes later that this wasn't a real possession, this was mental illness, and Gabriele was just doing a bit of theater. But he really did just execute that pig right in front of that guy in order to convince him that the demon was no longer there. And because he executed that pig, he then had to go through like a religious legal proceeding where he stood trial with these other bishops that were like, this is unnecessary. You're performing exorcists. There's no such thing as this evil, we don't need this kind of big exorcist position anymore. You're out of line, Gabriele. We don't really need you anymore. So Gabriele's like, you guys don't know what real evil is. Even if 98% of them are like mental illness and not real possession, there's still 2% that's just pure evil and you need me. So then he walks out, but not before making a goofy noise. So as he turns his back to him, and it turns out Gabriele was also like a lawyer at one point or something, I believe he mentioned. So this was actually like a Saul Goodman moment where he was just like defending himself in religious court. And it ultimately ends with them being like, yeah, we don't really need you. So Gabriele storms off, and then as he's about to exit the door, he goes, woo for no fucking reason. Because it was something he did earlier to a group of like nuns that walked by him. I guess that was like a catchphrase they tried, or like a calling card they tried to use for the very beginning of the film and then forgot about it because he never does it again after these two scenes. But there was a group of nuns that walked by him and he goes, like literally blowing raspberries at them, and they giggle and walk by. So then he does it again after that whole religious legal proceeding. And he drops it after that. But it started fun bad. It was like, oh, this is super silly, but it seems almost self-aware and I'm having fun. But then it totally loses all of that charm. The core part of the movie then unfolds where a family just went through a loss with their father and a woman's husband passing away,
and the only thing they have left is this giant estate, this holy ground that they're getting like renovations done to. So there's a ton of workers, and they end up unearthing something unholy. Now, before getting to that, the family is as cookie cutter as it gets. The mom's, strong on her own. She's mentally sound, like she's doing everything she can for her children. They mean the world to her. The daughter is a rebellious teen who, I'm not exaggerating, first thing when she gets in the house is goes up to one of the worker, grabs a cigarette, asks for the light, gets a light with the cigarette, then sits on the balcony over the front porch. And the mom's like, put that cigarette out, what are you doing? And she's like, ugh. And then walks off, storms off, mad at her mom. So this was as cliche as it gets with a teenage girl and teenage angst. And then, of course, she's always listening to, like, loud music and hates her mom. Like, oh, Mom, you're being such a square. Get out of my room, Mom. I'm busy listening to music. So that's her whole character, which means nothing because after, like, 10 minutes... none of this shit matters, but that's her. And then they also have a son, a younger brother. He's like 12 or something, I don't really know, but he's traumatized because he watched their dad die. So it wasn't like some kind of normal passing or anything. It was some kind of car accident that wasn't fully explained, but he ended up getting impaled through the head, and the son sat there and watched it. So he was traumatized from it and refused to talk. Now, after all of this is established over the course of like a 5-minute speed run of getting across the most two-dimensional characters of all time, that child is exploring the house, and he goes into the basement and he sees like this glory hole, and he takes a peek through it, and there's like a door with symbols on it, and it ends up kind of possessing him. It sinks its fangs into him. This is how the demon gets in. He literally comes in through the fucking glory hole in the basement. So the child ends up immediately getting possessed within the first couple of minutes of being there. And then some of the workers go into the basement, and they also notice the glory hole. They're like, oh man, this is absolutely absurd. Is there no decency? Where's the class? So they're peeking through the glory hole, and one of them lights a flare and was going to put the flare through the glory hole, but it ends up turning into a flamethrower and cremating them, which scares off all the other workers. So then all the other workers leave, and then it's just the family left in the house with their child who is now possessed. Everything I've explained right now happens almost instantly. Like, all of this was so quick, there was no build up to any of it, no tension at all. It was done as quickly as possible to get to, like, I guess what they deemed to be the scary parts, with the child having, like, a demon voice and saying crude, creepy things. But anyway, after the possession, the Vatican gets word about this, and then they send Gabriele out there, like, Gabriele, I've got real scary stuff happening at this location. He's like, I'm on it, Chief. Give me my badge and my gun, I'm going in. So Gabriele is then sent there like some kind of fucking religious assassin to take down a demon. And I really thought he was going to roll up in like some kind of Justice League jet, like or something right out of the X-Men where they have like crazy fucking jet. I thought he was going to fly in on some high-tech shit, but then he rolls up in a moped. So he just kind of scoots on in on his moped, shows up to the house in order to start attacking the demon. And the demon, which is possessing the boy, is a real wacko. Like, this guy's a goofball. So before Gabriele gets there, like right before he gets there, the mom notices something's wrong with the child. He's kind of bedridden and he looks pale. And then he starts talking in a not really deep voice, but you know that like goofy voice you'd make as a child growing up, like the like that kind of shit where you like vocal fry yourself and then try and make it deeper. That's the voice, the very cliche horror movie demon voice. And the mom then hugs the child in order to, like, calm him down. And while that's happening, she looks down and it turns out the child is squeezing her titty. And then she's like, oh, goodness gracious. And he's like, you didn't breastfeed me enough, mommy. I shit you not. That is what he says. And she's like, oh God. And she, like, covers herself up even more. And then he starts laughing about, like, squeezing her tit. And then he says, bring me the priest. So they brought in a priest that wasn't Gabriele first. His name was Thomas, and it was a bigger mismatch than when Krillin tried to fight Frieza. Thomas shows up and immediately gets fucking ragdolled by that demon. He gets thrown out of the room, and he's like, good heavens, this is a little much for me. We're gonna need the big guns. So he leaves, and then Gabriele shows up, So then it's the two of them, and they try to tag team the demon in order to, you know, solve this situation. So Gabriele gets in there and he starts his interrogation, and the demon immediately showcases that he's more powerful than all the other ones Gabriele's seen because he knocks a cross off the wall. Like, I'm so tired of seeing that in horror movies where, like, this really powerful demon can only do, like, a couple of trivial things like blow over a vase or move a chair slightly or throw a bucket of dirt against a wall. It's like, who cares? It's not intimidating. That's fucking embarrassing. But Gabriele's like, oh, jeepers creepers. And then he's like, what's my name? And the demon gets it right. He's like, you're Gabriele Amorth. Then he gets blasted with memories from his past, sins that he hasn't fully forgiven himself for. So there's, like, a moment where he's in a war, and then there's like a lady, and then the demon pukes up a bird, and then Gabriele's like, oh, I'm out of here. So then he fucking waddles out of the room, goes up to the other priest, Thomas, and he's like, okay, that guy means business. So then he instructs Thomas to confess his sins to him so they can't be used against him when they go, talk to the demon again. So Thomas is like, all right, it's been 8 months since I went to confession, and he starts to confess his sins. And Gabriele's like, 8 months? Okay, this is going to take too long. He's like, okay, Lord, all of his sins are forgiven. He's very sorry, trust me. So he literally uses a cheat code to forgive his sins on behalf of God, which I thought was, like, almost disrespectful. It's like, what the fuck? Can you do that? Like, are you allowed to do that? Like, do you have the power to just say, like, all of his sins are forgiven without him actually confessing it? It's like, damn, that was weird. He had no interest at all in hearing, like, the sins he was going to confess to. He's just like, yeah, whatever, you're fucking good. Literally just gives him the stamp of approval, and he's like, alright, time to go. And when they get into the room, unsurprisingly, the first thing the demon does is show Thomas his sins that he has clearly not been absolved of. It looks like Gabriele didn't have the authority to do that, so he immediately just gets blasted with his sins, and the demon calls him Panty Sniffer. He says that he fucks the daughters of members of his congregation. And then this makes Thomas very upset that he'd mentioned that. So Thomas goes over to him, the child that's possessed by the demon, and two hands strangles him and shakes him like Homer Simpson strangling Bart. It was so goofy. And Gabriele's like, please, Thomas, no, don't do it. That's what he wants. As the child's like, getting fucking strangled by Thomas. That was a good fucking silly scene. But after that, then the demon laughs and then he targets Gabriele. And he's like, you know what I want to do, Gabriele? I want to fuck you. I want to fuck you so hard that when you start coming, you're going to feel ashamed by the release. I'm not kidding. That was his statement. Like, when asked about his main goal, it was to fuck Gabriele. And not, like, in a literal sense, to fuck Gabriele, at least from the way he was speaking about it. Which was jarring to hear that. It was so weird. It was so fucking weird. And then they start trying to get, like, the religious artifacts out on him, like, the power of Christ compels you type shit. And it's not working. The demon then turns off the lights, which for some reason makes them stop immediately. And I'm kind of just giving you, like, an overall plot summary of everything that happens here, but I want to stress, and I can't stress enough how there is at no point any attempt to even build tension or show you unnerving things or make anything scary. It's like AI generated a script of a horror film without figuring out how to execute on the scares that they're copying from all of the horror films before it. Like, it is so bland. But anyway, after the lights go out, Gabriele and Thomas split up. Gabriele then goes outside and notices that there's a seal of the Vatican on, like, a well. So he ties a rope to the top of the well and then his moped and drives it, and then, which, takes the lid off the well. Thomas is still inside, posted up, making sure, like, the demon child's not up to any silly stuff, any fishy business. But then things start popping off. The mom has, like, a giant arm come over her while she's sleeping, and I don't even know how she's able to even, like, fucking find the time to go to sleep with the demon child always yelling and screaming and, like, throwing things around the room. Well, that's an exaggeration. Knocking things around the room lightly. But she's, like, in bed trying to sleep, and then a giant hand comes over her face and drags her into the mattress slowly. And then the daughter, who's in her rebellious stage, is trapped in a closet with, like, a bunch of, like, scratches going across the wood next to her. And Thomas is there, and he, approaches the demon about it, like, stop it, demon. And then the demon bites his ear, like full-blown Mike Tyson bites a piece of his ear, and Thomas is like, oh my, you didn't just do that.
Like, he didn't yell or scream or anything. He gets his ear bitten off, and he just looks more like inconvenienced than anything. He's like, ugh, there goes a piece of my ear. Zoinks. God damn it. And then he just, like, walks back out. So Gabriele then realizes that there's a lot more at play here than they originally thought. There's a bigger mystery afoot now that he's opened this well, and he sees a bunch of, like, skeletons. And then he drops a piece of fire paper in there to see how deep the well goes, which of course causes it to erupt like a goddamn volcano again, just like what happened with the glory hole. And then Gabriele rushes back in, sees all the chaos. He pulls the mom out from the bed, and then he opens the closet door where the daughter was getting attacked by little scratches, and he's like, "This is not a good place to do that, so please stop. Cease that foolishness." And the demon stops, and then the girl leaves the closet. And then we have the most generic plot device when it comes to horror films ever. Gabriele reveals that all they need to do in order to save the day is learn the demon's name. This is something that has been used in every fucking horror movie that deals with demons or possession since the beginning of fucking time. It is so lazy and boring, but that's the major plot point. It's them then needing to find out what the demon's name is. So they start exploring. They also confront the demon again, who reveals what his real plot was: to possess Gabriele. He didn't want to just possess the family, he wanted Gabriele. So they're exploring the premises. They eventually find that glory hole and they bust it open. They go inside the area. Turns out it's a catacombs where there's a bunch of these skeletons all over the place. And then while this is happening, the like super high tier bishop, like max level bishop that sent Gabriele here in the first place, then starts having a panic attack. He's like, "It's worse than we thought." He read like a letter or something from like a book of reports that they keep getting about the situation. He's like, "Oh my goodness." So he starts freaking out. He's like, "Ah." And then he has like a little mini heart attack. He ends up in the hospital. And as they're exploring the catacombs, they're learning like, wow, this dates back like fucking 400 years ago. Like, this demon's been around for a long time, and the Vatican tried to seal it off and cover it up. And then while that's going on, the priest is laying, like the high bishop is laying in bed, surrounded by some of the priests that were part of like the religious legal proceeding. And then he pulls off his oxygen mask and just pukes up blood on one of them. So I guess he was starting to get like possessed too to some level, or he was really just stressed out about the situation. But they eventually find this almost ritualistic chamber. I can't remember exactly what it was for, but it has like a torture device in there. It also then has like what was a very strong priest back in the day on like a throne, and they read his diary, and in that diary they learn the demon's name. It's Asmodeus, and he can possess a lot of different people. He's like a fucking puppet master. And Aaron, I saw this with Aaron as well as Ridley, Eli, and Tiana. Aaron made a great point. If the whole thing is you only need the demon's name in order to win, that super strong priest must have been really lacking. Like, he must have been fucking, overdosing on Xanax or something and really dropped the ball, because he literally had Asmodeus' name not only written down in the diary or written down in the book, but had a full fucking picture, hand-drawn painting with like a stylized Asmodeus name under there. So like the name was readily available, and was still unsuccessful in the exorcism and saving the day. So that guy must have fucking sucked. He must have been terrible at his job. So they learned the demon's name is Asmodeus. As they learn that, one of the other priests that was really mean to Gabriele walks through and sees that the Lord on the crucifix is bleeding a little bit, and he's like, "No!" And then he takes a sabbatical and leaves for some reason. So now they have the demon's name. They then confront the demon. They're trying to like win, but the demon, starts possessing the daughter. He still has the son. He's like writing things on his chest like, "God isn't here. God is not welcome. No God allowed. This is a demons only club." And he's like, strangling someone with Thomas with his tie. The demon girl that he's now possessed is like slapping the mom around. And then Gabriele, in order to stop the madness, is like, "All right, fine, just possess me." So he does. Asmodeus then possesses Gabriele. His plan was to infiltrate the Vatican in order to cause mayhem and wreak havoc. And so he goes downstairs into the throne room and he grabs a giant scepter, and Thomas walks in like the fucking action movie hero. And then he sees the girl that he fucked from the congregation.
She's got like her titties out and shit and starts fighting. They get into a fist fight. She's covered in blood. Gabriele is still trying to fight back against Asmodeus, but it's not winning. Thomas then has like this little coin or something that he pushes on the forehead of the girl, which blows her up, literally insta-gibs her like it's Team Fortress 2. And then Gabriele's in like a one-on-one battle with the demon. I also totally forgot a core component here because I'm getting lost in the sauce explaining it. But one of Gabriele's big sins that the demon keeps showing him is a long time ago, there was a lady who they thought was possessed. Gabriele went there and learned it wasn't a possession, it was a mental illness. She was just talking about like sexual abuse, trauma and stuff, and Gabriele's like, I'm not really equipped to handle that. And then she bit the head off of a bird in front of him, and he's like, yeah, this is just mental illness. And then she ends up killing herself right in front of him, and Gabriele feels immense regret for not helping her and working on the mental health side of exorcisms. So that's why he swore to like do that from that point forward, but he never forgave himself. So the demon's showing him that, and then after Thomas blows up that girl, they also, the sound effect they used for the blowing up was fucking fantastic. I'm actually pretty sure it came straight from Counter-Strike after you armed the bomb. It sounded outrageous. So after that, Gabriele is wrestling with that girl, shaking her around, and then Thomas throws him like a powerful religious artifact, and he fucking sticks it on her head, throws her into like this pit of water, and then starts reading the demon's name to it and vanquishing it to hell, and saves the day. Family's safe, demons back in hell, and then we have the ending of the film, which once again brought it back to a silly bad state, where the high bishop that puked blood, I guess, is totally fine now. You know, maybe that's just something he does when he's stressed out, I guess, but like he wasn't even possessed or anything. He's just like totally fucking fine. The other priest that took a sabbatical gets replaced, and then they bring in Thomas and Gabriele, and they're like, yeah, this was a serious situation, but it's 1 of 200. You've only solved 1 out of 200. There's still 199 more to go. Are you willing to take up the task? Like actual Marvel Avengers Nick Fury recruiting them level shit. And Thomas is like, let's get to business. And Gabriele reaches back for a handshake and says, let's go to hell. And that's where it ends. Literally setting it up for sequels, like a fucking Men in Black style universe for this, where they're just going to different places and performing exorcisms. So that was the whole film in a nutshell. The reason I wanted to explain all of it is because explaining it makes it sound far more fun shitty than it is. Everything I explained in theory is fun bad, but in execution is fucking awful. I don't really know what the purpose of this movie was, because like I said, it doesn't even really try to be scary or unnerving. It's actually just kind of a genuine waste of time. There are entertaining moments, like I said, there are times where it is goofy, fun, bad, but that's not the overall experience with the film. Like, there were times where we laughed at the silliness, but most of the time it was just sitting there in silence, wasting time watching it. It just didn't do anything in general. Like, it just didn't do anything. It was just kind of a fucking mess of a film where it had like DNA of all of the horror films before it, but didn't even bother to execute it in any meaningful way. It didn't even try. Like, it literally feels like they didn't try at all. That just they had some kind of contractual obligation to fulfill, so they just fucking pooped this out as quickly as possible. It really seemed like it was very rushed. But yeah, I wanted to talk about it because I was very excited to see this movie. I've talked about it on stream a few times about how like I'm really confident that this will be a fun bad movie, and I was just wrong. It really wasn't fun bad at all. So yeah, I just kind of want to talk about it a little bit and rant. That's about it. So yeah. I'm sure all of you know that Dr. Disrespect has been working on a game for quite some time right now. And that's pretty exciting, until I feed you the poison here. I'm about to roofie your drink with this one. It's not just a game, it's a crypto-based game. It has a very strong NFT component to it. In fact, it seems like NFTs are the focal point of the game. That's the number one thing they've been mentioning in regards to this project. So it's a play-to-earn experience, and these buzzwords, NFT, play-to-earn, crypto, are beyond detrimental to the hype of any project in 2023. People run away faster when they hear NFT than if they had heard someone shout bomb in an airport. It is a very negative implication when that word's tossed around because it's become so synonymous with scams and people losing their money or getting deceived by NFTs in the crypto space. So people have been dunking on Dr. Disrespect for his inclusion of NFTs in the game. And there's a lot I'd like to talk about with this. So to quickly give you a brief lore recap, the game is called Dead Drop. Dr. Disrespect is spearheading the operation. And fundamentally, it is a Tarkov-style shooter, as I understand it, where when you drop into the game, you can find NFTs in the world, and if you extract with those NFTs, you can then turn around and sell them on the blockchain, so you can make legitimate money through playing the game. It's a free-to-play game, and you don't have to use it as like a money-making thing, but you can. The concept is cool, but I'm sure a lot of you that have your thinking caps on may have already identified a glaring issue with the entire core idea of it. But before really diving into the meat of it, I'd like to at least say, I always appreciate and applaud creators who go into different areas and try and create bigger things and make wild content, big projects. I always think that's great. And I'll shamelessly plug real quick, speaking of creators doing bigger projects, Godslap, issue 3's out right now. Issue 3 just dropped, baby. It's available at godslapbook.com. Also, issue 1 and 2 are of course still for sale there, and we got the 2 variant covers for issue 3 as well. So issue 3's out, go get it, godslapbook.com, baby. Read the best comic ever made. So I'm happy Dr. Disrespect is making this game, and I don't think it's going to turn out to be a scam. Hopefully this statement doesn't age like festering dog shit in 2 years when the game drops or whenever, but I just can't imagine that he would blatantly scam his audience because it would be career suicide. And I just feel like there's no way he wouldn't recognize this. It really feels like he wanted to set out to create like a really unique game and experience, but overlooked a lot of obvious problems that'll come from this. So let's talk about it. He posted this tweet a couple days ago. Imagine trying to extract with an item you discovered worth $100,000 on the chain. Think about the entertainment value as a viewer, let alone player. A new PvP experience is upon us. The concept of digital collectibles in an online game is so exciting to me, especially an extraction type of game. People saying scam and are just brain-dead headline followers. Same people that spend a ton on skins for an annual release game. Same skins everyone has too. Now, let's really peel apart this onion here. You've got to be huffing a fucking unreal amount of shungite to think for even 1 second with $100,000 on the line in your game that people won't cheat. Cheating is going to be a full-time occupation. It will become a real job to cheat in his game if there are items worth up to $100,000. Even if the items only go up to like $500, it'd be stupid not to cheat. You get cheats for fucking $10 and then try and steal items off players that are worth hundreds. It's a no-brainer. And in the crypto space, this is very common with something like Axie Infinity. Axie Infinity is a play-to-earn crypto game where the more you play, the more money you can earn. And do you know what's happened? It's become an absolute goddamn fucking disgusting, yucky cesspool of cheating, exploitation. There is an entire market for people paying less than a minimum wage overseas to have workers full-time grind Axie Infinity for them so they can make money off of it through the game. And not only that, they had this big hack where they lost $600 million. I'm going to say hack in air quotes here. I'm using that term real loosey-goosey because it's a very shady situation. They just so happen to get hacked and lose $600 million in the process. So more like Haxie Infinity, am I right? And this is a game worth billions. Meanwhile, Dr. Disrespect does not have billions behind his game. So how the fuck is he going to prevent something like that from happening in his? The point is, in the play-to-earn space, there is a lot of bad actors. In fact, there aren't any normal players left, really, for like Axie Infinity, for example. I'm sure there's like a couple pockets, a couple of holdouts, people playing for fun, but it's very rare. It is mainly just this stinky vehicle for exploitation and making money off the play-to-earn model with as little effort as possible. It's pretty gross. So that is absolutely going to be the case in Dr. Disrespect's game, where the only people playing are going to be the ones exploiting it for money-making purposes. Dr. Disrespect seems to believe that because it's free to play, and will hopefully be fun to play, it'll incentivize players to hop in the crucible with their boys, normal gamers like you and me, red-blooded, Gabe Newell worshiping gamers. They're going to be the ones playing my game, not these cheaters and these people looking to abuse our system. When that's just absolute wishful thinking. That is a pipe dream. You have to be Kegeling Shungite to really think that's going to be the core player base for a project like this. With a $100,000 fucking golden snitch on the line, $100,000 real world schmeckles, do you really think that Darren and the boys on the JV football squad are going to be hopping in to try and duke it out on the battleground to fight for that legitimately with honor? Absolutely not. It is going to be cheaters. And since it's an extraction type game, if the normal players happen to be the one to find the item, the cheaters are going to be the one to come around, kill them, and take the item and then extract before you ever even have a chance to fight back or do anything about it. And since it's on the blockchain, it's immutable. You can't really uncheat it. You can't funge the unfungible, goddammit. The non-fungible will stay non-funged. Like, it's a problem that you won't have a solution to. There isn't a single AAA gaming developer out there right now that has solved cheating. Every single developer has cheaters. Billions and billions of dollars go into anti-cheating and to prevent cheaters because it ruins communities and it ruins the longevity of a game. If there's a lot of cheaters, people will stop playing the game because the cheaters push them out. No one's been able to solve that issue. What chance does Dr. Disrespect Studio have of making sure no cheaters exist here? And with this kind of money on the line, can you imagine the frustration, the misery, and the unbearable sinking feeling of finding an expensive item only to have it taken from you by someone that's playing unfair? It's an experience that is going to be completely new here. He's not wrong. This will be a new PvP experience, but it's the worst possible one because you won't be able to combat cheaters. It just can't happen. People are cheating all the time in every game where it doesn't even matter. Games that don't even have like a ranking system or a leaderboard or anything, people still cheat in. Can you imagine how many people are going to cheat in a game where you're literally incentivized to do so monetarily? It's going to be non-stop. You won't have normal players because they're going to be pushed out by the bad actors that are playing the game for nefarious purposes and just greed, playing it to make that money, so they're doing everything possible to cheat and get those items to sell for money. Now let's take for example a game like Counter-Strike, where you can make like an actual full-time living through selling skins in that game. But the difference is, you're not actually earning the skins in-game. You're not competing over the same skin in a match, right? So you're not having to worry about cheaters, which there are a ton of cheaters in Counter-Strike, obviously, but they're not cheating in order to get skins through playing the game. Whereas here, the thing you're competing for is literally real-world money. So it's completely different. The way you make money in Counter-Strike is you're getting cases, you're getting keys, and you're hoping that you get good rolls on your skin, or you're doing some other shady shit under the table for skins, but you're never actually earning them in the game itself through playing against other players, whereas here, you're going head-to-head for those NFTs that are worth the money. It's a completely different landscape. And when asked why he's chosen to have it be blockchain-stored digital items as opposed to a server-side storage like CSGO, he replied saying that he likes the idea of having the digital collectibles have functionality in a different game that comes out 7 years later. That is a cool idea, long-term functionality of the things that you've collected, albeit it is a little unrealistic to assume that whatever you collect in Dead Drop right now will somehow still be able to be implemented in future projects without knowing what those projects are. The developers are going to have to program those things in. It's not just going to be able to slide over. Like, let's say you collect a gun in Dead Drop 2, or in Dead Drop, but the next game they make is a fucking hack-and-slash folk rhythm game. How the fuck is that gun that you've collected in Dead Drop going to somehow make its way into that game? They need to program it, right? That's a lot of development heavy lifting to implement 7-year-old items into a modern game that they're working on that there's really no crossover and probably no actual usage for. But it is a cool idea, and let's say they do decide that it's worth that time investment. This is an idea that can completely work without the blockchain entirely. We'll use Counter-Strike as another easy example. If I wanted my CSGO skins to translate over to CSGO 2 that comes out 7 years from now or whatever, they can deem it worth it to program a way of having those skins be in CSGO 2. It would just take development effort, just like it would in the NFT example. Like, the blockchain just provides the receipts to verify who owns what, but you can verify that outside of the blockchain too. You'd verify my CSGO skins right now for CSGO 2, be like, okay, he owns this, this, and this, and here's what we've done to program them into CSGO 2. Like, you don't need it to be NFTs. It can exist without it. Overall, I don't think this game is a designed scam. This isn't Dr. Disrespect trying to fuck his audience or anything. I really think He wanted to create something special and very ambitious. And he liked the idea, as most people would, of being able to play a game and make a living through playing that game. Like, who doesn't love that as a concept? But all of this assumes that everyone's going to be playing fair. And when it comes to money, when you're putting monetary value on the hours you play that game and the items you find, people are going to take the easiest path to get that money. And it'd be stupid not to, honestly, with $100,000 on the line for some of these items, apparently. Everyone is going to be trying to cheat to get those items. No one's going to be trying to play legitimately to obtain that level of wealth. And I don't blame them for wanting to cheat for that. That's a life-changing amount of money in this game. But yeah, anyway, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because it's clearly a huge issue with the project entirely. And I haven't seen a great explanation for how they plan on combating the cheating that would come from all of this. So it seems like an impossible task to ensure no cheaters exist in a game like this. But anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Over the last week or so, I've been hearing a lot about a company called DKOldies. They also have an extremely successful YouTube channel with nearly 1 million subs, and the business is based around selling retro gaming. So they sell old consoles, old games, just anything and everything related to old school gaming, because everyone likes to relive their childhood to some extent, whether it's playing old games you experienced as a kid, or having that old console that you grew up with the classics on. Nostalgia is a very powerful, fun, and beautiful thing. Well, actually, not really beautiful. Hold the beautiful on that burger, because usually when I get nostalgic, I just end up feeling sad, recognizing that I'm getting old now, and everything's changing. I can't move around as quickly as I once could. If I'm going downstairs and I miss a step, I end up hurting myself and pulling something. Time is progressing faster. Everything's going to turn to dust eventually. We're getting off track. Point is, they sell retro gaming equipment. And over the last week or so, they've been getting dunked on like it's fucking All-Star Weekend in the NBA. Everyone's been calling them a scam, whether that's YouTubers talking about their business and reviewing their products, or very upset customers that are dissatisfied with their purchases. A lot of people have come forward accusing them of being fraudulent or scammers. Now, I didn't know a whole lot about this situation until recently. I was under the impression that the big controversy was around their prices, because DKOldies' prices are significantly higher than pretty much anyone else in the market. They have, on average, the highest price compared to the competition, but I don't think a high price necessarily makes them a scam by default. But after learning more about the situation, they make claims saying that they refurbish their consoles that they're selling. And there's a lot of evidence to suggest they don't. At least they don't refurbish all of them. So a lot of YouTubers have reviewed some of these consoles that DKOldies sells, and they're covered in dirt, grease, and all kinds of shit, like very yucky stuff where it's clearly not refurbished. One of them even had just actual damage on it to one of the ports. They are still functional, but they aren't refurbished, because refurbishing refers to like cleaning, repairing, like all of that is part of being refurbished, where most of them just aren't. At least not the ones that have been documented, and not the ones people are talking about having purchased from DKOldies. So I just wanted to go over this and take a look for myself if it really is a scam. I investigated it a bit on stream, so you can watch me learn about it in real time and form your own opinion on the DKOldies business. I think the word scam is overused. DKOldies clearly communicates the goods and services they provide and how much that costs. Yes, it's more expensive, but it has a market for people that want to get restored or authentic products and not deal with the sketchiness of eBay and Craigslist buys. Retro market is flooded with knockoffs, and certain people are just willing to pay more to not deal with that. Yeah, like I said, I don't know shit about the DKOldies situation. I really don't. This DKOldies Wii isn't refurbished.
Buy a console.
Is this a... So one of the main critiques I've seen about them is their prices are absurd in comparison to the others. Is this a bad price for this? I don't know. I don't know this secondary retro market or anything. So is this like super expensive? Nintendo Wii video game consoles for sale on eBay. Let's sort by... So there's some here for 40... So it looks like between 40 and 50, 40 and 60. Here's another one for 60. So this seems a little higher than like the lowest on eBay. Because it seems like it's somewhere in this general ballpark, but this is definitely on like the upper end of it. Though I am curious why it says like 120 and then crossed out and you save $60. Is it normally 120? No one is buying the cosmetically flawed one. There's an option for the good condition that's 120. Okay, so if you went to good condition here, it would go to 120. I will say though, if it normally is 120, because if it is normally 120, that is very high in comparison to what I'm seeing on the eBay listings here. Because the ones on eBay are not the cosmetically flawed. These are just like the normal, good condition Wii's. Some of them are even bundled and they're like 50, 55 bucks. This one's 59 and it's the full Wii bundle. So that would be quite high.
And I didn't say a word.
Oh, I completely agree. eBay, it's always a coin toss if you're actually just getting fucking scammed. 100%. But I was just looking at all of the different prices there, just to get like a general range of what they normally go up for. I have to imagine if you did buy one of those, it'd come with like fucking piss stains on it or something gross.
Also, I'm not sure if you can see, but there is a lot of gunk in the fan. We might just have to open this up. Alright, I say we go ahead and boot it up and
That's
see
just
if
part
it
of the
works.
cosmetic
Well, it
flaw.
boots up. Pictures and videos I will show on the screen. First, the biggest problem was the fan. There
Jesus
was
Christ.
so much
Oh, wow, that's
disgusting
pretty
gunk on
yucky.
there. It could've, should've, and says it was clean. It wasn't. I went ahead and cleaned it. Now the weird thing is, I saw that gunk before I even opened the Wii. So did they not see it? I don't know. And then after that, the case had a lot of dust and some dirt in it. I then cleaned that out. And the Wii wasn't actually very dirty inside.
That's
but
good.
you can tell it was not cleaned or even opened. Which is totally fine. But if you're not going to open it, just don't say that you are and that you're cleaning them if you're not going to do that. People on eBay don't always clean out the consoles. People in other shops don't always clean them out. But the difference is they don't say that they're going to do that. Now, once again, when I opened the Wii,
Okay, so it seems like it's
We're
just
all-
not
yeah, but
really
okay, once again-
refurbished, but it's in a working condition. So then it seems like the big issue is they're saying they did something that they're not. At least not in this case. Maybe this was like some kind of special exception where they just made a big blunder, but yeah, it seems like this is pretty common. I imagine it's going to be much of the same story, right?
I bought a refurbished backwards compatible PS3 from DKOldies for $400, and in this video, we're going to take an in-depth look at this.
Is that price seems kind of high for a PS3. I've definitely seen those for cheaper. I recently bought a where is it? I don't remember where I put it. I recently bought like a 360 because Jackson and I were doing that achievement competition. It was far from being in the hundreds of dollar range. I think it was like $100 in total, and that shit works perfectly, and it came with all the cords, cables, and everything. Let's see what these normally go for. Again, this is eBay, so you could be getting scammed getting these, but the range is from like $95 on the low end. Let me sort. Let me do like a sorting to make this easier. Literally the highest one is 280.
Reverse compatible.
That's actually the exact one that I still pulled up here, which is the most expensive one in the refurbished PS3 market on eBay, and it's listed at 280. The second highest one for reference is the exact same thing for 205. So the 280 one's even still an outlier.
Another third-party controller. I mean,
Huge.
$400 for a backwards compatible PS3, cosmetically flawed, and you give me a third-party controller.
That's a cool... Wait, what is that? That's a cool controller. That looks like some shit straight out of the 90s. Wow, look at that puppy. Please do not tell me that if you do good condition, it's 600. Alright, I'm starting to see a lot of the outrage around the prices. That is... I understand charging more for the security of it. Like, hey, you're absolutely going to get what we're telling you're going to get, even though it's looking a little skeptical even in that department. But that security's not worth $400 extra on the market norm. You can buy a new PS5 for like $500. Well, I don't know about that. Maybe you can.
Something like that, but like the pictures show a DualShock 3. There's no option to choose between a DualShock 3 and a third-party controller.
Yeah, this does
They
not
just say
look good.
Compatible, kind of make you think you're gonna get a good controller, and then they send you, you know, that the DualShock 3 that I got. I have a warranty sticker from DKOldies in place of the old warranty seal. I don't know that they can actually enforce that these days. But oh, and there's our cosmetic flaw. Nice.
Hey, now it's fixed. It's good condition now.
Here on the back, as you can see, well,
The
I can't see
plastic's
it too
impossible
dirty
to
yet, but
clean.
It's very,
Well, I don't think anyone's expecting them to magically erase fucking whatever this is, cat scratch marks all over it. But what do you open up there and showing all the dust when this is supposed to be a refurbished and cleaned model or whatever? Like, that's, you can absolutely clean fucking dust, right? Like, that's pretty easy. I can clean dust, and I'm a goddamn idiot.
see what it looks like. All right, guys, time for the big reveal. I got all the screws all the way off and see what it looks like inside. Oh man.
Wow, factory new.
Oh no way.
That's fresh.
Dude, I have no words. It actually looks better on camera than in person. Like in person, every single inch of this is covered in dirt, and this is. And dang, that's what this is
Okay,
about.
so I think I've seen enough here. I think I now have a better understanding of exactly what's going on. So not only are their prices outrageous, they are clearly not refurbishing them. It seems like their process is just confirming if it works and nothing else, and then just calling it refurbished. So they upgrade to the latest system software, or they'll do like a full factory reset of it, and then just make sure that the games can work on it, it doesn't crash, and that's it. And then they do a huge absurd markup without ever actually cleaning them. So my 360, I got this 2 years ago, 90 bucks. So Smash is starting. All right, I'll swap. Hold on, though. I want to see what this goes for on DKOldies. Ooh, the exact one. The exact one at 240. Ooh. Oh, actually, never mind. Marked down to 195. It's the exact one. Oh no! Hold on. That's the bigger one. So that was the 250. I see. The 4 gigabyte one is 150. That's it. That's no good. That's no good. That's big stinky. Uh-oh. Yeah, here. That's the exact one, and I got it for 90 at my local shop. And as for if it's refurbished or not, they actually, so at this shop, they don't even claim it's refurbished. But just looking over it right now, I don't even see any dust, and I've had this for 2 years now, so even if there was dust, I'd be like, yeah, it sounds about right. But like, it's pretty spotless, like, looking through the vents and shit. Looks nice. It's not even cosmetically flawed. There's no scratches on it or anything. 90 bucks. So I saved myself 70 bucks instead of going to DKOldies for it. Well, I still would like to see their side.
Every day, tons of new collections get sold to us here at DKOldies. Let's take a look at this one, for example, and let's check out everything that has to happen to this Wii before we can list it for sale and it finds a new home.
And then it's shipped to customers like that.
And while it's open, he'll blow out any dust or debris that may be inside.
Yeah, so this is not exactly... I see what they're going to do. They're just going to walk through the process and say it's done like this for all of them, even though there's clear evidence that that's not the case for every single one of them. I see. Like I said, it seems like they prioritize like the fact that it works, which is good. I haven't seen a case where it just doesn't work, but it's also not getting like legitimately refurbished. So this one's getting cleaned, it seems, but all of the other examples we saw, they didn't get cleaned. And I would like to see them explain the pricing. I'm very curious on why it's so high. Yeah, so it's not exactly a response. It's, hey, we do this. Here's an example of us doing it for one console.
Then she'll make sure the Wii has the 2 doors that go on it.
Without addressing all of the very real evidence for ones that weren't refurbished.
Okay, now that it's been tested, repaired, and cleaned, it's ready to be listed for sale on the website while it awaits its new home.
I didn't realize how big this business was. They have almost 1 million subs and it's a corporate account. Like, that's actually extremely impressive, so I see why this became such a big deal. A couple months ago, one of the best journalists on the planet, who also happens to be a YouTuber, got his house firebombed due to his investigations into a large network of corruption in Australia. I really do mean those words earnestly. Journalism is in such a poor spot right now. Modern journalism has about as much respect as the bronies did during the early 2010s. You remember that community of adults that used to jerk off to My Little Pony? In fact, I would argue that people have more respect for them than a lot of journalists these days, and rightfully so. It's an industry that thrives off of just feeding shit into the mouths of everyone that happens to come across their headlines. They're either writing meaningless articles, not focusing on anything important, writing blatant lies about shit, or just generating their own controversies to farm rage bait clicks from people just to drive traffic to their site. I'm sure you're tired of me whining about this one example I'm about to use because I've used it like 20 fucking times now, but I just think it's perfect to encapsulate what I'm talking about. There is an article Kotaku published proudly where it was all about the author mishearing a lyric in a Super Smash Bros. Song and thinking they heard a slur, so they wrote a whole article attacking Nintendo for it and demanding an apology and a response. Like, that is just the perfect example for what I'm talking about. I'm already getting lost in the sauce talking about this again and ranting. The reason I'm even mentioning it is because Friendly Jordies does real, meaningful journalism. One of the very few in the field that does. He's a political commentator, a YouTuber, and a comedian, and he combines all of these into extremely hard-hitting investigations into corruption in the government, and he presents all of the information factually, with sources, with evidence, and delivers it in extremely entertaining ways. So it's palatable to anyone, even if you're not in Australia, it gets you educated and it entertains you. It is just the perfect blend of everything you could ever want from a journalist, really. And for all of his hard work, his life gets threatened. He is doing all of this at great personal risk to his own safety. His fucking house got firebombed, and the list of suspects that it could be is super long. He came back recently after a 2-month break on YouTube to update everyone on what's going on with that whole situation, and he laid out the entire timeline of events for all of the enemies he's made that could have been responsible for this firebomb attack on his house. This attempt on his life could have been made by a lot of very powerful people that Jordies has exposed and dropped very important information on over the years, and I highly, highly recommend watching his entire video going over all of it. Of course, the link is going to be in the description below. I'd like to briefly give you a summation of some of the possible suspects here in this little murder mystery whodunit. He compared this whole situation to Knives Out, and he's absolutely right. This is a wild web of fucking supervillains that are after him, potentially. He's got like the entire fucking Naruto Akatsuki hunting him down. And by far the biggest clown, but also the biggest, most powerful person in that group is John Barilaro, the former Deputy Premier of New South Wales, whom has come after Jordies many times and even cites Jordies as the reason he stepped down from his position, the most powerful position in New South Wales, because of their YouTube beef and Jordies' content insulting him and exposing him. John Barilaro has some very scary connections that could have been used here that led to this whole situation, and Friendly Jordies does highlight all of these possibilities. But of course, he's far from the only one. Jordies has exposed corruption at every level, so the list of enemies is longer than the terms of service to signing up to iTunes. But I would like to highlight 2 others. One of them is an extremely powerful gambling company that Jordies has talked about and dropped very important information regarding. And another one is an organized crime ring. I'm not going to go too in-depth on those 2 yet. I highly recommend you watch Jordies' video talking about why these are very possible suspects in this firebombing on his residence. But I would like to show you a few clips from the video, mainly ones that are poking fun at John Barilaro, going over the history between the two, and just kind of pointing and laughing at this absolute goober. But it is a very serious situation, and somehow Jordies has unbreakable, indomitable spirit and will. Because even though his life has been threatened, and keep in mind, that firebombing, it was twice. At first, they firebombed his neighbor thinking it was his house, but when they realized it wasn't his house, they came back and fucking firebombed him again. So, his life, very real danger, and he still is making the decision to stay and fight against corruption. There is nothing more admirable or brave. Like, he is exactly what journalists should aspire to be. And he still somehow delivers content that is so entertaining and so good. I don't know how he does it without just like chewing on his fucking fingernails in fear every day. Absolute goddamn Australian hero.
In what I now know was a premeditated attack that at best was intended to terrify me and at worst was intended to kill me.
I would say it was probably intended to kill you. Like, throwing a firebomb at the house and actually setting the house on fire is less of like an intimidation tactic and more of an attempted murder, I would say. But I feel like in his position, he's got to be very careful with the words he chooses because he's constantly in the crosshairs of every single authority in Australia because he exposes so much corruption. But yeah, this is very much a step above an intimidation tactic. An intimidation tactic is if you had like someone come to your house dressed as a construction worker, but then it was actually a lawyer serving you like a fucking lawsuit. That's an intimidation tactic. This is some like hitman shit.
The night that happened, I was supposed to be sleeping here. I didn't even have smoke alarms. So there's a very good chance that if I was, I could have ended up like the content you're watching right now. Fire. But I wasn't here because that week I was performing my live show in Melbourne and I forgot my keys while I was down there. So there, criminals outwitted. It reminds me of that quote.
He's 2 steps ahead.
Then the enemy certainly can't anticipate our future actions. So I was sleeping somewhere else that night.
That's such a beautiful line too. That's always the cliche on how they beat like an overpowered villain in an anime or some shit who can see into the future. We'll have no plan and we'll wing it. Unpredictability is our best friend.
Here, and it is too big of a jump to go from beating a cameraman in public to firebombing a house.
That is a big jump, but you're also giving him a lot of credit here with beating a cameraman. This cameraman is fending off this overgrown baby with ease. Like, this is pretty sad for John Barilaro here. It's like that, like an older brother putting their hand on the head of the younger brother as he's throwing punches that are missing. And he's holding like a 30-pound camera on his shoulder.
John Barilaro had this palatial multi-million-dollar estate that he Airbnb'd as a side hustle to his other gig, being the leader of a state. This is the dumbest thing you could do, right? Like, especially since the other half of the time, it's not Airbnb, that's where he lives. So we thought, wouldn't it be good if we film a video on the history of all the shitty things he's done, but film it at that Airbnb? Because as you've probably gathered, or haven't because you're that dumb, I'm filming at your estate. And I want you to be the first to know that I f***ed in both your guest houses.
Oh, Stooge, we tracked the video. It's coming from inside the
I don't know if
house.
that's true or not, but that's such a fucking flex. This guy actually sounds unbelievably stupid. Like, legitimately, observably stupid. I am believing 100% that his feelings got hurt because Friendly Jordies made fun of him, and he probably cried. Like, he actually probably did cry and then resign. That's crazy. They came on his pillows. Yeah, maybe. I mean, again, I wasn't there to watch him have sex and pound cheeks at John Barilaro's Airbnb or anything. I'm just going to take his word for it. And even if he didn't, he planted the seed of doubt in his head forever now. The guy that makes fun of him also fucked in his beds. So either way, that's a W.
John was demanding the police conduct a bug sweep of the property. Something that would cost the taxpayers $10
And a blacklight,
Despite
please.
the fact we
We need to know if he
almost
actually
that
fucked
much
here.
to stay at the property. Just imagine how stupid and entitled it is to be Deputy Premier and lease one of your primary residences out to anyone. I never considered doing this before, but say a property developer wants a favour, they could very easily get material to blackmail you.
Hey, I want to pop in here real quick once again to drive home the absolute insanity of this situation. John Barilaro, the most powerful man in New South Wales, was listing his actual primary estate as an Airbnb when he wasn't staying there. That is levels of stupid that not even Saints Row was able to tickle. John Barilaro has the brain of a child still struggling to fit a square into a square hole. I don't know what could have even led to him believing that was a decent idea at all. Like, maybe it's 30, 40 years of eating paint chips and boofing asbestos. Like, I don't know. Like, how he could have thought in his position that listing his actual residency as an Airbnb was smart. As Jordies does list, there was a lot worse shit that could have come from this. Shit could have been planted in his estate that would have got him in huge legal trouble, blackmail, it could have been bugged. Like, there was so much that could have happened here because he lists it as a fucking Airbnb. Honestly, John's lucky Jordies was the one to do this because it could have been so much worse. He got off easy by the only thing scandalous happening in his estate was Jordies slamming ham in his bed. Like, he could have found himself in much, much, much bigger trouble.
In another video, I called Barolaro up and attempted to ask him about allegations surrounding him and extramarital affairs. Turns out, John's intimate relationships would eventually come under scrutiny in a hearing concerning his boss's intimate relationships, but that's a story for another day. I didn't know this at the time, but these videos caused John's office to contact the New South Wales Police Force just days after their release, specifically the Counter-Terrorism and Special Tactics Command.
God, what a flex. You grilled a man's cheeks so hard that he called in the Counter-Terrorism and Special Tactics Command. Fucking Jack Bauer had to be put on your case because you bullied this guy's feelings so hard. Jesus Christ. Now I think he fucked someone that's not his wife. Now, I mean, I know nothing about him or the case, but now because he called in fucking CTU, the Counter-Terrorism Unit, now I think he absolutely cheated on his wife. He went too hard to prove he didn't. Now I feel like he's covering something up. You see, you gotta, there's a fine line between, like, a proper response and an overkill. And when you reach overkill, you're basically already guilty. Oh no, John.
The defamation lawyers draft up this absolutely schizophrenic letter detailing all of John's grievances with the videos I made, including that I called him a greasy little scrotum. He needed to clear the record on that one. Let everyone know that's not true. Go by, and they were pretty quiet.
Seeing insults in writing on a legal document is crazy.
On behalf of a guy that we exposed and made fun of. Oh no. So we've been served. And what they gave us, in my honest opinion, is another whiny crock of shit. That was.
Does he actually have to? So he's been sued a million fucking times. Does he actually ever have to even defend himself, or does it get thrown out pretty quickly? Because this man has collected more lawsuits than I have Pokemon cards at this point, from the feelings he's hurt. Yeah, he's had to defend a few times. Okay. Because, like, I've seen the sheer number of them, and it is overwhelming. But I also know quite a few of them get thrown out. Like, even in the description of this one is being thrown out. So I was just wondering if he ever even had to actually go defend himself, or if they eventually just drop it.
Then on the 4th of June 2021, my producer Christo was walking back from uni.
Oh, I know this one.
Meeting our lawyer Mark that day, so he had the document.
Yeah, this was a big clip when it came out.
They're giving away evidence and trying to run away with it. Yeah?
What's happening? They're just fighting him.
Run off with evidence. Okay? Who are you doing this? You're out with... Jesus Christ.
Where is it? Film this.
Man.
Make sure you don't film it. This is bizarre.
This is not Australia.
Yeah, it's Mark Davis.
Christo was arrested by the Terror Police, specifically the Fixated Persons Unit, charged with 4 counts of stalking and intimidation. So we're now facing criminal charges and a defamation suit.
The guy looks like he got... Well, I mean, in defense of John Barilaro, he literally did kind of get cucked by extension. Because this fucking idiot put his personal residence up as an Airbnb, so friendly Geordies went and had sex there. Like, his estate got cucked. So of course he's going to be sad forever. I'll briefly give a little context here. Geordie's producer got arrested on completely bogus dog shit by the goddamn fucking counter-terrorist unit, like super soldiers meant to actually go after like terrorists and shit, all over fucking hurt feelings, and Geordie's and his team exposing corruption. It's an absolute affront to God. It is just downright wrong and fucked up what happened to Geordie's, his team, and everyone involved here. And that clip you saw is only a brief section of that whole arrest, which was brutal. Like, they roughed him up for no reason. Like, all of it is just foul.
They end up withdrawing the application and paying both Christo and my legal costs of over $20,000.
Hey,
but Christo's
attaboy.
criminal charges still hang over him, and my defo case is still ongoing. During this time, Barilaro also decided to publicly announce his intention to resign from politics, basically saying, I forced him to resign.
The defamation case definitely playing a big part of this.
God, that's so good.
I don't know how many of you can endure what I've endured on online. I feel for young men and women, young boys and girls that get bullied on social media. I feel for them because as a
bro, you are literally the most powerful person in the region, and you're crying about YouTubers making fun of you so much that you're quitting your job. That is the weakest, softest shit of all time. Actual 14-year-olds get bullied harder than you do, and you know what they do? Continue on and move forward. You're the fucking most powerful politician in the region, and you curl up into the little fetal position suckling your thumb because a YouTuber called you a greasy scrotum. That is wild. That is fucking wild. Holy shit. You know what? I actually don't even think it's the mean words that Jordy says against him. I really think when Jordy's fucked at his house because this stupid idiot put his Airbnb or his actual home up for the Airbnb, I think that's what broke him. I think that, like, actually broke his whole soul. I think that was just, like, this big eureka moment where it's like, wow, I'm a fucking idiot. And he couldn't handle the realization. Like, the self-reflection was too much. Overwhelming.
So my legal team launches an application to strike out that claim, opposed again by Barilaro, who fights tooth and nail to keep that claim in and keep his special protections that prevent his own words from being examined in court. And guess what? We lose. The judge rules that it would be more unfair to deprive Barilaro of the right to vindicate his reputation.
What? What is that stance?
Than to make it impossible
That's just
for me
blatant
to
corruption.
defend myself. So I'm basically stuck in...
That needs to be highly scrutinized ASAP. That is so wild. Holy shit. Imagine still being bound by a 1700s ruling to protect a politician from saying something stupid in Parliament. He literally said he can defend himself, but not you. I know.
In late December of 2021, I released a video detailing that I had found an Ashley Madison account linked to John Barilaro's email address and personal details. You know the website that had the slogan,
That's so good.
"Life is short, have an affair." It was hacked a few years ago. I
Yes.
swear to God.
That was
as with
huge.
The rest of this argument, you couldn't make this up.
I can't wait for the reveal, but I just have to once again chime on that. With that Ashley Madison hack, I don't know how many of you remember that. That caused like actual hysteria for maybe like a week. Like on Facebook, like the old gentlemen, they were breaking down like, how could this have happened? The internet is a secure place. My life is ruined. I can't believe it. Like absolutely having this nuclear meltdown because all of their shit was now exposed. It was amazing. It was fucking amazing. Ashley Madison was a place where married men went for cheating on their wife or something. That was the whole shtick. That was the whole basis of the site.
Him because when cameramen went to film him one night regarding this scandal, this happened.
I wonder if that was the woman he met on Ashley Madison or if it was his wife. There's really no telling. Oh, this is the cameraman.
It was a
Hey,
long
come on now.
and...
Please. The cameraman wins this. John took the most damage. John was the one that hit the blast zone here. Cameraman's got 30 pounds of fucking iron on him. And he is still just manhandling John with one arm.
Couldn't work for a while, so we're now using our legal fund to pay for a legal action against John Barilaro on behalf of the camera.
Let's go.
Just a quick
That's so
update.
good.
Days ago, John's charges were dropped on the grounds of mental health.
How? How is that an excuse? Wait, what? Does that work in Australia? So let's say assault and battery, whatever. Like you show evidence like, hey, this is really taking a toll on my mental health. Like I'm really stressed about this, and then be like, oh my god, we're so fucking sorry. Holy shit. Okay, we'll drop the case, please. Take all the time you need to recover from the mental burden of this whole ordeal. Oh my god, wow. Is that just like something you can actually do? Like obviously assault charges are going to be mentally draining, even to, well, especially to the super sensitive
goofball Barolaro. But is that a real defense? Like, my mental health is suffering from this, please drop it. And they'll be like, oh, yes. Well, now that you've said that. It's like in Pirates of the Caribbean with Parlay. If you shout Parlay, they just have to stop everything. No, not a thing. He's just super corrupt. Okay, thank God. I'm happy to hear that. Well, I mean, I'm not happy to hear about the corruption, but I'm glad to hear this isn't like a real tactic you can employ.
Executive Director of large Sydney property development company Coronation Property Co. In August last year, we released an investigation into this developer, which detailed never before published links between them and one of the most violent crime organisations in all of Australian history, the Alameddine crime family, who are in no way suspects in the firebombing. No, not them. I'm sure they all have very credible alibis.
Wow, that's
we
terrifying.
Revealed that Andy DeHaas, the now former enough for Clubs New South Wales to bring a private prosecution against Troy and I. So now I've made even more enemies. The gambling lobby and anyone that would use them to launder money. And Clubs New South Wales rejected him. By the way, this came out on the same day John was saying in court that he was too mentally ill to face his assault charges, but well enough to run Clubs New South Wales, one of the most scrutinised jobs in the country right now.
Well, the thing is, like, assault charges are a scary thing. That's like a mental... ewy. Like, that's yucky. Like, that's... ooh, that doesn't make me feel good. But being in charge of a massive gambling company, that's a yippee kind of feeling. Like, that's two very different sides of, like, the mental spectrum here. So I can totally understand him not wanting to go to court to face the assault charges. That is very stressful. This is pleasure. This is fun. So I get it. I get it, John.
To have me thrown in jail, the 7th richest man in Australia threatening to sue me, numerous other property developers and dodgy bears. I have a longer enemies list than Richard Nixon, so despite having my suspicions, I'm still not completely sure as to who done it. But enough of listing enemies, it's now time for my friends list. First of all, sorry to my neighbours and landlord, and future apology to whoever finds my corpse. It's going to be messy. I'm not going down without a fight. Big thank you, boy.
That's like actually fucking terrifying. Like, he's making light of it, but the enemies that he has listed here are actually fucking horrifying. Like, I can't believe he's still staying in Australia, honestly. I really can't. So, for those that don't remember the situation, I'll quickly let you know. His house got firebombed, but it was actually the second attempt. So they initially firebombed his fucking neighbors, thinking it was his house. And then when they realized it wasn't his house that they fucking firebombed, they came back to try and finish the job. And like he mentioned, the house didn't even have smoke alarms, so like he literally probably would have just died if he was actually home at the time. Because it would have been when he was asleep. And the enemies he's listed here and their connections are very serious. I don't know how he's sitting here and being like okay about it and lucid. What a man's man. The problem as well is people who hear real journalism but don't like the message and reject it. See, like, I don't really subscribe to that belief, because if you look at some of, like, the real journalists that do great work like Jordy's, they are very well received by actual people, not politicians and not the elite. Like, that's how you know it's the sign of, like, good journalism. I never really see pushback when you're met with, like, a real journalist. Alright, it's time to clear out the pool. I'm diving in right away. I know most of you found me thanks to my acting career. I starred in The Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1. I wasn't the lead role, but I was the most important role. I was the glue that held the entire franchise together. My character was District 8 Hospital Helper, a character that is still celebrated and studied extensively in the theatrical arts universities to this day. And this is an old wound, but I'll pour salt in it briefly. I was snubbed for the Oscars that season due to a little behind-the-scenes corruption. I know we can never forget the riots that year due to my absence from the category of Best Actor. District 8 Hospital Helper is still a timeless performance, and I'm getting a bit lost. I don't usually like to bring this up because it feels rather vain and even a little braggadocious to be tooting my own horn and discussing my acting achievements, but the reason I'm mentioning it now is because it's applicable to what I want to talk about today. Hollywood's full of fucking weirdos. Like, straight up, I'm just gonna feed you the vegetables. Hollywood is just fucking evil. There is so much awful shit that goes on in that industry. I don't even know where to begin. Now, this isn't to say that while I was on the set of the Hunger Games for 2 weeks, I noticed terrible things happening to actors or actresses or anything shady, because I didn't. Everyone I met seemed very normal. Jennifer Lawrence asked for my autograph, which I kindly obliged. Nothing really gave me the heebie-jeebies about the experience, but there was one thing that I always found a little fucked up. One of the scenes I was in took place outside at night, and it was very cold that evening. It was like 40 degrees out, and this scene called for rain. So to simulate rain, they had this piping overhead with holes in it that they pumped hose water in, and just had rain pouring on us, and that shit was like ice. It was fucking brutal. And a couple of the older actors that were on set for that scene had to be rushed inside to the tents for emergency warmth due to a hypothermia risk. I've mentioned that on stream before, but it's always just struck me as like a weird thing that could have been handled a little better. It just seemed a little irresponsible. But other than that, I didn't have any like noteworthy bad experience with the whole situation, even though it was a huge Hollywood production. I didn't have fucking Harvey Weinstein in a trench coat come up to me behind one of the tents or anything. Like, it was just a really normal and fun experience. But I'm not stupid enough to think that my one experience in Hollywood is indicative of the industry as a whole. There is an unholy mountain of evidence about the terrible shit that goes on behind the scenes in Hollywood, especially when it comes to like child actors and shit like that. Like, there is so much deplorable garbage that goes on in Hollywood, it makes your head spin. Almost everything you ever read about like the behind the scenes of Hollywood is so fucked up. You have very well respected industry veterans coming forward to highlight some awful shit that's gone on over the years, and that brings us to the clip I'd like to show you today that is the catalyst for me wanting to even talk about the whole subject. This comes from an actress whom you might recognize from her biggest recent role in Stranger Things Season 4, where she played Chrissy. Her real name is Grace Van Dien, and she streams pretty regularly on Twitch under the name Bluefy. A couple days ago, before starting her Valorant stream, she was just talking to chat and mentioned that she's recently turned down 4 acting projects due to a horrible experience or experiences she has had in the industry with her bosses. So I'll go ahead and play you the clip right now. Well, there's a clip that's going viral, but I want to play you the entirety of that section so you get the full context instead of just the 60 seconds.
In the last 2.5 weeks, I've turned down 4 movies. Because here's the thing. I've seen that some people are upset with me for turning down acting projects and deciding to stream more, but the fact of the matter is the last few projects I've worked on, I didn't have the best experiences with some of the people I had to work for, and with streaming, I get to choose who I hang out with, who I talk to, etc., etc. Yeah. One of the last movies I did, one of the producers asked me to, like, he hired a girl that he was sleeping with, and then he had her ask me to have a threesome with them. So, like, that's my boss. And then I didn't, and I cried, and I was so upset. But it's like, when people are like, how is streaming better for your mental health? That's how. I get to stay inside my home and play video games, and I don't have my boss asking me to have sex with them. So that's how this is better for my mental health.
That's absolutely horrible to hear, and it also really fucking sucks that I'm not even surprised to hear it. With all of the information that surfaced about the behind the scenes with these Hollywood elites, the amount of exploitation, especially sexual exploitation in the industry, is just completely unforgivable. And just judging from her story, it feels like this wasn't the producer's first rodeo doing this, of trying to solicit sex out of his employees, or try and coerce employees into sexual encounters. It seems like by having the girl that he hired to fuck be the one to ask her. It was supposed to be like this layer of like plausible deniability. So if Grace did speak out, he'd be like, oh, whoa, no, I would never do that. That was that girl. She's a real loose cannon. That wasn't me. Absolutely not. And now you're blacklisted in Hollywood for even saying that. Now, of course, I don't know who this producer is, so I'm not able to pull up like the scouting report or resume, but I would wager a guess that they've probably done this before on up-and-coming talent to try and give them like this push to do it, because the perception is, this is my boss. If I say no, I might get let go of the project. This could have wide-reaching ramifications for my career going forward. Like, this could cause me problems in the future, so I guess I'll just go along with this sexual advance from this guy. Clearly awful, evil shit. I think it's no surprise that Grace would choose to focus on something like streaming where she has all the power, as opposed to a slimy, fucking pathetic subhuman worm like this producer that she's mentioning here. And this is just the publicly available information. I can't even imagine, I can't even fucking fathom with my tiny little smooth reptile brain the number of actors and actresses over the years that have most likely quietly suffered behind the scenes. Very similar to what Grace Van Dien's gone through, but they haven't had a voice to talk about it. It's an awful thing. And I would like to make it clear, because I do see people bring this up, this isn't something that's exclusive to just women in Hollywood. This happens to men too. Quick examples right off the top of my head. Terry Crews, Brendan Fraser. Like, it is something that is just a widespread problem in Hollywood itself. Now, of course, I'm pretty sure women are the main victims to these evil Hollywood elite fiends, but it's not exclusive to just women. Men, as well as children too, are very real victims that are being preyed upon by these monsters that are abusing their power and taking advantage of everyone they can. It's sickening. It really is. Like, it's a horrible situation, and it totally makes sense why Grace would focus more on something like streaming when she's had these experiences in that industry. Like she mentions, in streaming, you are your own boss. You choose your hours, you choose who you play with, who you talk to, what you're playing. You respond to the chat messages you want to. You're not obligated to. Like, it is totally in your control. Whereas in acting in Hollywood, you don't choose your coworkers. You don't choose anything about what you're doing, and you have to play along. And especially in Hollywood, where if you don't play along, this fucking ring of evil vampires is connected so tightly that if you are someone that rocks the boat, you get blacklisted and you won't land future roles. That has been well documented as well, that there is like an actual Hollywood blacklist for people that are maybe a little too forthcoming with what's happening behind the scenes. Like, it's a scary spot full of scary, powerful people. Grace Van Dien doesn't mention this producer's name. And I think that's a very important thing to notice. And it's not like she did anything wrong by keeping his name a secret. But I feel like the reason she wouldn't name and shame this person, and she would have every right to, is because the person has so much power in the industry. Whether that's lawyers or general industry pull, where if she did out them publicly, he would pull strings to ensure she never works a day in her life again in that field. There is such a huge risk to her should she speak out against these people. I imagine this is the primary reason why a lot of these people are still in those positions of power, because their victims feel like they can't speak out, or else it's a huge risk to their own safety, their own financial well-being, their career. Like, there's just a lot of potential problems that could arise from them just even speaking out about it. It's terrifying. It really is. And it's horrible what Grace has gone through. It fucking sucks to hear that. It's awful. And my heart breaks for everyone in the industry that's had similar experiences to Grace. It's honestly, Hollywood is just so fucking corrupt. There are so many awful people that operate in that industry and have openly operated in that industry for quite some time now. Now, I'm not saying everyone in Hollywood's bad, of course. There are going to be some good people in Hollywood, absolutely. It's not 100%. But we can't dismiss the fact that there is an outrageously large amount of scum and fucking terrible things that have been happening behind the scenes for years. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about all of that. That's really about it. So yeah. Give me that. All right, let's get a good hand and take it to him.
Make sure he has no fun. This is to get the princess in my hand, so I don't need that. So it's Buzzsaw and then right hand. Thanks for your sub, Tony. That sounds right. So it definitely is Buzzsaw. It should be Buzzsaw. I think this is right. Take this! You fool! That doesn't work! Good try, though. So this is smashing ground. It would have destroyed my monster. Had it not been Crooked Cook, he didn't even decide to read a little bit. Okay, this guy has no idea what he's doing. You fucking idiot. Just read for 2 seconds. Spend 2 seconds reading. I end my turn. Now we wait 33 turns for me to draw all of Exodia. What does Crooked Cook do? He's just fucking immortal. So he can't be he's untargetable, like he can't be killed, or not untargetable, he's unaffected by any card effects, he can't be destroyed by battle. The only thing you can do is kaiju him, tribute him, or piercing damage him. He doesn't even use the pot. I can't. He has to be the only card on my field for that effect, for those effects to work. So if I play any of these cards for the brief moment they're on the field, he's vulnerable. He has to be the only card. So I can't play any of these. He's using a structure deck? Oh god, don't tell me that. That doesn't even feel good then. Now I just feel bad. I think you're right. I think he is using a structure deck. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna do him a favor. Here, just, I'll beat you normally. This isn't even worth the time investment. Poor kid just wanted to learn Yu-Gi-Oh! Yep, unlucky for him. Can you stop summoning monsters? Why are you prolonging this? Oh my god, can you just stop? You are wasting my time! You fucking fool! I am only running one Crooked Cook though, so if I fly a little too close to the sun and start summoning other monsters and he kills my cook, I'm so fucked. You got me fucked up. He's actually just gonna destroy one of my monsters. Why? Oh my god, wait, he's beginning to believe. He's going for my cook. That's actually so big brain. I'm gonna wait till the last second to ruin his plan. It's a quick effect, right? So I'll just do it during battle phase. I want him to have a glimmer of hope before I shut that shit down. He's not even going for my cook! Jeepers creepers! Jiminy Christmas! He did buy him. I'm gonna have to kill him with Exodia. That's the only way I get lethal. I hope you're ready, bub! And then some of this! Exodia! Headbutt! That was the worst duel I've ever seen in my fucking life. I've actually never seen a duel win or end by final countdown. Let's see if we can get that to work here. Cause I got everything I need. Buzzsaw, Shark in the hand, 2 Exodia pieces. Brother, I'm fucking cooking. We are cooking up some ass right now. This is the best possible start for my Crooked Cook deck. You better hope you've got a kaiju in there, my man. Alright, 19 more turns. I swear, if this is another structure deck, I'm gonna scream. I'd be so upset. What in tarnation? The whole kit and caboodle, eh? He can pop a card in your hand. If he pops Exodia, I'm gonna be so upset. But I've already used Final Countdown, so it shouldn't matter. Can't Ash that, otherwise my cook is vulnerable. I can't play any other cards or else my cook's no longer immortal. Ash doesn't go to the field. Oh, true, I guess that wouldn't count. I didn't even think about that. It doesn't matter. As long as he just doesn't go into a kaiju or piercing, we're fine. Nice! Welcome to the wall. You smell that? That's a kitchen and we're fucking cooking in it, baby. Okay. That was a frustration move right there. Exit Prime Tyler. Is Final Countdown or Exodia the primary win condition? Neither. It's frustration surrenders. That's the primary win con. Do they run any links? Because if not, his whole field is now completely locked up. Whoa! Whoa! Hey, stop it! Hey, hey, stop it! Hey, you're tickling! Hey, whoa! 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 Trying to bounce my cook? He stays in the kitchen! You can't just send him home! He's on the clock! This guy will be on Google after this match looking for a counter. True. What is he using right now? Do I want to ash that? Does it... Do I care? Does he have an out? He has nothing? Then I'm not even gonna bother. I want him to sit here and marinate in it. In fact, while he tinkers around, I'm gonna take a pee. Oh, Jiminy Christmas. Can't even go pee without getting a W. Oh boy. Is this a cheese strat? Yeah, this deck sucks. This deck is... The deck I'm using is actually so fucking trash. Most decks have an out to cook. But then there are some meta ones that don't. Like, we just beat Labyrinth with it. I don't know if Labyrinth is meta, but it's definitely not a shit deck. And it didn't have an out. It's a Prime Aussie. Exodia! Let's go! We didn't even have to wait the full 17 turns! Yeah! What a fun duel. 36 turns later. Slow draw one at a time. Big obliterate. That had to be the worst moment of my opponent's life. He just waited 38, whatever, 39 turns of doing nothing. He couldn't do shit. Rough. Alright, time to retire the Crooked Cook. We'll use a different deck now. Great way of ending the Cook run. What did I go? 3-1 with the Cook? Hey, that ain't bad. That is not bad. Alright, what's another fun one? Oh, the Gamble deck is super fun. This one just puts it all in the hands of fate. Gambling got banned on Twitch, but they forgot Yu-Gi-Oh! The first primal form of gambling. Oh my god, he's playing an Exodia deck. Wait, and this guy's got RNG in his name. Oh fuck. Oh no. Oh no, two degenerate decks are colliding. Oh shit. Oh boy. We're in some hot water now. Oh, he didn't get it. He didn't get the first turn kill. He didn't get into Exodia. Bad RNG. Let's see if my RNG is any better. I can actually fuck him right now. Well, not right now. This is a flip one. If I roll a 6, he insta-loses because it does 6k damage to him with my dice roll. We're definitely throwing that out, assuming we get there. Okay, let's go. Let's just use this. Let's go for it. Let's see how my dice luck is looking. A 6! Why? Jesus Christ! Alright, here's hoping I can get my dice jar flipped to be a 6 for me and immediately pop him. That would be so poetic. Let's hope that happens. Let's hope he doesn't go full combo Exodia here. Hopefully he drew dog shit. Oh, here we go! Come on! Come on, baby! Give me a 6. Pappy... Whoa. It's 50-50. He does or he doesn't. True. I think we just send it. I think we go straight for fate. Run it. Doing it raw. Well, actually, hold on. First. Just because. We're fucking doing it raw. Bang. Give me a 6. Luckily, he gave me 1,000 life points to survive. Okay, we're hanging on. We still got one fingernail on this breast and we're trying to suckle. Okay, okay. Alright, I really want to get that magic library out of here. I'm going for it. Okay, now anything but a 1 or a 6 would be great. Okay. I'll bop them out the old-fashioned way. What does this do again? Oh yeah, it's no damage. Fuck you anyway, bitch. The RNG is absolutely on this guy's side right now. Yeah, and I'm playing against an Exodia right now. I think I might be fucked. He doesn't have Magic Library on the field. I destroyed it, so maybe I'll be able to get out of this alive. We'll see. Okay. We're getting into the thick of it here. I think I have one Gamba card in my deck that targets in the hand. So he definitely has, I think, 3 Exodia pieces here, and now that Blue Eyes Toon Dragon. So if I can target in the hand and just get one of the Exodia pieces, he's fucked. Oh, this is the one, yeah. Your opponent discards 1 card if we roll a 3. We do have Crazy Box to gamble. We're doing it. We're gambling on Crazy Box. Here she comes. Let's go, Crazy Box. Give me a 3. Give me a 3. Come on, let me see it. Let's have RNG on my side. Man, that's wild. Sometimes it's just not in the cards. Yeah, there's no winners when it comes to gambling. Just Exodia me, just get it over with. I can't fucking believe that. That would have been so clutch. Ah, man. Real rough dice rolls tonight. Eek. Maybe he misses it by 1. And then I can get like a crazy Gamba card. Holy shit. He didn't finish me there. The biggest mistake you'll ever make. Heart of the cards, give me something. Something! Ah, yikes. Not enough. Misjudge! Does this activate an opponent's card effect? Does it count for spells? Misjudge, please tell me you activate here. 2 heads! Give me 2 heads! Yes! No! I forgot about that one! Oh, actually, I couldn't have done anything about that. It didn't take chicken game yet. Misjudge! Misjudge! No! It's only once per turn. Fuck! Yeah, almost. If I could have just done a little bit more damage, he wouldn't have been able to chicken game. Damn. Real shit RNG on my dice rolls, though. If I just didn't roll that 6 on Crazy Box, I would have won. I could have rolled anything besides that 6 on Crazy Box and been fine. If you don't, can you really say you won? You know what? Yeah, let's see if I've earned the dub. I will gamble on Lucky Punch, thank you very much. And if I get 3 tails, then so be it. Run it. This will insta-kill me if it's 3 tails, but anything besides 3 tails and I'm good. Let's get it, baby. I'm down to get a little crazy. Stop! Can you stop wasting your fucking time here? I want to see if I lose this. Let's see if I can pull defeat from the jaws of victory. I just need you to throw an attack at me. Just throw an attack at me and I'm using its effect. Oh my god, you fucking fool. He doesn't know what that card does. You know what? We're going Turbo Gamba. I'm putting it in Dice Jar's hands. This can insta-kill me as well if luck is not on my side. Back to you. I want to win this with Dice Jar. It's been a huge bitch to me all night until now. I believe in Dice Jar. Okay, I need Dice Typhoon now. Whoa! Heart of the cards. Anything but a 1 or a 6. Come on, baby. Can you stop with your silliness over here? All that fish paste you're doing. Get this out of here. Dice Jar, on you. Do it for me, brother. Woo! That's the one. That's the one. That's how we do it, baby. That's Dice Jar. That's the Dice Jar diff. There's something I want to talk about today that I've discussed on stream quite a bit, but I feel like it warrants its own video in order to dive deeper into the meat of the subject. And that's police chases. I'm sure most of you have realized police chases have been exploding online in terms of frequency and general popularity. It's kind of grown into a very popular sport to watch. I imagine it's primed to overthrow baseball as America's pastime within the next year or so if it keeps up at this breakneck pace it's going at. And even as I'm recording this video right now, there is a live police chase happening with 109,000 viewers with people in the chat going fucking hog wild like they're watching the Super Bowl. Now, I hope you don't mind if I do a little quick Dora the Explorer moment here, take a page out of her playbook. Can you guess where this police chase is happening? That's right, LA. While police chases aren't exclusive to LA, they have found their home there. There are more police chases in LA than there are in GTA 5. This fucking place breeds police chases. It has become like the #1 hobby people engage in there. I don't know if I've just been oblivious to how common this shit is, or if it's only been growing in popularity over the last few years, but I decided to look up some stats, and according to the most recent numbers I can find, in 2020, there are 2,200 police chases in LA alone for that year, which averages out to about 6 police chases per day. Now, I don't know if they were all streamed back then, but they are now. And thank heavens for that. I imagine whoever pitched that idea right now is being hoisted up on the shoulders of all of these news channel execs right now and just celebrated. Because this has become a huge source for viewership for them. The videos do extremely well in views, and the streams have massive viewership as well. So it's definitely generating big revenue for these channels, I would guess. And it's also become a source of unforgettable goofiness in a lot of cases.
A northbound turn onto Cortlandt Avenue. Another suspect jumping out, running for it. They're going to take him into custody in short order here, and the driver is continuing once again. So now 3 people have jumped out of this vehicle, and the driver continuing the pursuit.
Yeah, your eyes don't deceive you. This is a real human being, a living, breathing, sentient organism that actually tried the NPC strat, where he gets out of the car and pretends to just be a pedestrian. He actually went for some kind of Assassin's Creed tactic here to blend into the crowd, but there was no crowd and the police were right behind them, so they literally saw him leave the car. But god damn it, it was worth giving it a whirl. And we got to witness it live. This was a police chase from last night. Not only is it clearly entertaining for moments like this, but I legitimately do think it's actually valuable in terms of education. To teach people to never end up in situations like this. Watching the madness unfold live, I actually do think would have some people second-guessing bad decisions. But to dive a bit deeper, the footage we just watched comes from ABC 7, who's kind of cemented themselves as the big boys on the block when it comes to police chase coverage. They're like the NFL red zone of police chases. They're always among the first on the scene, and the guy you heard doing the play-by-play commentary is like the John Madden here of casting police chases. His name's Chris. Dude's a fucking legend. He gets super hyped during these things as well and just lets out actual giddy excitement sometimes when broadcasting it. So they just it's a fantastic combo. They're a great team. I'm convinced Chris even lives in the helicopter that they broadcast from because he is always ready at the drop of a hat to follow a police chase around. But what I actually want to talk about isn't just, you know, police chases and how entertaining they are to watch sometimes. It's actually to talk about something very different. Since I've watched quite a few police chases and have enjoyed the ones I've seen, people are under the impression that I like to watch them live as they're unfolding. You know, I want to be on the front lines and catch all of the action as it's happening. So I'll have a lot of people come into my Twitch streams and start alerting me to the fact that another chase is going on, trying to get me to watch it. Kind of like a fucking Amber Alert sounding like letting me know, Charles, police chase. Stop everything and watch it. It's go time. But here's the reality of it. I don't like watching police chases live. And the reason for that is very simple. Because the police chases I like to watch are the ones that don't end in tragedy with like someone dying or some shit. I watch the ones that have very silly endings or the whole thing is very goofy and no one ends up getting like seriously injured or anything like that. I don't like the ones that end with someone dying or other people getting hurt. So I don't like watching those, and when you're watching a police chase live, anything can happen. For example, earlier this week there was a very popular police chase that people were watching, and towards the end of it, the suspect that was being pursued opened the driver's side door while they were still speeding and being chased. They jumped out of the vehicle and hit their head on the pavement, which killed him. So he hit his head on the pavement and then continued to ragdoll across the concrete, the asphalt, and he died from the injuries. That is not a police chase that I would have enjoyed watching. So that's just always the risk associated with watching something like that live, which is why I don't do that. I wait until it's concluded and know for sure that all parties involved are okay. I don't like to take that kind of risk. Now, a lot of people have said, well, why don't you just, go back 2 or 3 minutes into the stream so that way you're on a delay, so if something like that does happen, you can just exit. It doesn't really make it any better, because then I'd still know that the person there dies from whatever happens towards the end, and that whole chase was leading up to a tragedy. That wouldn't feel good. There's nothing entertaining there. That shit just sucks at that point. So I just always like to make sure that any chase I watch is one that has resolved in a fashion where nobody's seriously injured or anything like that. And I wanted to explain that because this happens every single day now since police chases are so common in LA, since I guess that place out there has turned into fucking Twisted Metal. I guess every single day you're on the road, you're taking the risk of getting fucking blasted by someone that's engaged in a high-speed police pursuit. So there's always these chases going on, so I'm always getting told this every single day, but I just don't like watching them live. It's that simple. And I wanted to explain that because I feel like a lot of people don't realize that or haven't heard me say that before, so I wanted to make it as clear as possible. I'd also like to take a minute to just send my best wishes to anyone who drives a car in LA. You're out there in like an actual fucking war zone, it seems, with people on these high-speed pursuits every goddamn day. At least 6 a day, so stay safe out there, and man, what a crazy sport these chases have become, huh? Wild shit. But anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. A big thanks to Bungie for sponsoring today. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. There's a lot of exciting new stuff in here. I'm sure you've all seen the trailers already, so like the grappling hook and everything. I think we're all pretty excited. We're going to also be playing with our other raid team members, Jackson, Char, and Donuts. Yeah.
What's the time for you? 1 a.m. isn't it?
12:30. So it's nice and early. This is Lightfall content right now, right? This is the seasonal story.
Defiance. Yeah.
Thanks, Risa Bungie.
Ooh.
Not the Bungie you think it is.
How sure can you be?
Well, it's Bungie Gungo, so
Okay,
probably not the right one.
That's just that's the casual account.
Their unmarked police vehicle.
Mode.
Yeah.
I can't remember. Did you do
any seasonal stuff last season? Season with Sarah?
I don't remember either, to be honest with you.
Yeah. I don't think so.
Yeah. Do you remember going up to space?
This whole game takes place in space.
The
raid, one of the raids, right? Deep Stone
Yes, then Keanu we spent like 8 hours on.
Were you there for that, Donuts?
Yeah.
You were in that. You were in the team when we did Deep Stone.
Yep.
Oh, well, wait, hey, you can settle something then, because Jackson insists that it was me that wanted to quit when it absolutely wasn't.
Well, definitely
Yeah, it
wasn't me.
you.
Thank you. It absolutely wasn't me.
Who
I
was
think
it?
it was just like everyone was just getting tired. I don't know.
But I feel like someone brought up quitting.
It wasn't me.
I think it might have been Danny or Matt.
I don't think it was Danny.
I also don't think it was Danny. Danny's usually good for the long haul on those kind of things.
Yeah.
But it wasn't me. I don't know why you always say it was me.
I
Just so
assume it was
fucked.
you.
Why? When have I ever backed out of some shit like that?
You don't usually back out, but you lose steam quickly. Like once something becomes monotonous, you get bored of it.
That is such a Jackson, I play RuneScape. Are you kidding?
That is a good point.
Yeah, it wasn't me. You were fucking delusional. It wasn't me.
We were planning on trying something for DPS, but your chat said it was like completely brain dead, and it turns out it wasn't brain dead, and that's how many teams got through.
Oh,
was
that slugs? Yeah, it was slugs,
Yeah.
right?
It was slugs and outbreak.
But Char said something like when he went back to watch the footage. Oh, he wasn't on the team actually, so he would have just been watching, I assume, something like that. He told me the other week that you were using a shotgun that wasn't a slug or the correct slug or something, so you were doing like no damage.
That sounds about right. Yeah, I believe that entirely.
So maybe that's what the chat was saying.
That's
Maybe
possible, yeah.
Maybe they were screaming it's not working because Charlie was using a gun that...
We'd also been going 16 hours. There's a really good chance that I never even fucking noticed. Like, my ability to read was probably so far fried.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's a certain like time threshold where everything just becomes a blur.
Yeah.
It's about 30 minutes in for me usually.
I'm venturing out of my bubble here. Wish me luck.
Good luck.
You gotta kill the wizards are at the front. We gotta kill one of the wizards and bring back the orb.
Yeah, I'm going for it. Did I pick up the orb or a strand meditation?
You got it.
Okay. And now I throw this?
And then you throw it, yeah.
Huge. Woo!
Huge.
And now the EDZ is safe, baby. Oh, look at all these new friends.
Yeah.
This is at a 1782 as well. That's fucking fat.
Wait, 1782?
Yeah.
So it drops powerful, does it? That's good. Did you say you needed stuff from Nimbus as well?
Yeah, don't the rewards drop powerful from Nimbus?
Yeah. The bound. Oh, it's just reputation with him, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm pretty high on reputation though. Nimbus fucking loves me, so we can head there in a minute.
Sweet.
Let me kill all these ads here with my ult.
You go for it.
That just went right into the boss. And
Yeah,
the
went
boss
to the
alone.
boss.
That was tragic. Holy
that
fuck!
was the worst possible thing that could have happened.
It didn't split off from him at all. God damn it!
Hey, this did great damage to him. Oh.
Wish me luck. Oh, what a save. I'm such a hero. I'm a goddamn American patriot for that one.
You get the Bungie Medal of Valor for that one.
You'll see that on their official Twitter account pretty soon.
You get to meet the president of Bungie and shake his hand.
Oh
She'll give you
man.
a powerful engram.
We haven't been here in a long time, Jackson.
I
This is
was
where
just thinking that. Yeah.
we spent like 3 hours trying to solve
Searching.
the puzzle.
I don't even remember what the puzzle was.
There was
I think
like
it was just to give you like a speed boost or something.
It was actually just a speed boost. It was like a little ball here.
So this was a puzzle that dropped randomly yesterday. See, there's like these white orbs everywhere above me right now.
Yep.
We've got to get all of them. So jump over it and then follow me.
There's one down here under this bridge.
Access code. Okay, I'm connecting the numbers in my head.
Go to donuts.
Wait, I was following you. And this is for an exotic quest.
Yep. Yeah, exotic. Yeah, quest. Just a random, unique quest line that dropped, a mission that dropped yesterday. See, look up in the sky, the giant Vex portal now.
Oh shit! So we summon them through
Shit's
those
going down.
cubes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Those dirty perverts.
What?
Well, he's right. The Vex are known to be perverts. That's why they simulate all these different timelines, so they can get the most content.
That was what my thought process was as well. It requires the season pass. How do I not have that?
Do you not have it?
How
do you not have that?
There is no. I bought this thing twice because you made me buy it twice. There is no way I don't have this.
How the fuck do you not have it?
Wait, let me see if it lets me start it.
Okay, yeah, maybe it was just because I wasn't fire team leader.
But what?
Chat's saying it's just a bug. Honestly, with the amount of times I bought this expansion, it should have rolled out the red carpet for me. Like, oh Jesus, Charles, welcome. It's so good to see you.
Friendly hobbies like a bouncer.
Yeah.
Oh.
Thanks, Risa Whirlwind.
My apologies, sir.
Our database wasn't updated properly. Thank you for the 5 purchases of Lightfall. Oh, it's a glaive.
Yeah.
Wait, to get through where?
Up here. Jesus Christ, donuts.
I see.
Yeah, hold, block and go through. Yeah.
I'm trying.
Do you
Subject
not have...
authority insufficient.
Wait, do you not have the authorization override mod slotted in on the weapon?
Jeez, what is all of this shit you're saying right now?
I forgot to get authorization.
You fool. No. You guys just get to watch me do it.
Oh, I got it too. Never mind.
Oh, you all got fuck.
Yeah.
Alright, whatever.
Now I'm authorized. I have permission.
You're welcome.
This is a cool area. I always like areas like this with the Vex. It looks like some like Tron kind of shit.
Tron stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
I love it. Alright, so the mechanic here is there's going to be symbols right here, square, square, diamond, and then we're going to input the code into the middle thing just by shooting at this symbol. Square.
You want to see if you can read out the symbols?
No, diamond. Oh, so I just need a better spot to see the symbols.
Diamond.
Yeah. Oh, I shot triangle, so good thing you got it before I did.
Diamond to end it.
Bang. That was all me, baby.
You access denied it.
Wait, what? That wasn't diamond?
What did you shoot?
I thought it was diamond.
That was all me, baby. Square, diamond, square, diamond, square.
Oh, I got too rambunctious. Alright, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Osteo really does just kind of fucking shred everything.
It is nuts. And it's even better with the catalyst because it just automatically reloads on kill.
Oh my god, wait, what?
You can get up to like 100 ammo in the mag.
This is a cool mission.
I love it. And it just came out of nowhere too. I love when Bungie does that.
Yeah, there was a chance like nobody ever found it though, right? Like if you just had to be in the area when it dropped.
Yeah, you just be in that area and notice one of the cubes has shown up. And that's how you get into it. That's the kind of shit that makes Destiny cool.
Yeah. There was a block man with his hands up like surrendering, but I shot him anyway. Is that going to be a problem or is that correct?
Yeah, he was trapped in the Vex mill.
Yeah, that's a character that got removed with one of the deleted planets, and he inserted himself into the Vex network like 3 years ago.
Why does he keep wandering around with his hands up?
He's trying to get our attention. He doesn't want to be in here anymore. He wants to be out.
Surely there's a better way.
Yeah. These exotic hidden missions are just...
Thanks to Tier 1 Sonic.
Yeah, like Whisper and Outbreak.
Yeah,
were
Whisper, Outbreak.
Ooh, Outbreak was pretty cool. That had that wild jumping puzzle.
Ow.
Don't make the same mistake.
I never do, baby.
Yeah, and it had Trevor. Do you remember Trevor?
No, who's Trevor?
He was the giant kill robot that chased you in the maze in the Outbreak. Oh, you dick! You pushed me off.
Me?
Yeah, you're like, oh fuck!
Wait, what? I'm not. I'm actually not moving. What are you talking? You're fighting ghosts.
I went flying.
I didn't move a muscle. I really do hope at some point, for absolutely no reason, they do bring back Migor just one time.
Yeah.
Just for the one
Bungie,
time.
if you're listening to this, please, it would be great fan service. Not for the audience, just for me and Charlie.
Yeah, does anyone else ever reference Migor, or is that just us?
It was just one random enemy.
It wasn't a random enemy.
Yeah, it was.
No, he was he existed in the prison when we were trying to break out Cade 6, and it was like, watch the
Well,
fuck
yeah,
out, it's
but
Migor.
There was like no law reason for him being there, or having that name, or anything.
Yeah, true.
So, come stand in this hole. We're gonna get... this will defend us from the deletion. The Vex network is trying to delete us from itself.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
28 seconds to collect 10. I've got 5.
Oh, I just got... Wow, that hobgoblin fucked me.
We got enough time to go get him.
Yeah, that hobgoblin is not messing around, I'll tell you right now. That guy's fragging out.
We got 9 seconds.
Get in the hole!
I'm in.
Or hobgoblin
Oh!
What did you say? Everything went wrong there from speech to gameplay.
Appreciate it.
How fucking pathetic is it that they're trying to delete us from their network?
Yeah, it's pretty
This
cringe.
is how they try to do it.
You'd think there'd be a much easier, more efficient way. Kind of like in Avatar, like the first movie, why not just nuke from outer space? They could absolutely do something like that here, just...
Well, they live in the Vex network, so they'd be killing themselves too.
Oh, like this is like their own world, basically?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Okay.
That would be a pretty powerful way of killing us, I guess.
Or just send like 10 hobgoblins.
True, they could just really double up on hobgoblins.
This place is dangerous hiding down here.
That hobgoblin's still looking at me.
Oh, I'm dead.
Oh my god, that was all our fragments.
No, I deposited fine.
Jesus, those hobgoblins do fucker. Yeah, pick up.
I got you, I got you.
We're gonna get deleted there.
These hobgoblins are going insano style.
Yeah, you gotta deposit. Deposit. Uh-oh.
I deposit.
Oh yes, I made it.
You won't believe who took me down. It was that bastard quantum hobgoblin. That dirty rat.
Everything hurts.
Where's this guy going? Wait, what?
Yeah, where is he?
He's going straight to hell. He's going right back to the milk. He's actually in the milk.
I killed him.
He drowned. He deleted himself.
He emptied his own recycling bin. What a noble way of going out.
This file is too large. Do you need to permanently delete it? Yes. Alright, down here.
Thanks to resub Starbuck and Shadow. Oh, I don't know if I have a sufficient authority here, Jackson. We're probably gonna need your VIP pass. Oh, never mind. Okay.
See, that's what I mean. You're a follower, not a leader.
Hey, I just play by the rules. It said I don't have authorization. I was like, all right, I'll go home, I guess.
Isn't this cool? Look, we're
It is cool.
below the Vex milk.
Oh, it's hollow under the milk.
Oh, that's where he was trying to go.
Ready?
Yep, ready.
In lore, we haven't even, like, apparently we haven't even fought, like, the combat units of the Vex. So, these are all just, like, the workers, and I guess the cum lords, the cummers, the milkers.
I like that idea. We're just beating up normal blue-collar workers of the Vex community.
They don't even care enough to send their, like, combat personnel yet.
What the fuck would this guy's job be if not combat? It's a giant gun on his arm.
That gun's made for milking.
Yeah, it's
Maybe,
usually
I guess.
used for stirring the milk pots. Fun fact for you, Charlie. Brachion, he was a D2 vanilla strike boss that we killed a lot of times. Obviously. So he retreated into the network, clearly, or something. And now he's back. Repurposed.
Like, back in what way? Like in another strike? Or is he here with us right now in this room? Or like, what do you mean?
What do you mean? He's the boss.
Oh,
the name.
Oh, I didn't look at the name at all. Gotcha. Gotcha.
You really are bad at reading. After,
I just
like,
didn't.
an hour.
I just literally didn't look at the name at all. I threw a grenade at him and it missed, and for some reason he looked down in like pure disappointment. Yeah.
How
I don't-
fucking dare you?
I don't know what the fuck that was about. Yeah, he felt like offended, I guess, that I missed.
Nice job.
Nice. Easy.
First try.
See, one of these hidden exotic missions each season, and I think the game's gonna be in a really good spot.
Oh, I got a lot from that.
The Vex move. No, never mind.
Let's go, 1784 helmet. It's about fucking time.
A powerful concentration of light energy?
That's a really interesting dog statue.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Callus's face.
Have you seen the horse statues with the many asses?
No, why? Like the horses have a lot of asses?
Yeah, it's great. It was in the Vow of the Disciple raid. I don't know if there's any in here. Oh yeah, that might be them there.
It's a meta commentary on society.
What does it mean, though?
Well, one horse can have more than one ass.
Did you know, Charlie, that there's a speedrun mission in this? Like an actual node that you can select on the map, and the goal is to do it as quick as you can. That might be something you're interested in.
No, I didn't know that. I actually think Destiny 2 speedruns are really cool. I remember
Yeah.
the one they used to do for Scourge, I think it was, where like they do the crazy sword fly out of the map and shit. That one was wild.
Well, yeah, Sneak was asking about that the other day if you wanted to get more into D2 speedruns and stuff.
Yeah, I'd be about it. I like the speedruns for this game. I think they're very cool. I remember this
Behind
mission, and
me
I
is
don't think
me.
we're gonna hit 100k.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Oh.
What? That was the worst
we
moment of
should
his
have
life.
Waited. Yeah, a lot of
Oh
ads.
yeah,
Come
ad
on.
spawn.
Do you want to just... Do you want to just
Yeah, let's
reset?
just restart on the Div.
Yeah.
This is easy anyway.
We went a little Weenie Hut Jr. on this one, so just crank it up one. We should be fine. I'll carry us.
You didn't die. There's no this.
Broken shield. And he's suspended.
Oh, loadouts are locked.
That's unfortunate. Good job. That's what I like to see, Charlie.
Yep.
What did you hit him with?
Oh, I didn't do anything to him. He just got afraid of me or something. I don't know.
Wait, what? What? No, you did stun him.
I didn't. If I
Maybe
stunned him,
you
it was an
use-
accident.
Is it Osteo? Does
The
Osteo
strand rounds.
Strange here too.
Oh, and he's not running strand weapons.
I mean, is it Osteo Strand?
No, no.
Oh,
I guess
yep.
it's skill.
Wait, what the fuck did that?
You have Radiant from your melee. Ah, that stuns?
Oh,
Radiant
yeah.
does work.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, apparently the reason it's not letting me stun them is because I'm using an SMG which already has overload.
Yeah, that would be it.
Man, the turret and I just had a biblical battle up here, I'll tell you what. Wow, what a showdown.
To get you to 1 HP, why did you just drop down all the way?
I thought it was supposed to be down here. I forgot where we're going.
Yep. Get ready to melee.
Thank God it didn't come down to that.
I don't feel like our score is that much higher.
I think we're only at like 14k right here.
Oh, were we? I thought we were at 30. Maybe.
Oh, we didn't kill either one of them.
Oh, Jackson wanted to go back and get the other one.
Oh, thanks, Jackson.
Yeah, you're welcome. I don't know what. It's only me every single time. And it's only the first time. You guys struggling with the barriers?
No, I'm stuck.
Oh?
There was nothing even shooting you. How'd you die?
I actually don't know. To be honest with you, I insta-died to whatever the fuck it was, though. Oh, God! Good God.
Yes.
Okay, then that is absolutely what's hitting me. Oh, God.
You were the last person alive.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
No, it's for me at the grab lift again!
Oh, God.
Wait, just wait 15 seconds.
No, I can do it, I can do it.
No, just wait 10 seconds.
I can do it.
I'm up at 10. What are you doing? You gotta
Yeah!
go for it, you gotta go.
Well, this should be fine. It'll reset you with us. It was a calculated. It was a calculated. See, welcome to the other side of the grab lift, bud.
Yeah. But you were like teasing them, and then you went out, got shot, and then like ran headfirst into the wall.
Yeah, I panicked.
Here he comes.
Whoa!
Should we? Yeah, don't kill him fast, I guess.
I don't think we'd melt him nearly as fast this time on 1830.
I could with my super.
I can't see his belly. So I'm just poisoning him. Oh, there we go. Now I can see it.
Ads. Rocket.
Can probably just finish him now, I'd say.
What if he stopped moving? Oh my god, he's fucking suppressed me out of my super.
Oh no, I'm being held! Oh, you can
That's
finish him.
fucked.
Oh, I finished him while being held.
That was quite a no-use situation. Good work.
Nice.
No.
I wonder if I can ricochet this and get the wave to hit this way. I did. Damn, that was so clean. Those angles.
Is that unstoppable stop there?
Oh man, these angles, I'm so nasty. What the fuck? My brain is so big.
Oh, Garask is here.
We don't actually kill him in this. I don't think, do we? I think we run away from him because he was like the big bad when Rohan killed himself.
Is that true?
I think so. I'm almost positive, if I'm remembering correctly.
Oh, it does say he's undying.
True. That's one step away from it saying, was there when Rohan died. After his name.
Oh, he's dead. Oh, there he goes.
I must have been misremembering.
How could you forget Grusk?
I do remember that big thing there opens, and then we have the Sparrow race, which is probably going to be a disaster.
Oh my god, yeah, you're right. Okay.
If I get shot once, I bet I die instantly.
Yeah.
It's going to be up to you guys. Oh my, why would you do that, Jackson? Why would you push me into him?
I didn't even see him. Don't worry, that's fine. You're fine. Do we have to kill that guy?
No.
Oh, you get points for rezzing someone. 75 points.
Yeah,
quickly
so
die again.
you can just farm points at the end if we need it.
This is gonna be
I
rough.
can muster more than that.
This is gonna be very scary. Oh, I thought it was open. Jump the gun.
Wait, does it not open?
It is.
It does.
Right. Yeah, his Jesus. Oh god! What the fuck?
Whoa, who's hitting? Whoa! What the fuck was that?
It was an orbital bombardment or something. I think Kyle nuked us.
Why did he do that?
That's what it was. Yeah, it was her. Kyle fucked us up. Alright, this is gonna hurt.
This is gonna be easy.
Oh, there's nukes.
I'm rolling up the caboose.
Just one of us needs to make it.
Yeah.
This reminds me of the final level of Halo.
Yeah, Halo 3.
Well, both, yeah.
Oh, I took a bullet and didn't die instantly. That's actually huge for me. Okay, didn't get so lucky second time.
Go donuts! Yes!
Donuts go! Let's get it! Yay! Let's get it!
Nice job.
Our hero.
This episode of Moist Meter brought to you by Godslap. Issue 3 is out right now at godslapbook.com. You can find links below in the description. Go check it out.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at Evil Dead Rise. This movie was shockingly good. Now before it came out, I know there was a lot of hype around it. Reviewers were going wild for it. They were really praising this film. They seemed happier about this movie than when they got their first kiss. Like, they really were glazing this film and giving it tons and tons of compliments. But I don't put a whole lot of stock into that. To me, that just feels like some kind of guerrilla marketing tactic or something. I didn't believe a horror movie could actually earn that level of appreciation. But I'm happy to say I was wrong. This movie actually did live up to the hype. Pretty much all horror films share the same DNA as one another. A lot of them are just extremely derivative and even just blatant carbon copy clones from time to time. Like most recently, Pope's Exorcist offers nothing unique or interesting about it. Evil Dead does have a lot of the standard horror movie tropes, but it's actually really self-aware in the way that it uses it, and even subverts expectations far more frequently than I thought would even be possible in a horror film. I watch like every horror movie that comes out. I think they are always entertaining and usually very stinky, but in a fun, bad way. This movie was entertaining and not bad. There were moments that I didn't think were great, and I'll get to those in a bit, but overall, I just really feel like everything this movie wanted to do, it accomplished with flying colors. Like, it fucking knocked it out of the park. And it's very much self-aware. It has all of like the dark humor you'd expect from the Evil Dead franchise, but it doesn't, make it its focus. It doesn't become overbearing or annoying where they're shoehorning and ham-fisting jokes all over the place. There's times where it's used and it's sporadic, and when it's there, it's always in the most unexpected of circumstances where like tension is rising. It's reaching this like crescendo with all of these crazy sound effects, which is something that really stood out to me. This is like one of the loudest movies I've ever heard in my life, and yet it wasn't like a bothersome thing. Like it just really crushed it with like the audio engineering here. There's a lot of unnerving noises that were always being played and lots of very loud fucking bombastic chaos, and it all worked super well for like tension and to like really drive home a important kill or moments. But regardless, like during these moments of tension, the tension will be broken not with like a generic jump scare, but with a dark joke, which I've never really seen before outside of like Evil Dead itself. So like, to give an example, I'll give a quick example, and this might be a minor spoiler. Once shit starts popping off, you know, it's going nuts to butts, 1,000,000 miles per hour, people are dying, the possessed mom is killing people, she bites the eyeball out of one of the residents of the building. And she spits that eye into the mouth of another resident that was in the background. She literally, like a fucking sniper, like a cannonball firing, spits the eyeball into his mouth, which was, you know, his jaw was on the floor because he couldn't believe what he was witnessing. So the eyeball goes into his mouth and he chokes and dies on it. It was meant to be humorous, clearly. Like it was very clearly meant to be humorous in a moment where I would have never expected something like that to happen. And I was like, damn. That was hype. Like, that was great. That was executed wonderfully. And of course, they have like some dialogue, dark humor moments, again, in times where you'd never expect it. Like, right before the mom's about to kill one of the children, she calls him like a titty sucker, which was just so weird and out of left field that it put a smile on my face, had me grinning. It's just, everything that it did well. I don't think it does anything unique. I want to make that clear. It very much is cliche horror tropes, but executed on an extremely high level. And one thing that also really helps is it has really creative shots. Like there's a scene where character is looking through the peephole of her, her apartment door, and she's seeing the possessed mom killing some of the other tenants, and it's all happening through this peephole. So you're seeing bits and pieces of them flying off or getting thrown around, and fights breaking out, guns blaring, and it's all through the peephole, and it's a really interesting perspective that helps elevate the whole scene. And there's quite a few moments like that with really creative shot selection and cinematography, so that was also something I wasn't expecting out of a horror film, and it did it well. Really, I enjoyed it a lot. It gets so creative in general. Like I said, it uses the tropes, but it gets so creative with it. You know there's going to be a lot of kills. Nobody is safe in the film, but the way they kill off those characters are really innovative. It's shit that I've never seen before and would have never thought would make it to the big screen. There's a scene where they take the fucking cheese grater to someone's thigh and rip it like a goddamn Beyblade and give themselves a little like seasonal topping with their skin particles on the cheese grater. Like, it is not afraid to get wild and wacky. And while the tone of the film overall is very serious, it does have those self-aware moments, which is a nice breath of fresh air. I very much appreciate that because it's a horror film. There's going to be goofy cheese camp to it, 100%, and it embraces that fact. There's just really not a lot I didn't like about it, except the ending. This isn't going to be spoilers. I'm going to try to avoid that as much as possible. I feel like everything it was doing well up until the ending, they threw out within the last, 15-20 minutes. Then it becomes, very painful, generic horror schlock. All of a sudden, this really destructive demon possession monster morphs into something that you'd see in a Resident Evil game, and it's a cool design, but it nerfs itself. It's much weaker, it's much slower, it's no longer scary. Now it's instead of hiding in the shadows and busting out to fuck shit up, now it's just slowly walking towards them, and it's not menacing anymore, and the characters are armed so they can fight back. It becomes almost like a throwaway boss battle in a video game. So it's no longer tense. It's no longer unnerving. It's just kind of weak. I feel like they kind of floundered a bit on the ending. But everything up until then I thought was fantastic. Oh, also, one more, I guess, minor complaint. There's just some very stupid decisions that I can't get into that the characters make that are just fucking silly. Really silly. It would be too deep into spoilers to go over them, but just know
there are a couple things the characters don't even think to try that I feel would have been a very strong alternative as opposed to locking themselves in their apartment or the means at which they try to escape. I feel like they had other options that they didn't explore. But it's aside from that, it's not that big of a deal. It's really not. The movie was very fun. I enjoyed it. I thought they did a great job. Plugging Evil Dead Rise into the moist meter, I'm just going to give this like a nice 85%. It's just an overall good movie and a good time. So yeah, that's really about it. So yep, as most of you know, we started our own comic book series called Godslap. Everyone who's read Godslap so far has unanimously agreed that it's the best comic ever produced, and Godslap is well on its way to becoming the biggest name in all of comics, overthrowing Marvel within the next 5 years, according to recent scientific projections that I'm pulling out of my ass. It's a passion project created by myself, Jackson, Danny, and Matt, and we brought in an industry veteran named Aubrey Sitterson to help write it with us, and we're extremely proud of what we've created. Issue 1 and 2 are already out, and Issue 3 came out today, as of right now. Issue 3 is available at godslapbook.com, and per usual, this is the standard cover, but we also have 2 limited edition variants, which will only exist until they're sold out, and then they'll never be reprinted. So they're available at godslapbook.com. Right now, there is the wackiest legal battle I've ever learned about going on in the shadows. There's a secret war between major food brands and the FDA. Mainly cereal producers like General Mills and Kellogg's, because the FDA is proposing new guidelines on the term healthy when it relates to things like their cereal. And under these new potential guidelines, their cereals would have to erase that term from their marketing. And they're not too happy about it. They're wiggling their fingers saying, no, no, no. We have a First Amendment right to free speech, which they have been using for years to effectively lie and mislead their customers into thinking that their cereals aren't bad for them. Free speech is a beautiful and sacred, wonderful thing that plays no role in this corporate greed and false advertisement. I think it should be obvious that corporations can't just make shit up and make any claims they want to, just pull random, like, nonsense claims out of their ass for their products in order to sell it. Like, there needs to be some truth to the claims. Like, this is not a free speech issue. This is literally just bad business practice and fucking lying. Alleged lying. I want to make it clear. Alleged. General Mills and Kellogg's have been fucking shaking their fists and wiggling in anger at this whole situation. I don't want them to get mad at me, too. Alleged. Take a peek at this puppy. Fruity Pebbles and Lucky Charms threaten to block healthy food labeling guidelines in court, saying it limits their free speech. The proposed FDA rule mandates that foods labeled as healthy must contain a major food group such as dairy, fruits, or whole grains, and must fit certain limits on saturated fat, sodium, and added sugars. The rule limits cereals, for example, to no more than 2.5 grams of sugar per serving in order to be labeled healthy. A restriction food manufacturers claim would exclude over 95% of ready-to-eat cereals. Holy shit, yes. What? Which is great. That is good news. That's huge. It's about fucking time. I couldn't tell you the amount of people that for some reason are brainwashed into believing these fucking labels that their goddamn Frosted Flakes or whatever are healthy for them. It's nuts. That is long overdue. Among the most vocal food companies are producers of high-sugar cereals which are largely marketed to children and have been criticized as a driver of the obesity epidemic in America. Because they are. In a joint filing made last month, the largest cereal producers in the country, General Mills, Kellogg's, and post-consumer brands, decried the proposed nutritional criteria and threatened to file a lawsuit challenging the guidelines as a violation of corporate free speech rights. You absolute slimy worms. Corporate free speech rights to lie to consumers. We have a right to say whatever we want to sell our product. And how dare you try and strip that from us, even though it's a blatant lie. Most cereal, like Captain Crunch, Frosted Flakes, Lucky Charms, Fruity Pebbles, are not healthy. And that it's a complete fucking sham and a joke that some of those boxes have that term plastered on there. In the cereal industry, the word healthy has less meaning than the word literally. It is completely devalued because they've been able to skirt these guidelines and get away with labeling things like fucking Lucky Charms as healthy when it's not. It's there for one purpose and one purpose only.
to mislead customers into thinking that what they're purchasing isn't bad for them, even though it's nothing but a giant fucking sugar bomb. You're purchasing just a ton of sugar, and for some reason, they've been able to call it healthy for a long time now. It's very deceptive. It's literally just false advertisement. And I don't think that's slanderous to say. I don't know if General Mills and Kellogg's are watching this, but I don't think that's slanderous. There is tons and tons of research to indicate the role that high sugar shit like cereal plays a massive role in the obesity epidemic that America's been experiencing for quite some time now. And finally, the FDA is doing something worthwhile of stepping in and saying, it's about time we restrict this a little bit more. You can't just slap healthy on anything you want to willy-nilly. We're going to stop being so loosey-goosey with healthy. From now on, it's going to need to adhere to stricter guidelines. I'm actually surprised they didn't double down. Instead of calling their foods healthy, I'm surprised they didn't try and say, like, doctor-recommended Cinnamon Toast Crunch, #1 pediatrician-recommended Fruity Pebbles. Like, really go hog wild on trying to mislead people into thinking it's good for you. They did go hard on fortified for a while, saying it's fortified with crucial vitamins and minerals and all that. But I feel like they could have gone even more hog wild with it. What about protein cereals that cost like $8 a box? You're getting into these really fringe cereals I don't know about. I can't tell you which are healthy and what aren't of the ones you're listing. All I'm saying is I'm agreeing that 95% of these cereals would absolutely be wiped from the healthy label because they're not. Like, they're straight up not. The sugar that's present there isn't like natural sugars either most of the time. So you can't even make it the argument that, like, oh no, but what about the cereal with 30 grams of sugar, but it's all healthy sugars? Because that's never the case. The rule, if finalized in its present form, the companies wrote, would be open to legal challenge in that it violates the First Amendment by prohibiting truthful, non-misleading claims in an unjustified manner and also exceeds FDA's statutory authority in several ways. It's so frightening that corporations can bully an organization whose sole goal should be the safety of the products that we consume on a daily basis. Prohibiting truthful, non-misleading claims, but that is the exact opposite of what these claims are. Slapping healthy on Fruity Pebbles is an affront to God. The organization contend that the healthy labeling requirements are an unconstitutional overreach of government power. Food companies, the Washington Legal Foundation argued, have constitutionally protected commercial speech rights covering their ability to use the term healthy to describe their added sugar products. This is terrifying. This is just scary. What the fuck? Nobody should want a world where corporations can pull claims out of their ass without ever having to prove them or verify their authenticity or ensure that the claims are truthful. That is a horrifying world. They could literally be boxing up poison and selling it to you with a smile on their face and with the word healthy slapped on the box, and nothing would be done about it. They are fighting tooth and nail to defend their right to literally fucking lie to customers about how healthy their foods are. They are not, by any stretch of imagination, by any definition, healthy. And yet they've been able to get away with using that term for so long that they refuse to let it go. They've become so accustomed to lying to their consumers that they are now throwing this massive public hissy fit, this legal battle. The FDA, the Washington Legal Foundation, wrote in its brief, cannot explain why consumers cannot make their own healthy decisions based on nutritional labeling data. Rather, it seeks to limit the food company's speech. Oh my god, it's like listening to someone cry victim on Twitter, but from a corporation. What are you talking about, man? You're just blatantly lying on your products. Obesity's on like an absolute astronomical come up, and you're slapping healthy on some of the foods that are a big contributor of it. What are you talking about? The group does not disclose its donors and did not respond to a request for comment. In previous years, the Corn Refiners Association, a lobby group that represents the high fructose corn syrup industry, has disclosed financial ties to the Washington Legal Foundation. Can't believe that. Drug companies including Purdue Pharma, the makers of OxyContin, have used the Washington Legal Foundation to challenge government rules and establish legal precedent to reduce the ability for prosecutors to seek criminal charges for drug company executives.
You love a story with some heroes you can root for, like the Washington Legal Foundation fighting for the little guys, like drug company executives. The joint filing from cereal manufacturers not only scorn the labeling rules, but also argue that sugary cereals pose no health risks and are in fact beneficial to society and childhood health. Love that. What a great claim. The company stated that they view the extremely strict guidelines as alarming because cereal is one of the most affordable, nutrient-dense breakfast choices a person, adult, or child can make, with a wide range of options to suit different cultures, preferences, and tastes. Cereals, the companies claimed, are already recognized for nutritional benefits, given their inclusion in a range of federal programs that serve the nation's vulnerable populations, such as the Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for Women, Infants, and Children, and the National School Lunch Program. This is so foul. It's candy in the morning. It is literally candy in the morning. And yet they're here with a straight face saying that it's nutrient dense. Well, it is one of the most nutrient dense breakfast choices a person, adult, or child can make. And saying that it poses no health risks and is actually beneficial to society and childhood health. That is so crazy. That is so crazy. Next, they're going to argue nutritional facts are unconstitutional. Yeah, we shouldn't have to say what's in our cereals. We shouldn't have to say what's in our food. It's to protect our right to privacy. Oh man, this is so fucked. How does this just keep getting worse? The company's charged that cereal delivers on nutrition when eaten alone, but when consumed as part of a breakfast, it elevates the nutrition further, with cereal eaters exhibiting an overall higher diet quality. As evidence, the filing cites a 2019 study conducted by in-house researchers employed by General Mills, the maker of Lucky Charms, Cinnamon Toast Crunch, and Trix, among other brands. They're doing it again, right in front of our face. Do you guys remember, and I've talked about it a lot, but some of you might also remember, there was a period of time, not that long ago, like 25, 30-ish years ago, where the entire America, all of America, vilified fat. They said the fat in our food is making us fat. This is why we're getting obese, because of fat in our food. And sugar was actually looked at as the good guy. Those studies were paid for by companies like this that were trying to placate their responsibility for the contribution they played to the obesity epidemic and put all of it on top of fat. And they're doing it again right here in 2019, trying to make arguments that eating cereal actually helps eaters exhibit an overall higher diet quality, I guess. That's so crazy. Oh, the agency, they wrote, should recognize the beneficial role of sugar. Sugar plays a role in foods beyond palatability. It controls water activity, creates texture, adds bulk, and also contributes to flavor complexity. We are literally going back in time. Literally going back in time. They're trying to make sugar a hero again. Sugar is actually really good for you. It is healthy to eat 30 grams of sugar in the morning with our cereal. Independent research, however, have found that diets high in processed foods and sugar intake are linked to obesity, diabetes, higher risk of stroke, obesity-related cancers, hypertension, and dental diseases. You don't say. You're telling me that the research that wasn't paid for by the actual sugar-producing cereal company said something totally different? That I just can't believe.
This episode of Moist Meter brought to you by Godslap. Issue 3 is out right now at godslapbook.com. You can find links below in the description. Go check it out.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at the new Shazam movie, Shazam! Fury of the Gods. I mean, it's not great. I mean, it's not horrible, but it's not very good. I don't know what to tell you. It really feels like DC's serving up Naruto filler for movies at the moment. This whole film felt so utterly worthless. I can't even like fully explain it without getting into spoilers. So I'm not going to, because I try and avoid spoilers to the best of my ability. But it feels like the stakes are super duper low, and it goes into the most cliche superhero film I may have ever seen. This feels like Marvel's first attempt at superhero films back in like early 2000s, but somehow this came out this year. Everything we've learned from superhero films over the last fucking 2 decades is thrown out the window for this one, and it falls back on the most generic shit ever. The villains are beyond bland and forgettable. They literally come out of nowhere and it's like, we're mad. We're gods and you've made us mad because of this wizard that did this, and we're mad, so we're gonna destroy your world now. Maybe. But they're also just not powerful at all. They're not intimidating or strong. They had to have a little doodad, a little plot device gizmo that's able to instantly sap their power when they get shot by it. They literally have plot convenience darts that they can fire out of a staff. And when it hits them, it steals their power back and they just become normal kids again. Because if it was to be like an actual toe-to-toe fight, they'd lose. And it wouldn't even be close. One of the villain's powers is she can whisper in your ear and make you do things. But she can't even do that half the time. She only demonstrates this working twice. The other, like, 3 times she uses it, a child overcomes it every time. A literal kid. It's supposed to showcase the kid being strong, but really it just showcases that god being weak as fuck. Where she can't even, like, mind control a child. So, and that's all she does. She doesn't even demonstrate, like, super strength or anything. All she can do is whisper, tell you little secrets, and, like, inception you. And that's it. And then, like, the main villain, she can control elements. But all she uses that for is to make a box hit Shazam at one point. Or throw a amalgamation of concrete and traffic cones at Shazam once. And then put up a barrier twice. It's like, it's all so unbelievably underwhelming. They're just not good villains at all. Like, from a writing perspective, a motive perspective, power perspective, they're not cool. There's a dragon in the movie, and even the dragon's not cool. The dragon's so fucking weak. They hype up the dragon like it's the eater of worlds and all that, but we don't see it do anything at all that demonstrates it being anything more than just this flying nuisance like a mosquito. But anyway, I'm focusing on that a little too much. This is, at its core, a movie for children. In fact, the entire auditorium was filled with families and their kids that would cheer anytime anything at all happened with, like, jingling keys. Like, I know Shazam, the first one, is very much a family film, but this one is, like, 10x the childishness of that. From its jokes to its, like, actual plot and things that happen, this is very, very clearly geared towards a young audience. So, that was a little disappointing. But even, like, the shit that happens in this film is so goofily non-important that even the main characters, for the most part, don't take it even remotely seriously for even a second. It just never feels like there's any real peril. And I absolutely fucking hate that since this has gone so far back in time into superhero movies, it has this big clusterfuck of bad CGI monsters that get spawned in. Literally like some Power Rangers shit. Just like these monsters that get spawned in, they're super shitty. They don't do anything. They, like, kind of move around a little bit. And I think they kill, like, 2 civilians. Kill, I'm using loosely. They throw them, like, 2 feet in the air, and it's presumed that that civilian got hurt. It's just not very good at anything. I think the actors do a great job with the material that they're forced to work with. Like, the acting I actually thought was even, like, improved. In the first film, it didn't really feel like Shazam the adult was the kid. It was 2 separate characters. Here, they feel a lot more in line, which is clearly what they're going for, and they definitely did a better job of that. But he's not really the main character in this one. Freddy's really, like, the heart of this film and where most of the emotion comes from. And Freddy's actor does a great job, honestly. Like, Freddy's a pretty decent character. Probably the best character in the movie, honestly. Like, he does get a bit annoying, but that's also one of his main traits. Overall, it just feels like this movie served no purpose. It felt like they made it because they felt forced to. I would imagine initially Black Adam was supposed to play a role in this because fucking obviously it's Shazam and Black Adam, but The Rock wasn't really willing to play ball, so instead they had Black Adam be completely separate, which ended up tanking this film as well. So they had to fucking ham-fist and cobble together this mess of a movie. And I'm calling it a mess, but it's not like it's fucking horrible or anything. It clearly knows that it's a movie for kids, and it leans into that, so I guess a lot of it's supposed to be something that you just give a pass to, but it's just not interesting at all. It really isn't. And I really hate a lot of the back and forth that happens, in particular in the middle act of this, where it's hard to talk about with spoilers, but there's a lot of back and forth with things getting taken and then getting taken back and then taken again and then taken back. It's just, I don't know. Not a lot of this movie worked for me. The movie was really at its best when it still had like elements of adventure, which were kind of in the beginning, where, for example, they went into a room that had a lot of doors leading to a lot of places. It was a cool little environment and a cool concept that wasn't really explored, but it was a cool idea, you know, it was interesting. Then they go to a library with flying books and like this omniscient pen that can write down anything and answer any question you have. Those two things are cool, but you don't see a lot of that here. There's really just not a lot of magic in general, especially for something that involves a wizard and the powers being of magic origin and the villains having magic powers. It's crazy how not prominent the magic is in the film, which is a weird decision. But yeah, aside from a couple instances of a few scenes that I thought were done well, there just wasn't a whole lot I really liked about the movie. Plugging Shazam Fury of the Gods into the moist meter, I'm gonna have to give it a 40%. I really don't think it's horrible, and definitely I can see kids enjoying this movie. I heard kids enjoying this movie while at the theater. They were going fucking crazy anytime any kind of fucking fight or anything would happen, really. So I guess it might be a hit for a young audience, but I certainly wasn't in there pumping my fist at the film or anything. So that's really about it. As most of you know, we started our own comic book series called Godslap. Everyone who's read Godslap so far has unanimously agreed that it's the best comic ever produced, and Godslap is well on its way to becoming the biggest name in all of comics, overthrowing Marvel within the next 5 years, according to recent scientific projections that I'm pulling out of my ass. It's a passion project created by myself, Jackson, Danny, and Matt, and we brought in an industry veteran named Aubrey Sitterson to help write it with us, and we're extremely proud of what we've created. Issue 1 and 2 are already out, and Issue 3 came out today, as of right now. Issue 3 is available at godslapbook.com, and per usual, this is the standard cover, but we also have 2 limited edition variants, which will only exist until they're sold out, and then they'll never be reprinted. So they're available at godslapbook.com. Russian car fighting. Well, it's not just Russian car fighting, it's called Karjutsu. Karjitsu. But yeah, they're blowing up on Twitter. I know all about it. They also have phone booth boxing. Yeah, you might recognize the caster. It's JT, baby. I thought it was actual car fighting. No, they just fight in a car. Oh, goodness gracious, he got the unbuckle. The unbuckle record there.
And blocks the seatbelt of Davidson. You can see here in the top left-hand corner of your screen, reaches over, blocks the seatbelt with his left hand.
This is like some technique Dale would have taught you from Detroit Survival Training Fitness.
Davidson into the driver's side door, and right now you can see he's trying to slide his knee through for neon belly or possibly even mount here.
Oh, he's in a bad position there.
Oh, it looks like he's got the driver's side seatbelt.
Oh, he's gonna strangle him with the seatbelt.
That driver's side seatbelt around the neck of Davidson, and Davidson, it's just.
I haven't seen this one. Jesus Christ!
He's figured out what's happening.
Oh my God!
He's got that seatbelt wrapped all the way around his throat. He's trying to defend, but there's not a lot that can be done here. He is in a bad situation. And
Yeah, that's
like
rough.
that, Raymond Felton wins the... Davidson doesn't
This
look
is
happy,
barbaric.
but that's the
You don't know the
game.
meaning of the word barbaric.
And you can see here in the
This is
submission replay
civilized.
here, Felton right away gets to smashing, and as soon as he
Action
sees the
movie
opportunity
combat,
to grab that
yeah.
seatbelt, he grabs the seatbelt. You can see right
Wait until
here,
he hits the
he's
ejector
already
seat.
starting to push it across. Good job, Ray.
Oh,
Switch
but
seats here
God,
for
now
Ray.
Davidson's got the driver's seat. He'll start banging his head on the fucking steering wheel, honking the horn with it.
Okay, round 2 underway, and it looks like...
Oh, he got the seatbelt again! You can't keep giving up the seatbelt!
Ray already all over Davidson. Davidson's trying to get
Oh,
out of there.
wow, good wiggle, good wiggle. Oh,
He's fighting
that's
hands
rough.
with that front headlock. That's the go. Not a lot of room to work.
Maybe throw him
inside
through the
car.
sunroof.
Okay,
Oh!
Davidson's making a little bit of space here for
Good
himself.
recline,
He's
good
laid down
recline.
The passenger side seat. Bell gets caught around his left arm, and currently.
Well, he's in a
left
good
leg.
position right now, though.
We've
He's
another
got that, like,
guillotine
squatting
attempt here
lotus
into the
technique
front
going
headlock.
on. Oh, that might be all she wrote.
Ray's got quite a bit of experience into it. Takes a submission.
Oh, he's going to the back
round.
seat.
This is a
Oh, you
two-round
can't give up
fight,
the back
and
seat.
What that means essentially is that Davidson has.
If there's one thing I've learned from Salt,
to secure a submission
that Angelina
on
Jolie
Felton, or
movie.
He will lose the match. If he can get his right
Oh,
knee
God,
down
fake
on the
taxi's
seat for a
popping off.
couple of seconds, he can score
Recline the
4 points
driver's
from mount,
side
but no,
seat.
it doesn't look like Ray's going to let that happen.
Full mount?
I think Ray would rather give up his back here, and that's what's happening. Davidson taking the back of Felton. He's
Damn, what a
wrapping up the rear
turnaround.
naked choke. Doesn't look like he's. They're both absolutely exhausted, and it's almost 90 degrees inside the car. It is a miserable.
Oh, yeah, they didn't even turn
situation.
on the air
Davidson realizing the
conditioner.
seatbelt- Oh, the
Oh,
safety
no!
lock. The safety lock stops Davidson, and it looks like Ray heard the safety lock and then grabbed this. It's going to happen.
This is like
Davidson. But what a
wrestling, but
fantastic
with
match.
also
We got
doing the
20
hot
seconds
car
left.
challenge.
Davidson can try and secure something here, but he doesn't have any time to finish.
No, there's
Let's
no
listen in here.
time to finish here.
Oh, we've got a tap. Wow.
Oh, wait, what?
1 second left. Davidson rear naked choke tap out over Raymond
Okay,
Felton.
little plot twist there.
Wow, let's take a look at the replay here.
Everything wasn't lost at Makeout Reef this time.
Q Davidson won the second round with a rear naked choke, and here we
They
are
should add
in the
another
back
element
seat.
to this.
4
Like
minutes
when they're
for
in their
one of these two
backseat component,
competitors to
there should be an
submit the
Uber
other one
driver
and
up
win the
front, and
match.
you get
If
like
that does
a,
not happen,
I don't know, maybe
we will
something
go
on the
immediately
judge's
to
scoring
sudden
card
death.
if you tip him.
And he's trying to fiddle with the seatbelt.
Maybe get the
again.
headrest
This
off
time
and start
he's
beating
going
him
to
with
that
it.
back seat belt, and it looks like the safety lock.
4 points.
And he's got it.
Full mount.
Oh, that's
All
gonna
right,
be
Q
this is gonna be
Davidson with
tough.
6 points. That'll go to the leaderboard for the season. But right now,
They should add a
Davidson is
component where the
trying to win
vehicle's
match.
moving, so you have to
He's
do it in
got
a
the
moving
seat
vehicle,
belt, and
too.
he's trying to wrap it around. You can hear these two athletes breathing. This is it. They are miserable and absolutely exhausted.
Oh!
Davidson pushes the passenger seat forward.
He said enough,
and now
enough
he's got the
fishy
seat belt
business.
all the way
I want
around
the whole
neck
seat belt.
of Ray Felton. He's got the seat belt on the right side.
He's got 2
He's
seat
gonna
belts.
reach under now with his
He's
right
dual
hand
wielding.
here. He's going to reach under and he's going to grab the
Yeah,
seat
fucking
belt
decapitate him.
and pull it behind the head of Felton, pushing with his left hand and using his right forearm. And
Yeah,
there
no
you have
shot.
it. It's an
Yeah,
Ezekiel
there was no
seatbelt
shot he gets out of that.
by Q Davidson to win the match. Almost looked like we were watching a crime. Raymond Felton, fantastic fight. Q Davidson.
That
what
did
a
look like a
great,
crime. It was
great
like murder
come-from-behind
footage.
win. Let's take a look at the replay here.
Edison versus Punisher. Okay, just one more quick one. With a name like that. Oh god, he's got the door open! He's gonna fucking start slamming his head against it.
Everything he can.
Slamming the door into it.
Oh, here he goes.
Oh, jeepers!
On the side of the car, and
Oh,
there he goes.
fuck.
He's thrown Sam out.
Oh god, they even broke the windshield. What the fuck happened?
Leverage with his,
Jesus, wait, this one's crazy.
and there it is.
4 points. Red.
Oh, what? Now this is an interesting technique. The motorboat of death.
Position to be in. The opponent is behind the steering wheel. Faust is looking to make
Good
a little
tactic,
bit of,
though. Open the door.
A little bit of space here so he can work, and he's opened up the driver's side door, which doesn't seem like it's gonna
Smothering
work
with
for
his
him
own
here. He's in
tits
a
there. That was a
terrible
good
position.
strategy.
Sam just, it looked like an unintentional eye poke there.
Yeah, that is a big guy. Holy
Laying
shit.
Flat in the driver's side seat with his head on the armrest.
Maybe put a finger in his ear. Lick your finger and put in his ear a little wet willy. It'll stun him.
Sam's looking for that right
All's
arm.
fair
He's
in
looking for the
Karjitsu.
left arm.
Oh
Sam's
god.
just hunting here, and it
We've
doesn't look like
we've
there's
got to
much
get
available,
something
but he
cooking
is in
here.
great position.
Come on, Rants. Get your finger in, like,
go up and down on his lips. Give him one of those.
Into the car, or Faust is shrimping.
It'll scare him.
Over to the other seat. Oh, here he goes.
No, baby.
Side of the car, and there he goes. He's thrown Sam out. Sam's head is
He's
about
wiggling.
an inch from the mat. Front of the throne.
It looks like being in the driver's seat is a huge disadvantage.
Very calm. You can look at his eyes and see he's very, very calm here, but he's in a bad position. Faust
This looks very this almost looks romantic.
Inches worth of seat belt here. The safety lock has kept him from.
He's not even taking the threat seriously right now.
I think Sam is successfully defending. Get a different camera.
What is he? I can't tell what I'm looking. Oh my god.
Gripping the wire that holds the headrest to the seat, and also in that hand.
Yeah, that's gonna be tough.
8 inches of seat belt. So he has got Sam trapped against the seat.
This is one of those moments where you need to be able to breathe out of your ass.
Sam is unable to move. His head is stuck to the seat. He's being choked by the seat belt. Faust is in position. He's got.
Oh, he's getting with like the Joker laugh. They're going crazy in the hot car.
Going to do with it, but he has got a fantastic.
Someone let out a little fart there. What was that?
Here for some sort of a front choke.
Oh, that'd be a good strategy actually. Stink them out.
Work inside the car.
Rip ass and then go to town. I think Rant really kind of took control of this round here.
And it looks like we're going to the third round.
That's the back seat time.
Heavy breathing from both competitors.
Hey, these are some big boys here for the back seat. That's not a whole lot of room to work.
Faust is trying to shove him in between the seats.
What are you watching?
And just a little bit of a misstep by Sam has put him in a
Oh, you gave up your belly.
Holy
you showed your belly. You showed tummy. Oh, but wait a minute.
Sam, the bully choke. But while doing so, he has absolutely gotten himself into a bad spot. His hips are trapped between the two front seats, and you can't
oh yeah, that's gonna be all she wrote.
Has figure forward the legs of Samuel Eidson.
He's gonna turn the car on, rip the wires out, and shock him with it.
Currently, Faust is a very serious situation here. There's no mobility whatsoever for Sam.
Yeah, he's got his legs locked there. He's got him in like a coffin stance.
Oh my gosh. Sam's trying to stay as calm as possible, but able to escape.
Yeah, I think this one's kaput. I don't see how Sam gets out of this. Unless he rips the steering wheel off and starts like slapping him around with it.
Oh, he's going to jiggle the keys here, create a little bit of a diversion, and he has absolutely passed from the back seat to the front seat. He still has mount. Wow.
Jiggling the keys for a diversion?
That was clever. Floorboard.
Just hide in the floorboard, Sam. He can't get you there.
Okay, here.
What is happening?
Try to win this fight right here. 10 seconds.
Oh.
Holy smokes. Sam's
that
head is stuck behind the steering wheel.
And what is
Sam
Jesus.
Oh my gosh.
What is Jeepers creepers.
Sam and Faust has in the match. Rant the Punisher Faust by submission. Holy smokes.
All right.
Wow. Championship.
Man, Sam was in such firm control for round one. But then it was all Rants.
The third round, it was.
Today we're talking about a serious topic that I'm shocked hasn't become a bigger story. Right now the only YouTuber that's covered it is Some Ordinary Gamers, Mudahar. Shout out to Mudahar, he's a sweet, special little angel, a butterfly with a heart of gold. And he's been talking about this story, or talked about it yesterday, and it's been ongoing for a little while now. It involves a beloved YouTuber that I was personally a fan of, even made a video on him a long time ago, and a YouTuber that I'm sure many of you have probably heard of before. Feature Man. His channel used to have nearly 450,000 subscribers, but he's been losing a good handful of them now due to the story that's come out. And he's also deleted a ton of his videos. He's purged his whole channel, burnt down his own Library of Alexandria here, so a lot of his biggest content no longer exists, but you probably remember him from going viral a few times for how to eat a watermelon, for example, where he kind of became this wacky watermelon old guy. He really broke the magician's code with that video. He opened everyone's third eye to the truth, the optimal way of attacking a watermelon and consuming it. And his whole channel had always existed in this limbo, this fabric between dimensions, between realms of, is it satirical or is this guy serious? He's an older gentleman, And people are wondering, is he geriatric? Is he senile? Because his recipes, and that was the main bulk of his content, was like goofy recipes, were always unhinged. Like digging out a hole in a watermelon and dumping fucking onion powder and a shoelace in it and being like, yep, this is a good watermelon recipe. Or a fucking pack of Vienna sausages and then putting mustard on it and then slamming it in between 5 pieces of bread and then putting sprinkles. Like all kinds of crazy shit, really. And for a long time, he cultivated an audience where they were laughing along with him. But now nobody's laughing after a series of investigations conducted by the community revealed a very fucked up past. It turns out he's not some innocent, wholesome octogenarian just posting YouTube videos and he's a good saint or anything. He's actually just evil. He, in the past, was facing 3 consecutive life in prison charges due to infamous crimes against nature for his sexual contact with minors. And after this information came to light, Featureman himself even posted a video, which he has now deleted, where he kind of tackled all of it head on while tiptoeing around the actual specifics of the case. I'll play some clips from that for you real quick. And I highly recommend watching Mudahar's video on this whole thing because he goes very in-depth going through the actual court documents as well as the newspaper clippings that the community has all put together. I'm just going to be giving you like a general breakdown of this whole situation. It's fucking rough.
About 1977, I became involved with the court system once again. I was arrested. I was tried, I was convicted by a jury, and I was sentenced. And the sentence was life in prison. And the sentence was life in prison. And the sentence was life in prison. Three lives in prison.
Knowing what I know now about this man, I can't even listen to him without getting the heebie-jeebies. The way he's talking here sounds like Palpatine when he's going over the Darth Plagueis the Wise story to Anakin. Many abilities deemed unnatural. Like, it's fucking terrifying, especially given what he has done. So, this is him kind of laying out the foundation that he received these 3 life in prison charges. And he maintains that it was a complete corrupt law. This infamous crimes against nature law for which he was tried and found guilty of was a whole bunch of baloney. It was all fucking dirty barnacles and foul play. The supposed victim, it was never a minor, over 18, he makes sure to specify.
And without getting into details, I will say that there was a trial, and the witness against me, and he was over 18 years of age, the witness against me admitted on the witness stand that he was lying.
Darth Sidious is doing his best to placate and omit important details. He tries to talk about this infamous crimes against nature law as if the reason he fell victim to it is because it was just completely fucked up, right? So he's trying to say, like, back during the time that this happened, which was like 45 years ago now, this law was used as just like an anything goes. They were real loosey-goosey with it. If it wasn't a relationship between a man and a woman, they could slap you with the infamous crimes against nature law. And he tries to present this law as if it was this boogeyman that he himself was on the front lines of justice fighting against. He mentions multiple times that he helped have the law changed around. But he makes it sound like, it was just completely a wild west of law enforcement here. If you kissed your body pillow that had a waifu on it, you would have went right to jail under the infamous crimes against nature law. If you are a furry, they would have thrown you right in the slammer under this law, this and that. And he's trying to make it seem like because his situation wasn't a man and a woman, that's why he stood trial for his crimes. He fails to mention that even though it wasn't a man and a woman, that's not the problem. It was because it was him and a child. But he's trying to make it seem like it was because they didn't tolerate gay people, they were homophobic, and that's what the law was used to, that's why they used that law against him. He just continues to omit the fact that it was a minor. Him saying that the witness was 18 years old is extremely misleading because while the witness may have been 18 at the time of that trial, he was not 18 when he was a victim of Tom. He was a minor. This happened years later when he was on trial and was 18, but when the actual yucky events happened, he was a child. So Tom, in this entire video here, tries to play himself off as a victim, but also narcissistic in that he celebrates his victory over this whole case and how he gets off with barely even a fucking slap on the wrist for all of it. It's fucking sickening.
Like, at the end of the day, obviously this isn't an interaction between a man or a woman, but it's also not an interaction between a legally aged man and another legally aged man. Again, reading the court documents, it involves a minor. Reading the news clippings, it involves a minor well under the age of 18. Well, why not include that into the situation? Again, without getting into details, I can see why he wouldn't get into details, because there is no actual defense. This boy to a room to introduce him to the guitar, a musical instrument. But the session ended in the first act of oral copulation. So again, it only says the first of several acts. It wasn't just one, it was multiple.
Now, I bet you're wondering how he was able to weasel his way out of this sentencing. 3 life sentences, that's not exactly small potatoes by any means there. That's not like a you wouldn't download a car situation where you're pirating John Wick 2 or whatever. This was very big, and he was able to wiggle his way out due to a fucking technicality. One that I still don't fully understand how he was able to pull off. Even after watching Mudahar's video and reading into it myself, I still don't quite understand how he was able to get away with such a slap on the wrist in light of all of these charges in the sentencing. I'm still a little confuddled by that. So I encourage you to look into this case if you were once a fan of Feature Man as well. I'm not going to even bother trying to tackle exactly how the technicality works that got him out of this extreme sentence that he was facing. But one thing is very clear. Tom shows absolutely no remorse for any of this. He also seems to have a very favorable view of himself, where he's almost like a hero who fought against an archaic law that was used against him unjustly, while never revealing to his audience that the victims here were minors. He continues to skirt around that fact, and it's fucking gross. So yeah, like I mentioned, I did like Feature Man's content. I didn't watch like every single upload, but I did watch a good handful of them. Like I said, I even made a video on him a long time ago. And this was an absolutely wild development here. This would have been like learning Mr. Rogers was secretly selling heroin to kids. I just couldn't believe this when I saw Mudahar posted the video, and now I'm just disgusted by this guy. So, yeah, I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's about it. So, yep.
Right in. And Chainsaw felt that he was loved. If anyone would like to say something, please.
What a great day for a funeral, huh, guys?
Wait a minute.
Oh, find my iPhone. You got find my
Man,
iPhone.
I gotta tell you guys something. You're looking at a man who died so poor that he's gonna, they're gonna have to have a GoFundMe in heaven for him.
How can you say that?
Not in this
That's a dead
holy,
man.
not in this holy temple.
He's been known his whole life for making bad investments, and this is no different. And I gotta tell you something. I couldn't be any happier that this guy has hit rock bottom and his stock has closed out for good. And I want to right now, in front of everybody here, do a tradition that we've done for years and years on Wall Street, when we want to say goodbye to bad rubbish. You are ugly, you're a loser, and you died broke. You should have followed my advice. It's not my problem. You're financially irresponsible.
The disrespect from Jones. Do we have security? Can someone...
What do we have here, man? These petunias are terrible, huh, sweetheart?
That was Papa Chainsaw, the first...
Oh my gosh!
After that hit, Dow Jones is going to frown.com and buying out their whole stock.
I gotta tell you, I think it's what he deserves.
I
think he's getting his just comeuppance right now.
trivializing it. He was trivializing the grieving process.
But he returns the strikes. Oh, it's a back and forth.
It's on a bloodbath. Yeah!
Stop it! Stop! The Lord is watching. You can't fight in front of him. Are you kidding me?
Commissioner
Keep
Phillips is
going.
making a good point. It's a holy sanctuary.
Now this is a fully ordained match. This is perfectly fine.
I gotta be honest with you.
She's going in on him.
I would.
Oh,
gee, what a dodge from Dodge. Oh, Jesus! She snapped her in half. It looks like we're gonna need another coffin.
I was just thinking. Yup.
Oh, goodness.
I'm the top of the market, baby. You do what I say.
Chainsaw's biggest fear was loneliness, but he's sending more to heaven. Oh, to join him.
Take a look. This is what a good investor looks like. Yeah.
What is happening? Oh! She just stole the national treasure.
Right in the subsidies.
I haven't cried since the day I was born, but I'm getting tears in my eyes from this brutality.
Goodness.
Oh, Lord.
Here.
If this was a cartoon, she'd be seeing stars, but it's not. So she's seeing blurry.
With your lousy brother.
The 401.
Oh, with her brother's own car.
Let him rest, please. He's having such sweet dreams, and now it's a nightmare.
Oh! Karma is a harsh mistress, and her name is Pila. Oh! Ladies and gentlemen, a moment of silence for Dow Jones's pride.
Oh, I tell you what, and his fiscal responsibilities.
Oh, that's right in the liver. That's right in the throat.
Oh!
But we just gave a beautiful sentiment up at that podium. It had so many good memories.
Ow! That really hurt.
Oh
no! My uncle owns this funeral home and he's gonna be so mad. Oh no! I told him we wouldn't break anything. He said the physical damage is fine, but the emotional damage is something else.
Oh, goodness me!
Right into the father's ashes.
It's a little family reunion, I tell you what.
What is he getting? It's a kendo stick.
Oh
my Why is there a kendo stick?
He has pulled a kendo stick out from under
Chainsaw asked to be buried with
Best funeral ever. I gotta say, this is my favorite funeral.
Oh!
I guess Dow Jones showed up to show his respect the only way he knows how. With disrespect.
Normally, I gotta pay money for something like this. Hold still, sweetheart.
Oh no! Dow Jones is just having a field day. Someone has to stop him.
This has to come to an.
This has to end in some way, and I promise you it's not going to be good.
Baby. Yeah.
Whoa! She saw into the future.
She has foresight.
The only thing more disrespectful than this is the fact that Taco Bell is taking away the quesarito on April 19th.
Right you are, Chase.
Right before April 20th?
Folks, if you're watching at home, petition your local Taco Bell. Get them to keep it on the menu.
Oh, good. Oh, what a reversal.
Oh, she's castling. She's castling.
Oh, that's Caller's mate? Wait a minute. Whoa! That was more detrimental to human health than high fructose corn syrup. The steel chair! The steel chair! Chainsaw has to be buried with that!
She's going up.
She's going... What is happening?
Man, what do you think
No!
you're doing?
The Chainsaw family has a curse, and its name is Dow Jones. Whoa!
He's like Puff the Magic Dragon. If Puff the Magic Dragon hit women...
What? It's like I was watching Chris Brown up there.
Oh my gosh.
We were gonna have 2 funerals today, sweetheart.
He's taunting him.
He's right.
Chainsaw, come back to us.
Yeah.
Oh, God! We need to clear the stands. Run! Evacuate! Are we safe?
I don't know. I don't think anyone's
Are
safe.
we in the splash zone?
Oh, no!
I can't even think straight. Oh, she must be emitting beta-thylene because I'm feeling the shivers.
Oh, revving it out of the spider.
She's just like Chainsaw. She's revving it up. She's using the spirit of her brother. She feels it.
She's got ended here.
No.
She's not done with him.
Oh my goodness!
I just saw the life leave her body.
She's got to be out.
Her spirit's, it's traveling.
Oh my goodness! That looked almost as painful as the time I had a real stuffy nose the other week.
I remember that.
Oh,
I haven't been this emotional since the time I ate edamame and experienced an estrogen spike.
Oh, estrogen poisoning.
This poll came bearing some bad news, and it's a smackdown.
You either stay seated or get your ass beat.
Beat it! I tell you what.
What we just witnessed is a more important moment in American history than the Battle of Gettysburg.
What we just saw was an insane wrestling move. How are they still standing? How did they get up from that? Oh no!
Oh my God!
What is he doing? Good
happening?
Lord, man! What do you think you're doing?
A Frankensteiner?
Oh,
this day
there
and
he goes!
age?
Karate!
This. But where's Chainsaw's corpse? There's
no body.
What?
There's no body in there.
There's nobody there.
Is that a motor?
Is that a lawnmower nearby?
What is this? Oh! He's back! He's in the flesh! What is happening? Is he an apparition?
Oh
He's
my
got
God!
the arms! Oh! How is he not decapitated?
We don't even have a necromancer nearby.
Hades be damned!
Hey, that belongs to another service. Put it down, son.
Oh my!
Oh my God! Someone call a doctor, a mortician, some kind of medical expert.
Somebody call the family that coffin belonged to.
I tell you what, though, you give a mouse a cookie, he'll want to see that shit again.
Right, you are, Aaron. Holy shit.
Folks, we are seeing a once-in-a-lifetime moment. Chainsaw has reunited with his sister. Oh, from beyond the grave.
That's an angel that just came back to
He
us.
came back twofold. He got the Zinkai boost.
I've never believed in magic until I saw it. And I don't know if I believe in magic anyway, even still.
Great G. Willikers, Charles. Somehow Chainsaw swam upstream the river Styx, defied the gods, and reunited with his sister from beyond the grave. And what about Jones? I mean, Jones entered that funeral, but he left with one foot in the grave.
Exactly.
He's still laying there.
Yeah, yeah. I'm looking at him now. He's twitching.
The post-mortem spasms are going wacky on him.
Nick Fury tried to recruit Bila years ago, we could never forget, but the MWL had a strict contract on her, and it's nice to see that she was able to stand up for Chainsaw in his weakest moment where he couldn't defend himself, being dead.
That's certainly not the episode we were expecting, but it's a hell of an episode regardless.
Fuck yes, it was. Chainsaw is back from beyond the grave.
Now that Chainsaw is back from the grave, he's technically undead, and he's got to be sealed away. There's only one man for that job. I don't want to spoil it, but the one, the only, he's coming.
You'll just have to tune in till the next episode of MWL.
I want to quickly address something that I've been ignoring the last few days. The reason I've been wearing so many black t-shirts is because my white t-shirts were being washed and I forgot that they were still in the hamper in the laundry room, so I've just been grabbing black t-shirts after my showers. That's it. There's no deeper meaning to it. Now anyway, I want to share with you a video that is probably one of the most embarrassing things I've seen someone post on their own accord. This is a video that you couldn't torture me enough to release. This is something that I would try to bury. I would spend every dollar I've ever earned in order to erase this video from the fucking internet because it is so unbelievably cringe. This is something that I would take to my grave and even after I'm dead would still have blushing cheeks and feel shame for having ever filmed. And this is something that they freely posted on their own. It's a group of kids that are harassing McDonald's employees.
Walk into the back of McDonald's again!
Yeah, I wasn't exaggerating. These are actual milk-drinking, diaper-shitting children.
But that doesn't excuse the behavior, and it's mainly the reason I want to talk about this, because they get away with doing all kinds of degenerate shit because they know the authorities can't fully punish them, so they always just get slaps on the wrist, if that. Which just allows these clout-hungry little goblins to continue doing this degenerate shit for views on TikTok, and then they grow up into just fucking losers. I understand you can't just throw these 13-year-olds in jail for any of this, but there has to be some kind of punishment to fit the crimes. Like, okay, you kids went on video to harass these McDonald's workers, so we're going to your house and we're taking away your Xbox, and we're repossessing all of your Fortnite V-Bucks and deleting your account. There's just gotta be something, because clearly they're not getting discipline from their parents at home, probably just being sat down in front of an iPad having their fucking brains rot, so they think this is a good idea, and that the only thing that matters in the world is internet views, so they keep coming up with dumb shit like this, harassing McDonald's workers, and that's just the gateway drug. In 5 years, next they'll be doing like the fucking Kia challenge where they're stealing cars, and then next it's charging people in a Walmart parking lot with a knife, and then they get themselves shot.
As you can see, I'm walking, yeah? Let's go, let's check the inspection. Inspection. Alright, let's check the inspection. I'm walking, let's check the inspection. Thank you very much. Inspection.
It's a sensory overload because the kid who filmed it is also doing voiceover after the fact, so it's overlapping. It sounds like you're caught in like a Dormammu time loop. It's just constant words and nonsense. It sounds like when you're playing Chivalry 2 and people are just spamming voice lines all over the place. It sounds like when the fucking nematodes show up to the Krusty Krab. It is miserable to listen to. Also, I have no idea why they were making all of those clicking noises when they entered the McDonald's. I'm guessing that's just them trying to be quirky with their signature style. But really the background noise that should have been playing whenever they roll up on something should be circus music, because they're a bunch of clowns. Now, I know all of this sounds mean because they're actual kids, so I'm picking on children, but god damn it, the authorities aren't doing anything about it, so I might as well step in and try and, like, you know, deliver some hard truths that what they're doing is fucking cringe and embarrassing and they should feel shame for it. Like, this is awful. It's fucking stupid. They should be insulted for it. Like, especially now, so that way they'll stop doing it.
Inspection. Crazy. I have to check the inspection, I have to check the fries and everything. But man, I have to check everything just in case. And me and my bro, we got locked in there, bro. Look, me and my brother. They locked us in it. They locked us in it.
It just doesn't stop. So they're in the back of the kitchen, they're like walking around, like touching some of this shit, bothering all of the workers, just being an actual headache. Just a blemish on society here. Just for nothing other than TikTok views. It's so fucking juvenile. And yes, I know they're kids, goddammit, I get it. But this is fucking trash. This shouldn't be encouraged. Hats off to the McDonald's workers for taking swift action here. They immediately call the police and then close the door so that way they're trapped in that one location till the police get there. And also, I'm gonna give a little free advice to the kid that filmed this. Give up. Making videos is just not for you. Like, the whole idea behind this with walking to the back of the kitchen is garbage in the first place, but also you clearly have no fucking clue what you're doing. You're doing voiceover while all of the other words are being spoken, so it's just pure commotion and pandemonium. No one can make out anything that's going on here. It sounds like we're listening to Charlie Brown's parents. It's fucking awful. Just stop. Just try and commit to something else that's not fucking pranks or whatever this was supposed to be.
My legs were sinking. My heart was bum. I was scared. Like Ronaldo. Call the police. Sexual harassment. I'm recording this.
It literally sounds like they're accidentally emoting. But anyway, you can see that these little scumbags aren't just here doing an innocent prank. Now they're saying that if the police get there, they're going to say that they were sexually harassed by the workers. That's a serious thing to do. I mean, that's a fucking crime to falsely report something like that. That's just downright evil. That's just straight up fucking evil.
Man, then we're outside in the fucking district every fucking time, bro. Bro, what are you gonna do, bro? Come, badness, bro. She was recording me. I was like, hey, girl, record me. You might as well get my number before I'm famous. You just walked in. You guys do that, man.
Honestly, this whole video kind of sums up the human brain on TikTok really well. It is actual constant fucking noise. Just gibberish. Literal random fucking noises at all seconds because they didn't want a single millisecond to go by without some kind of fucking noise, because there needs to be perpetual jingling keys on that platform, which is why there's always like Subway Surfers underneath every video. It's kind of frightening. I really do wonder what TikTok has done to the human brain, and if we're going to see any kind of wild effects from that in like 10 years. If people are just going to be completely unable to focus on one thing, they're going to need like multiple things in order to keep their attention.
It's not right. You are not. Why you coming? Let me get told. No. Why you coming? Boss, can I go out? Why you coming? No, because someone. Boss, can I come out? Can I come out?
It just doesn't fucking stop. It sounds like listening to a team of Pikmin trying to lift something heavy. Now, I know that I kind of insinuated that I view a lot of these things like a failure of parenting, and that's not always the case, and I recognize that. It's kind of wrong of me to assume that kids like this are the product of bad or neglectful parents. Sometimes there are just people that are too far gone, like kids that get too deep into this obsession with internet brownie points, the updates, the likes on TikTok, and no amount of good parenting can kind of curb that. It's just a lesson that the kids have to learn themselves when they realize that all of that effort was wasted and that they've just turned into a fucking loser from chasing it.
Tell him again, bro. What? I ain't scared. You ain't scared. Pussy yours, bro. Come fight me, bro.
I don't know.
Open the door. Boss, you gonna let us go or you just gonna stay here? Because I'm gonna tell the police that you strangled me because you strangled my neck. I have video footage of you strangling my neck.
It's the teenagers.
Yeah, you never strangled my neck. But I just said like you strangled my
16.
neck so you could like get me out.
Another one of those false claims that could ruin a person's life if they tried that. So now, not only were they going to accuse them of sexual harassment, but also accuse this guy of strangling the kid's neck. And he even admits, like, yeah, that guy never did that, I was just going to say that. Which is fucking crazy. That's nuts. That is just evil. Like, full stop. That is just evil shit.
My neck started to do the stanky last night. Stanky last night, and I'll break your leg. Break him. Are you Mendoza, mother? We got freed. Bow! The feds came. Bow!
Yeah, so you just get to walk out after the police get there. I really do think all of the workers handled this pretty well. They immediately called the authorities, kept them there till they got there. It's just a shame that all of that effort was moot, and the kids will likely just come back and do this again for more internet views since this kind of went viral for them. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about this because there's been like a real rise in kids doing stupid shit in public for the sake of internet views and at the expense of just normal workers. It's really frustrating shit, and it doesn't seem like it's going to stop anytime soon since the kids aren't getting punished for it, so why would they stop? They don't care about like the negative reception they get online. All they care about is the big number they see next to their views. Nowadays, it feels like kids are almost incentivized to be the biggest douchebag possible as early as possible, so that way they can start farming views, because outrage is the quickest way to like relevancy on TikTok and that TikTok fame that they even mention in this video. Like, they are clearly aware that by being an asshole in public, they're going to get some attention from it. So it's almost like incentivized, and there's just got to be some way to curb that. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to kind of talk about this a little bit. That's about it. See ya. I'll just say it out loud with my whole chest. I love learning about useless, meaningless internet drama. It's one of those things where I spend an embarrassing amount of time reading every little niche tiff that a community has, going to every single facet of the internet, learning about what kind of controversy or what drama is happening over there. If I spent that same amount of time that I do reading about internet drama and instead spent that time learning useful skills, I would have been able to master like 5 different skills right now, like some really cool special things like juggling and clogging. But instead, I just learn about nonsense. It's my main vice, and it's more addicting than heroin, and I recognize that it's a pathetic hobby. It'd be less embarrassing if I just made fursuits in my spare time than read about internet drama. But regardless, the reason I'm talking about it today is because I recently watched Wavy Web Surf's new video on YouTubers that are in prison, and I was confident that I would know everyone that he was about to speak on, and I did know all of them except one. And that surprised me because the one I didn't know
is really a fucked up situation that I feel most people probably weren't aware of, because when I look up this person's name, there's only one channel that's ever really talked about them at length, and that was Philip DeFranco. Now, Philip DeFranco talks about something Pay Money Wubby talked about, which was the really weird fetish of breastfeeding videos on YouTube, where it clearly wasn't educational and they weren't breastfeeding their kids for the sake of like getting them nutrients, you know, like the actual biological function of breastfeeding. They were filming this because it was fetish content to some really sick weirdos that were watching it. So he was focusing on the entire depraved community and only briefly mentioned the person we're about to talk about, Lee Felton. Lee Felton was once a piano teacher, but after her husband left her and her child, she then got desperate for money and started posting breastfeeding videos on YouTube that were clearly meant to be sexual. For those that don't know, YouTube has always had an exception to their nudity policy if the content is educational. And they used to have that for artistic expression as well, but that started getting abused. A lot of people recognized a loophole there where you could claim anything was artistic and then just have full nudity on YouTube. I remember a couple of classic bangers, such as the girl who opened a can of SpaghettiOs with her pussy and then like dumped the SpaghettiOs on the floor and called it modern art, or the absolute timeless masterpiece of the older woman who dressed in a morph suit but then cut the pussy out, so she just have her vagina on full display, and then she had a man pick her up and carry her around while she peed everywhere in a circle. So that was hype, and eventually YouTube recognized that this was getting abused, so they don't really have that exception for artistic nudity anymore, at least not like they used to, but it does still exist for educational content. So things like how to administer a breast exam, or like how to do a Brazilian wax. If you look up that kind of shit, you can find full nudity because it's people trying to educate, even though a lot of people will recognize there's bad actors here, once again just using that educational loophole for porn on the platform. But the point is, and there's also naked yoga on YouTube, fully nude yoga that they claim is educational on poses and how the human body reacts to the poses. I'm getting sidetracked. There is a loophole for nudity on the platform as long as it's educational. And Lee Felton, it took advantage of that. She started making this breastfeeding content where she just had her titties out and she'd have her child being breastfed. And she made a lot of content like that and then started to recognize that her audience wasn't women trying to learn how to breastfeed. It was creepy, absolute fucking worms that were watching her to jerk off. It was sexual. So she started to lean into it.
Lee reportedly made breastfeeding videos where she rubbed herself and her child down in oil and shoved her breasts in the baby's face. Lee would give her videos titles akin to something you might find on an adult website. Titles such as Slip and Slide and Mommy's a Whore. Jesus fucking Christ.
Jesus fucking Christ is right. So Lee Felton turned to the ultimate dark side. She was not only producing this pornographic material, but she was selling unlisted links to the videos to these absolute fucking degenerates. And you can clearly recognize the big problem here. She was producing pornography that involved an actual child.
According to reports, a Wisconsin man was apparently busted purchasing Lee's content by his wife. And after discovering the repulsive videos, the wife reportedly felt into authorities.
And hopefully the wife also left the husband, because that is an absolute unhinged weirdo. And hopefully he was also charged with purchasing child pornography, because that's what this shit is. You have porn that involves a child. It's child pornography. And initially she was facing an absolute grocery list here of charges: 34 counts of capital sexual battery, plus other charges of promoting a sexual performance by a child, possession of child pornography, and lewd and lascivious molestation, crimes that could have carried a life sentence, but she was only found guilty on one of the charges, which carried a 10-year sentence. Now, let's go over a little bit more of what Wavy Web Surf points out, which is how she defended these actions in the case.
During her trial, she would describe her videos as a, quote, silly little playful thing, and that she doesn't believe it's criminal.
A silly little playful thing, huh? Fucking menace. What a fiend. Oh, so goofy to produce porn that involves a child that is in your porn. Man, how wacky. Oh, wow, goodness graciously. This was her entire stance during the case, that it wasn't serious, and that she was also going through mental health struggles, which led to her doing this.
She said that she had finally got attention that she had been craving for so long, so she leaned into it even further, but it was never serious, and it wasn't criminal or bad or anything. It was just a playful thing that she was also charging money for. That was clearly sexually charged because a lot of the titles like Mommy's a Whore and Good Little Boy were being sold as the unlisted videos. But for some reason, she still tried to play it off like, oh, it's just so silly, that's all. You guys are overreacting. That was her absolute lobotomized take during all of it. And her lawyers were just as smooth-brained. They tried to argue that everything she did was protected by free speech. I'm not even fucking kidding. I'm not making that up. They made this a free speech argument that she should be able, and it's not criminal, for her to breastfeed her child in these sexually charged fetish videos because it's a free speech expression.
Lee Felton's defense attempted to argue that her breastfeeding videos fell under free speech protection, but nobody was buying this defense. A Tallahassee sheriff's lieutenant puts it best. Quote, "The video was clearly not done for the purpose of education or artistic display. Based on the content and the fact that it's being sold by Felton, it is clear this video is for sexual purposes."
Fucking obviously. This is not a free speech issue. I love free speech. I hate censorship. You know what this isn't? Free speech. And it's not censorship. You can't just use this as a catch-all term or defense like, what do you mean I can't dismember my neighbor when I'm upset? What about free speech, huh? Do we not live in a free country? I can't go over there and just fucking decapitate him? Come on. Are you serious? I don't want to live in a society where Lee Felton can't produce sexual breastfeeding videos for people to enjoy. Oh my goodness, what happened to free speech? It's fucking lunacy. It's absolute craziness that that's what they tried. But what's even more insulting is that it must have worked to some degree because her charges, all 34 of them, she was found not guilty on, except for one. But that charge carried a 10-year sentence, so she is still spending a significant time behind bars, but not as long as she should, I would argue. She of course lost custody of her child, but I really don't understand why they reduced the sentence so much. There was overwhelming evidence against her with tons of videos as well as tons of receipts of the videos being sold to like 40 or 50 different clients allegedly. Like that, I still feel like 10 years was a pretty light sentence for all of this, with all of that considered, but whatever. Anyway, just wanted to talk about this because I found this to be a pretty interesting story that I'd never heard of before, so huge hats off to Wavy Web Surf for finding this and talking about it, because this was a really interesting and really fucked up one. That's about it. So yeah. There is a lot of drama and controversy surrounding slapping right now. And as a result, I've been wrapped up like a Christmas present in the middle of all of it because for the last couple of years, I've been seen as the preeminent expert on professional slapping. I'm like the Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart for slaps. I can hear a slap, and I can tell you who threw it. I've made so much content on professional slapping over the last few years. I love that sport more than a fish loves water. I followed it from its humble beginnings as a circus freak show side act at a weightlifting competition, all the way into what it's blossomed into today, an entire industry and silly niche sport. And as a result, I've been catching a lot of blame for what's recently unfolded with Power Slap. Power Slap is Dana White's new slapping sport, and it is remarkably dangerous. And I'm sure if you've been on Twitter today, you've seen the viral clips from episode 1 with the wild knockouts that look like someone getting hit by 5 different trains from all angles. It's very brutal. And since I've covered slapping for so long, people are blaming me for bringing it to Dana White's attention, as if I'm just like his little court jester who's keeping him up to date on things like slapping. He and I aren't friends. I've never spoken to him in my life. I'm not a fan of Dana White. I think the way he treats the UFC fighters is a fucking joke. I think it's criminal how bad their contracts are. And I have absolutely nothing to do with Power Slap. But I feel the need to defend myself because for a lot of people, especially UFC fans, they're looking at me as the supervillain, like the mustache twirling evil guy behind the scenes, the puppet master that made Dana White dance, which I actually find extremely entertaining because Power Slap flopped harder than Morbius. This did not do well for him. Dana White's invested millions upon millions of dollars in this, expecting it to be a smash hit,
and the only thing it smashed was his fucking wallet here. So if I truly did influence his perception of how popular slapping was, I find that to be a great joke because he invested so much money into it only for the reality to slap him in the face. Contrary to popular belief, I don't like power slap. I don't like what Dana White is doing with it, and I'll explain why. What he's doing is significantly more dangerous than the slap fighting that I enjoy, such as Slap Fight Championship. There is a very strict set of rules as well as medical supervision and regulations that they follow to ensure that people aren't just getting hit with fucking frying pans and forgetting who they are and where they were. Now, of course, by the very nature of this, it's dangerous. Everyone knows that, including the slappers, and everyone also knows it's dumb. That's not some secret, it's not a deep cut. Everyone knows it's stupid. And they do everything they can to make it as safe as possible, except in Dana White's power slap. The whole thing is just supposed to be like a, wow, this is silly shit that I can't look away from. That's like, ask anyone who is in the slapping scene. Even the owner of Slap Fight Championship, JT, will tell you, it's just a fun, over-the-top, goofy sport. But he has a set of rules that keep it as safe as possible for the athletes. Rules that aren't being followed by power slap, even though they do borrow some of the best slappers in the world for the show. I want to show you the clip now that's floating around, and then I'm going to go over the key differences. Now, this is one of a few viral tweets that's floating around. This one is coming from an actual neuroscientist who's talking about the brain injury because after he gets knocked out, he goes into what's called the fencing position. It's actually a pretty terrifying thing, and I have no doubt that this guy really did suffer greatly from this. And he's far from alone. This isn't some, like, crazy accident that no one could have seen coming. Every knockout they show in the clips that's floating around are all pretty devastating, and I'm sure they will have residual effects for quite some time as a result. Now, to the untrained eye, this seems like business as usual for slapping sports, but there's actually some very key differences. The first, and in my opinion, one of the biggest problems, is the absence of the no-stepping rule. Now, to be fair, they do have stepping listed as one of the fouls, but it's not enforced in the actual show, so it might as well just not have even been written down in the first place. It basically is absent. In normal slapping tournaments, you're not allowed to step into your slaps. It's all just upper body rotation. You can't be like, you know, doing like a Happy Gilmore up to the barrel and then slapping him on the way by with a drive-by. Because obviously when you're stepping into a slap, you're generating significantly more power with it. And since you're not able to defend yourself in slapping, they're taking the full force of this wallop. They're getting served a quarter pounder with quadruple cheese. It's a lot more force behind that because they stepped into it. Now you might be asking yourself, why aren't they enforcing a no-stepping rule if it's so commonplace? And the answer is because Dana White only cares about the spectacle of the sport. And in his little smooth brain, he thinks the spectacle is just big KOs. So the more KOs, the more people are going to get interested and hype and excited, the more people will watch it, which is more money in his pocket. So anything to really increase the amount of KOs, I imagine Dana White views as a positive thing. So they're not enforcing a strict no-stepping rule, which is leading to significantly more knockouts in Power Slap than in any other slapping tournament I've ever seen. Compare this to any other slapping tournament, and it's like 10x in Power Slap. And it's not just because of the no-stepping rule, they also don't really enforce clubbing. Another common rule in slapping is no clubbing. That refers to not hitting with like this part of your hand. Because at that point, you're basically just fucking punching the person. It's like a monk strike, like a monk palm strike to the face. What you're supposed to be hitting with is up in here. You know, I'm giving the anatomy of a slap right now, but this is what you're looking to actually hit someone with when it comes to slapping. You know, it still generates power, it's still nice, loud, Looney Tunes level noise with a slap, and it's still exciting, but it's not nearly as dangerous or potentially fatal as getting clubbed like this. That's very serious, by the way. There actually has been a fatality as a result of slapping tournaments where a famous strongman from Poland named Artur unfortunately passed away due to the injury he suffered in a slapping tournament. I actually made a video, I think 2 videos on this guy. Artur was this absolutely massive strongman. He was really cool, but unfortunately he passed away due to the injury he suffered in a slapping tournament. It was absolutely tragic, and it's why safety needs to be taken very seriously when it comes to this sport, which right now Power Slap isn't doing at all. It's like handing a loaded gun to a toddler in the dark. If you watch all of the KOs that are floating around on Twitter from Power Slap, every single one of them pretty much is a club. It would be called a club in every other slapping event except Power Slap, I guess. It is just non-stop clubbing there. So the fact that Dana White's wiping his ass with any level of rules that help the fighters not suffer life-changing injuries is pretty disgraceful. It's not because he didn't know about these rules either, by the way. He's someone who's clearly done his research on it because he's emulated and even taken things from, like, Slap Fight Championship. But for some reason, he's not actually enforcing the rules because he's too enamored with all of the knockouts. And there have been pretty much non-stop knockouts from Power Slap, it seems. Which isn't really something to be celebrating because these are real people that are taking this damage. So I don't like Power Slap, and I don't like people assuming that I do. I really think there's a world of difference between something like Slap Fight Championship and what Dana White's doing here. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if in the next episode they have like a halftime show where two people just hit each other in the face with baseball bats until one of them loses their entire fucking head, just gets decapitated. Like, it's just very clearly designed to just maximize the amount of knockouts, which I just don't agree with. So to all of the UFC fans that are upset at me for talking about slapping and making content about slapping for a couple years now, I really think you and I are on the same team. I don't support what Dana White's doing. Yes, I do love the novelty and the thrill of watching a slapping tournament, but one that's handled professionally, that does have the slap fighter's health in mind. Of course, I just recently made a video about one that was equally as dangerous as Dana White's slapping tournament, the one where that guy's face got like actually completely rearranged. But that one I was talking about it being extremely dangerous too. But anyway, point is, I don't like Power Slap. So yeah, that's about it. See ya.
I'm rolling. We're gonna do a Milky Milk tier list today. I'm gonna start lowest fat and increase in fat. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait. Do we just have skim?
Yeah, the pink one.
So how many fat levels are there of milk? There's like
fat-free, 1%,
2%,
2%. There's whole milk. You've got, there's other ones. There's like vitamin D milk, which I think is somewhere in the middle. They all have vitamin D, but there's one specifically. There's so much.
Yeah, there's a lot of milk.
Bottoms up, boys. Give me a little cheers.
Yep. This is skim milk.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that just tastes like normal milk.
Do you drink milk regularly?
No.
I was about to say, as a kid, did you drink milk?
Yep.
What did you drink?
Whatever mommy got me with my Mama Celeste pizzas. Couldn't tell you. Could have been fat-free, whole milk, skim milk,
Did it taste
soy
like
milk.
what you just drank?
Yeah.
Okay, then you definitely drank skim. Because I did too, and then I got to college, and the machines had 2% or whole, and I started drinking whole, and I was like, this is just liquid ice cream. I love this whole is- milk. Yeah, You it's know. on a whole nother level. I drank it as a kid too. A lot of people don't like it, but it's a solid A tier for me. I like
I mean,
skim
yeah, this
milk.
is very nostalgic. I used to have this all the time. That's probably going to be an A for me as well. It's nothing like special, though.
Yeah, skim milk is fat-free milk.
Fucking woke liberals
Yep.
renaming our milk.
Exactly. This is 1% milk, or as rich people milk.
One.
I was like, what do you mean? It's not expensive.
I don't know why I keep smelling it like it's going to have a different aroma to it. Like a wine sommelier.
You gotta let it aerate.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that tastes like the exact same thing as the last milk.
Yeah, just a little more creamy. How about like 1% more? You think?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, this just tastes exactly the same as that.
Yeah,
I
I'm
actually
gonna
couldn't
go-
discern the difference.
That one got a 90, this one got a 91. It's an A.
Yeah, this is just going to be an A2. It'd be a disservice to, like, for some reason slap it. It even looks the same. Can you believe that?
I can't.
That's fucking crazy.
That's crazy.
Which one? Hey, which one's skim?
That's how we should have done that this one. A blind taste
Well, you saw me.
test.
You saw me pick it up.
Okay, what is this, 2%?
This is 2%.
Why'd you
so-
just give me a sip? Is it like
You want more?
toxic?
No, I
that's
just
fine.
don't want you to get tummy ache.
Oh, true. Thanks for being considerate.
Oh yeah, do we have the Tums up here?
That tastes exactly the same as the other ones. In fact, I'm gonna make a chimera here out of all three of these and puke.
Oh, now you're drinking 3%. Well, no, because you got a 0% in there. They average out to 1%.
They neutralize each
Is it average or is it additive? I would think it would be additive.
It's got to be average.
Okay.
If you take the same amount of 0% and 1% and mix it, you're at 0.5%.
I'm with you. I think you're right.
Thanks.
Okay, that's just gonna be A tier again. It tastes exactly the fucking same.
That's an A.
I think this is very thorough, though.
We just like milk, I guess. I think a lot of people get disgusted by drinking milk straight up, from what I've seen.
I thought that was just such a normal thing to do growing up.
I did too.
Milk used to give me a little tummy ache when I was a baby boy.
Well,
Still
it
does.
is weird. We're the only mammal that drinks another mammal's milk.
The only one that drinks after we're weaned too.
We're also the only one that drive cars, Matt.
After you're weaned, like.
True.
You're not supposed to drink milk's for babies.
I'm just saying, it's got the nutrients for the babies. Why are we drinking cow's milk? We should be drinking
breast milk.
Man
Breast
milk.
Yeah, man milk.
I've been telling you, breast milk needs to come back.
All right, here's whole milk.
That tastes exactly the same.
Wait, I've had a lot of whole milk. This whole milk and this skim milk are way too closely together.
They just taste exactly the same.
I mean, there's like a
It's
slight
just the
difference.
Winn-Dixie brand, because I was like, for the basic milks, let's just go basic. So
Yeah, no, this is
Winn-Dixie's like, ooh, one of
this is
them.
definitely 3. Does anybody know what percentage whole milk's supposed to be?
No, but I wouldn't put it past Winn-Dixie to like water down their
agree.
fattier
No.
milk to make it go further.
That is not. There's normally like a wow, that's whole milk. I've got a frog in my throat, so my voice got really deep there. It's not great.
He's killed. He's dead over there.
I want to go home. That's just another.
It's gonna be the worst fucking tier list of all time.
Yeah, this is.
Wait, yeah, let's keep moving.
Yeah, can we just
forward.
get out of the basic milks? And
That's
just do
done
it?
with basic. All 4 are in A tier. We're moving on.
Yeah. Lactate and normal milk, since you just have normal milk.
All right, we'll go lactate.
The lactate I have is in a red container, so this blue is new territory.
Yeah, this is 2%. Yours is probably like whole.
Yeah.
Maybe.
This is real milk with no discomfort.
Cool.
All right.
We should not post this video.
This tastes exactly the fucking same.
It's just sweeter. I would say lactate is sweeter milk.
The concept was fascinating,
Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
All right, lactate. Lactate is good.
I mean, it's just an A tier. It just tastes like normal milk.
Can we get an S?
Or anything under an A.
Let's go with silk. Ooh, coconut.
So silk does almond milk and it's shit, actually.
Well, this is unsweet silk coconut. I'm feeling.
That's gonna be vomit inducing. Finally, something interesting.
Let's.
I liked it for like 1 week, and then my whole body changed its chemistry, and it just made me sick. Yeah,
You became allergic to almonds.
it was just terrible.
Why
Like,
did can I ask why your body changed its chemistry all of a sudden?
I don't know, man. Like I liked it for a while, and then for some reason I just didn't. I used to have it with my cereal, and then I guess I might have had it straight up one time, and it killed it for me forever.
Your gut biome had a climate crisis.
All right, let's get it.
Oh, that's stinky.
That.
Okay, D. Yikes! What
Yeah,
the
that's
fuck?
just coconut water.
Yeah, that's like coconut water, but with
But
like
like watered down.
yeah, but
that's
also
weird.
kind of viscous.
Well, it's the coconut milk.
Yeah, that's coconut milk. I
You
feel
need
like
to
they
do the
took
cookie
1%
test.
milk and coconut.
Oh,
All right.
I'm not.
I don't want to waste a cookie.
I'm not
on
cookie
this.
testing that.
Yeah.
This thing's kind of foul. It's
I
not
would
an
go
F,
as far as saying this isn't milk. Let's fly through this bad boy and go almond. Let's give the fans a 4-minute tier list.
Oh, it's Chobani almond milk?
Oh, not. This is oat milk. Sorry, we're going oat milk.
Jesus Christ, they're milking everything. Jesus.
Hey, nothing
What the
is safe
fuck?
anymore. If you grow in the ground, we'll milk you.
It smells awful.
Smells like oats. That just tastes like oats.
It actually is just ground oats.
Yeah, that's
What
liquid
the
oatmeal.
fuck is the point of this?
That's fine, I guess.
Who would want that? Just get oatmeal.
Yeah.
The fuck is the point?
You can drink it, pour it, stir it, mix it. So,
Everything you can do with oatmeal.
That's just liquid.
What is the... Why would you want this? It's
Yeah,
not bad. I mean, the oatmeal milk. Wow. The oatmeal milk is like B. It was fine.
Yeah, it's pleasant.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I sometimes use oat creamer in my coffee. So, yeah. All right, let's get into soy milk. The kryptonite of Andrew Tate.
Ew.
It's a little...
Well, it smells bad.
I don't want to say it, but you can just see it and make your own assumptions. This video is gonna be good.
Oh, what?
Ooh,
Wow.
That's really sweet.
That's really like rancid.
What is soy? Is it beans? Peas?
I think it's like some kind of pea.
Oh, a soybean. I'm
Oh.
a fucking idiot.
That's an F. That's fucking awful.
Try it with a cookie.
Yeah, you know what, you're right.
Is there like high sugar in this? 6 grams of sugar in a cup? I don't know if that's high or not. That's not, no, compared to regular
Had so
milk.
many Oreos today.
That's the crazy thing about milk. There's 11 grams of sugar in a cup of milk. That's so much sugar.
It's natural. It's all
Is it?
I think they don't naturally. They just like pasteurize it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, 0 added sugars. Yeah, I don't like soy.
What's next, Matt?
The Oreo and the chocolate milk. Oh, that's
Wow.
That's what made me sick.
Yep, here you go. You're gonna get a big ol' helping.
Cool. Yeah, serve me up.
This has more calcium than dairy milk. Did you know that?
Yeah, they always hype that up, but I think it's a lie.
I don't think they're allowed to lie.
Yep. That's still some poop.
Big almond.
That's still just not very good.
That's a milked almond. I've never really enjoyed almond milk. I think it's just bland.
It is. It's beyond. Well, it's more than bland. It's almost like offensively stale, is how I feel about it. Like the almonds were clearly kept in suboptimal conditions,
Yeah.
locked in the dark.
It's weird. Those are the same words I was going to use about this video. Offensively stale.
I disagree. I think people need to know what the best milk is, and it's not.
They need our opinions. How will they know what milk to like?
It's not as bad as soy. I'll give it a D.
All right. All right, let's go into plant-based ripple milk.
What is it?
What is that?
Plant-based milk called ripple.
How do you milk a plant?
Same way you milk everything else. I think you just put in something, squeeze, and...
Like, I've never seen something that's like...
So you say plant-based milk.
Here, I'll
Can
read you
you
the
describe the plant?
Yeah, I gotcha. So there's water.
Okay.
Pea protein blend, which is water and pea protein.
What a blend.
They could have just put the beet protein in and added more water originally. Vegetable oil, which... Why? Contains less than 1% of vitamin A palmitate. I had a little dyslexic moment. Lots of it. That's it.
So just peas and water?
It's peas and water.
You just
Why?
took a Venus flytrap and you shook it up till it blew
Yeah.
Fuck me, that's awful.
Ooh,
Jesus
that's,
Christ.
that's an F.
That's like sewage.
Does it taste like peas?
Tastes
No,
like
here,
plants.
try it. Actually, just try it.
You guys want a little sip?
It tastes like when you like.
I actually want to try that.
It tastes like when you like hit the ground in football and you got
There
like
you go.
grass in your mouth. That makes sense.
This is going to be Chelsea's favorite milk.
It's actually not
I would love to
bad.
eat this with my cardboard Cheerios. I don't like milk, but I'll use Ripple.
That was definitely an F as well.
Oh,
That's up
I
there with
forgot we
soy.
have
Yeah,
these.
go into the dried milk.
We've got dry milk and sweetened condensed milk and evaporated milk.
Oh, what?
Sweetened condensed milk is gonna go for
Let's go dry milk. Make some milk.
Some chemistry happening.
Oh god, it's
There's
all
science
over
video
me.
all over again.
Oh god, the other worst video we ever made.
No, that video went so hard.
I think mine dissolved. Does that look like good milk to you?
There you go. Aaron's bringing you a
To me,
stirring
yeah.
tool.
Alright, I'm just gonna take a sip. It smells bad.
Oh, what the fuck?
I definitely did a bad ratio. This is very watery. But it, let me try yours.
Oh. Ew.
You made yours better.
Oh, what the fuck? Ugh.
Yeah, that's
No,
not.
don't cook cookie in it.
No, that's a real waste
You
of a
should just
cookie.
pour the powder in the cookie and see if that's good.
That's big. It's like the ranch seasoning they make.
Oh, yeah, like milk topping. That'd be kind of good. That was terrible.
Sweetened condensed milk, baby.
That'll probably be good.
It'll probably
I
be.
just figured you guys should try another milk, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm here to have
Do you even know what
crazy
it looks like
fun.
on the inside of that can?
No, I don't know what
That's why he's
It's gonna
saying
freak him out.
Yes, that's why he's saying he'll enjoy it.
Have you guys had like tres leches?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I have actually, yeah.
Yeah, that's what makes it so good. Is this condensed milk?
Is this something that you just drink?
Yeah, a lot of people do.
It's like
Oh.
it's like, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna do that. Just take it with your finger. Like, just go ahead, put some on your finger.
Oh, wait, why? You're just...
Okay.
That's fine. It's gonna be hard to drink because it's not gonna come out of the
Yeah.
cup.
Here, I'll get some on the edge so you can kind of drink some.
Okay.
Yeah,
Have you had this before?
Mm-hmm. 1 second.
Okay, cool.
You're so stupid. Why would he
Are
do
we
that?
now allowed to post this on YouTube?
Well, I just don't want... My fingers are dirty. I can't reach anything.
Here, open up.
Just lick the can.
Mine's coming down. Are you ready?
Well, mine's coming down too.
All right, well, go ahead.
Mine's safer.
It was like milk bowl. Yeah, like
Yeah, like-
cheese pull.
That's weird. It's not even bad.
No, it's
Weird.
very sweet.
No, normal people don't eat it out of the can.
No.
Oh.
It's incredibly concentrated.
Yeah. That's pretty decent though.
I really thought you were gonna take a swig of it for a second.
No, I don't even have enough. Like all I have is like a single, like chemtrail of it here.
It really coats your mouth.
Yeah, it spreads its wings. I give that a B, like comfortably. That's pretty good.
I'm gonna go see.
I mean, it's not.
We should play a game where we have them cut out only Charlie's reactions to things, and we try and
then rate
guess
it,
what the
yes.
rating was based on the
Because based on his
reaction.
reaction, it would have been an F. All right, we're going evaporated milk. Oh, that's a stinky one.
This is gonna be a B.
Ooh,
It's definitely an F.
that's an F.
Wait, what is it? Evaporated?
Yeah.
Let me try some.
Ooh, the aftertaste is caramely though.
Well, I think it's still just your mouth coated from the last one.
No, you gotta fight
that one
through
right there, yeah.
the bad to get to the good.
These are usually just, used in baking.
Yeah, this is for baking.
That makes sense.
So go right from the can.
Right from the can.
Yeah, just do it. Rip it.
Mm-mm-mm.
Don't cut yourself.
Yeah, please don't cut your mouth.
Let Papa get it.
That's like salty.
But give it a minute. You get caramel after. See?
It's caramely.
That's some Willy Wonka shit right there.
The snozberries taste like snozberries.
Yeah, if they could get rid of the
Everything.
before taste and just leave you with the aftertaste, that's fine.
I just disagree. I didn't get any kind of caramel. I just got yuckiness.
It smells like cat food.
It smells rancid. Are we actually posting this?
I plan on it. Maybe you can rotoscope us like Corridor Digital just did and make it an anime. So it's anime milk tasting.
That would be sick. Also, this is strawberry
We
milk.
can fuck with the RGB filters.
They melt the strawberry for
This is Matt's favorite
Like a
milk.
home video.
That's great. S tier, baby, to the moon. Here, you want some?
Yeah. Papa wants some.
Yep, that's kind of
You
bad.
move so fast.
I've never seen someone shoot up so fast.
That's just not very good.
You don't like it?
Not really.
I love strawberry milk.
It's like, it's alright. I don't think I'd ever really want this, but I wouldn't be like super mad to get it.
You know I'm not lying because last night I ordered a strawberry milk.
You did order strawberry milk?
Like an adult.
That's a C for me.
That's an S. I only want one ranking of mine ever in the history of tier list to make it. Please put a little Matt face on this one and move it up to S.
You got it.
That's it. I want to stay true. All right, Charles.
That actually just like instantly hurt my stomach.
That's right. Yeah, it does. It does. I won't lie. I had a killer stomachache last night for my strawberry.
That is an unholy concoction.
You want to talk about stomach aches? This, the Promised Land chocolate milk, is as if they took a chocolate bar and just melted it into a bottle.
Actually, we're gonna put so much applause on this part that
Yeah.
you won't even hear you say.
You-
that. It'll be clipping with applause for this.
It's viscous. It's beautiful.
I want some.
But if you drink too much, you will just shit everywhere.
Perfect.
And it's called the Promised Land.
This is very chocolatey.
All right, cheers for the last one.
Oh, goodness me.
Yeah.
Wow, I do say.
Was
Well, how do you do there?
Was I wrong?
Well, hello. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, it's pretty good.
He's gonna go like B.
No, that'll be an S tier, I think.
Yeah, you cannot
That's
go
pretty
wrong with
that's pretty
Promised
fucking
Land
good.
chocolate milk. There are times Monique and I will go grocery shopping. I'm a little hungry because you get this at Publix, and I'll grab one of the little bottles. And there's never been a time that I didn't regret it after drinking the bottle because it kills your stomach.
Yeah, well, surely the Oreos will neutralize it in my stomach. I should be fine.
Yeah, so 1 cup has 250 calories, 31 grams of sugar.
Oh, nice.
10 grams of fat, 9 grams of protein.
How many carbs?
33.
It's keto friendly.
True.
Yeah, that was good. That was definitely the best milk.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Was that also the last one?
That was the last one. If you could.
That's where
believe
the
it.
applause comes in.
Yeah. We had so much fun that you thought there were still more.
I was scared.
He didn't want it to end.
Hey, since we've still been practicing this, good game.
Yeah, good game.
Good game.
That was easy.
Yeah, we're getting good at this.
Yeah, my stomach doesn't even hurt. Except
How do your bones?
a lot stronger.
They take no damage.
We're playing basketball tonight. I'm making some crazy cuts because my bones are gonna be so.
I'm gonna accidentally hit the pole and just go straight through it.
I'm not even going to be able to move because all my bones are going to fuse together from all the calcium.
You're
I'll be like
just
a stick
blind.
man just standing there.
You'll be rigor mortis.
All right.
Nice milk tier list, guys.
Hey, that's the definitive milk tier list.
See ya.
Bye bye.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I just saw the Winnie the Pooh horror movie, Blood and Honey, and it is without exaggeration one of the stinkiest horror films I've ever had the pleasure of watching, and undoubtedly in the top 10 worst films I've ever seen in theaters, which is truly an honor because I've seen all kinds of worthless, absolute trash. Now, I'm sure you all know Winnie the Pooh's public domain now, which is why this film was able to be made in the first place. This isn't like an official Winnie the Pooh production. It's not canon. This isn't going to be part of the established Winnie the Pooh lore. The property went to the public domain Thunderdome, meaning anybody could use and abuse it freely. So a lot of people tried to latch on to the tit and suckle some milk out of the power of the IP. And this led to this production here. It was a very cheap one that was haphazardly thrown together, clearly trying to capitalize off the wackiness of its concept. What if Winnie the Pooh killed people? And that's about it. That's as far as the creativity goes. And it's very clear they rushed the fuck out of this because nothing works. This is the laziest, most unapologetic cash grab I've ever seen in my life. But it doesn't even have the decency to be self-aware. It is bad at everything it tries to do, and it doesn't even do it with like a smile on its face. Of course I knew going into this it was going to be bad. Anyone with eyes could see that this would be dog shit. I mean, just look at the costume. They didn't even bother putting any effort into Winnie the Pooh or Piglet. They just found the cheapest masks available at Party City, and then just had 2 guys wearing the masks. That's it. They also have human hands. And also a lot of times the mask kind of rides up a little bit so you can just see like a normal human actor underneath the mask. It's just a disaster. This is one of the few films where I actually took notes during it because I felt like I was so insulted and I couldn't believe what I was watching. So I jotted down a few notes during this, also because it was basically just me and Aaron in this movie theater watching it together, fucking stunned by what we were witnessing. It is truly a catastrophe on every level, but I will openly say it was fun bad. It was. I'm happy to report it wasn't boring bad. Its sheer incompetence and its inability to do anything right while not being self-aware made it a fun, enjoyably shit film. So I'd like to walk you through a lot of what happens here. Clearly we're going to get in spoiler territory, so fair warning, though I don't know why you give a fuck about spoilers for this kind of movie. It's not exactly heavy on the narrative at all. So let's go ahead and dive in. Just to give you a quick example of how much they cared about doing this cheaply, they don't have Winnie or Piglet talk. They clearly wanted to save money on the budget by not having additional voice actors try and impersonate Winnie or Piglet, so they came up with this. During a harsh winter, Winnie the Pooh hatched this genius idea to eat Eeyore in order to save the rest of them. So they sacrifice Eeyore for the greater good, they eat him, and then take a vow of silence because they were so traumatized by what they had done to their friend. So they never speak. So that saved them some money. The story is as follows. Christopher Robin meets Winnie and the gang in the 100-acre wood. They're friends for a while, but Christopher Robin goes off to college, and during that time, the group goes fucking hog wild. They go Insano style. Their minds break. They turn to madness, and they become these ferocious killing machines for some reason, because they felt abandoned by Christopher Robin. But Christopher Robin is now engaged, and he wants to bring his fiancée into everything that was important in his life, which includes Winnie and the gang. So they visit the 100-acre wood looking for them, and his fiancée doesn't believe him. But then we get like Darman level acting throughout the entire film, but immediately it starts to shine because his wife is like, "You are so successful because you are creative. And even if these are imaginary friends, that business that you have made and you being as creative as you have been has led to you being one of the best people in the world, Christopher Robin. But I'm not sure if they're real." And Christopher's like, "But no, fiancé, these are real." And then sure enough, they eventually stumble upon the cabin, and then Piglet grabs a chain and strangles his wife till she dies. And then Christopher Robin gets cornered by Pooh and Piglet, and he drops what I believe to be one of the most iconic lines in horror movies now. He says, "Pooh, you've got to help me. Something's wrong with Piglet. He killed my wife." and then that's when it sinks in on Christopher Robin that they're all, off their gourd. So Pooh and Piglet start closing in on Christopher Robin as he's yelling and screaming. And he's saying, "We were friends, but we were friends. We were friends. What happened to us being friends?" And then they kidnap him, and that's the intro. A fierce and fiery start to this one. And I'd like to mention that the two actors in the Winnie and Piglet costumes, I wouldn't be surprised to learn that they're like 80 years old, because they move around so fucking slow. Especially Pooh Bear. Pooh Bear fee-fi-fo-fums around like he's carrying 1,000 pounds on each ankle. I thought for a second every time they moved, they slowed down the footage by like half. Like they moved at 0.5 speed. It really looks like they're riddled with arthritis. Every movement they make is extremely stiff. When they kill somebody, it's almost like animatronic to a certain degree. Like, it's so jarring. I would have expected them to be a little more limber since they're supposed to be like these crazy, agile, unstoppable killing machines. But my god, they are painfully slow and stiff. It's weird. But anyway, moving on. So that's the intro done. And then we get to our main characters. And I couldn't even tell you any of their names because it just genuinely wasn't important. They are actual just meat balloons for Winnie and Piglet to pop. So it's a group of girls that go to this cabin in the 100-acre wood for a vacation. And this is a no-technology vacation. They want to go off the grid, like in fucking witness protection, basically. So they turn their phones off and everything is when they get to the cabin. But unfortunately, one of their friends was a little late, so when she was calling them to ask for directions, they didn't answer. So she pulled over outside, like next to the cabin a little far down the road, and was trying to get them to answer. And as she's calling, Pooh Bear spots her. And this is very bad because Pooh Bear's got a taste for blood and he's gluttonous. So Pooh Bear starts chasing her down like this. The girl's screaming. She eventually makes it to some kind of like warehouse and takes cover underneath a wood chipper. You can see where this is going. As she's hiding, Pooh happens to find her. And I shit you not, I swear this is going to sound like I'm making up, but I'm not. Pooh grabs her and then rips her shirt off. And then her tits are flopping all over the place for a minute, and Pooh's like moving her around so her tits kind of jiggle. And then he starts slamming her head against the wood chipper till she dies, and then he puts her in the wood chipper to make a blood sundae out of. So it's shooting all of her blood and guts out of the wood chipper, and that's it. I don't understand what the point was in Pooh Bear stripping her nude, basically. Well, I guess not fully nude, making her topless. I don't really get it. I thought this was going to be like some kind of narrative plot point where like he sees her tits and his eyes just go like awooga or something to indicate that he's like a pervert, like truly just the most, reprehensible menace of all time. But it played no role in anything because Pooh doesn't talk, he has no emotion, he has no real character, he just kills. So what the fuck was a point in just like having her tits all over the place for like 20 seconds? And that's another thing. All of these kills, the directors confused tension with just general time and dead silence and dead space. So when she's hiding, it is painfully long of her just sitting there and Pooh's feet by the door. It'll go on for like 45 seconds of nothing happening. It's not building tension, it's just overstaying its welcome and it's just dead space. It's fucking worthless. And that's for every single kill. The director really just thought like holding a still frame of something in the background is building tension, and it's just not. It was just really mind-numbingly boring, and it really lasted a long time. Like in the intro, when Christopher Robin was saying, but we were friends, and Piglet and Pooh were coming in, that scene was probably about 2 minutes of them standing there, slowly getting closer, as Christopher Robin repeated the same 5 lines over and over again, like it was an NPC malfunctioning in a video game. It was painful how long those scenes would drag. But anyway, moving on, so that girl got thrown in the wood chipper. Back at the cabin, one of the girls is an Instagram model, so she's in her downtime playing music in a hot tub, and while Pooh Bear is dispensing of like this corpse, this skeleton of one of their victims, he hears the music, so he looks around, and then he sees the hot tub. So as she's taking Instagram pictures, you can see Pooh in the background, and the girl notices that too, and she's like, oh, what the fuck is this? That's a weird looking creature back there. So then she turns around, literally knows Pooh is there and knows that it's some kind of fucked up abomination back there, and she's like, I know you're there, but you're not gonna ruin my vacation, or what was the line? You're not gonna ruin my hot tub or something? I don't know, it was a terrible line, but she recognizes that there is a complete stranger in these fucking woods, this giant fucking animal recognizes that, and then just says, you're not gonna ruin my time, so she gets back in the hot tub, where she gets chloroformed by Piglet and Pooh Bear. So then they fucking hog tire on the front porch and then steal one of their cars, and Piglet puts his foot on her while Pooh Bear slowly drives over her skull, and then you get a close-up of her skull slowly exploding, so her eye pops out at the camera, and then blood starts squirting, and they're using the worst CGI of all time for the blood squirting, and eventually her head just pops and blows up. The genre that this movie's in is torture porn, pretty much. Like, that is basically all it is. It's just Winnie and Piglet torturing and killing people. I even forgot to mention that Christopher Robin is being tortured by Pooh. He was hitting him with Eeyore's tail, just like fucking flogging him with it. And this is what I'm talking about with a lot of things they try they didn't even bother to follow through on. There's a moment where Christopher Robin's like, I know you're still good in there, Pooh. This isn't you. You killed my wife, but I know you're still good in there. And then Pooh has this moment where he like cries, and then he breaks some boxes, and then he looks at himself in the mirror, and then he goes back to hitting him with Eeyore's tail, and it's never explored again. Like, ever, at all. Like, there's just this brief moment of vulnerability, but then he goes right back to just being this two-dimensional killing machine. So now, back to the cabin, they blow up that girl's head with the car. It turns out all of the other girls, for some reason, spread out across the land, so 2 of them are by, like, a pond, talking. Another 2 of them are literally like doing nothing, just standing around doing nothing. But they hear their friend scream and they all run back to the cabin. They see her corpse, they freak out, they go inside, and Pooh is written "Get out" in blood on the window. So now they recognize they're being hunted, they're under attack, and they're trying to find things to defend themselves with. And then the main girl remembers that she brought a gun with her on this vacation. Her backstory is she had a stalker, so she's been a little scared of things, so she has a gun. And when she mentioned that, both Aaron and I thought it was going to be like a Glock or something, like a normal gun, like a normal kind of gun that you see in movies. Well, it turns out the gun she brought is a fucking revolver, but not just any revolver. It's like a goddamn 6-shooter straight out of Overwatch. Like, she was fucking McCree. She had this giant goddamn revolver. She came out here with that big iron on her hip. So she pulls out this massive revolver, a fucking 50 caliber hand cannon, and they're like, okay, now we can defend ourselves. But then they still split up. And so the girl with the revolver and her friend, they get into like a sniper's perch, and Pooh is just standing in the middle, like looking down, looking all confused, as they have like a clear shot on him, but they're not taking it for some reason. Then Pooh walks into the kitchen. So then we go to the other group of 2 girls that for some reason split off near the pool, and Piglet's over there, and they freak out. One of the girls falls in the pool. The other one, Piglet pushes, and she gets knocked unconscious. And then Piglet
Fuck, it is so hard to describe how awful this is. Piglet is after the girl in the pool, and he has a chain and a sledgehammer. And he starts, like, slapping the chain against the pool water, trying to get her, and the girl's, like, moving backwards, like, slowly in the pool as Piglet's hitting the water. And this goes on for, like, 2 minutes. It's terrible. And then eventually he's like, this isn't working, I'm gonna get the sledgehammer. And while he's getting the sledgehammer, the girl, instead of, like, getting out of the pool, like a normal, logical decision, like getting out of the pool and running away while he's getting the sledgehammer, she instead, like, gets closer to him in the pool. And I thought this was going to be like a fight back moment where she's going to like grab the chain and yank him in and try and kill him. But no, she just gets closer to him as he gets the sledgehammer. Then he gets the sledgehammer and she starts backing up again in the pool, like slowly swimming her way back. And then Piglet hits her with the sledgehammer and kills her. And then the girl that got knocked out from the push, they take and chain up back at their camp. And Winnie the Pooh slaps her after eating some honey. So he's eating some honey. The girl wakes up. He notices she wakes up and he slaps her. And he slaps her again, and then he slaps her again, and then he slaps her again, and then he slaps her again. It goes on for like a fucking minute. That's what I'm talking about. All of these scenes last for so long, and it's so unnecessary. It does nothing. It doesn't make it more tense. It doesn't make it more brutal. It just makes it really fucking weird and uncomfortable. Anyway, that's another one of the vacationing girls dead. Don't even know her name. None of these characters had any level of depth to them whatsoever. The other two girls that have the revolver and her friend, they try and, you know, track down where her friend got taken. They eventually track it back to Winnie the Pooh and Piglet's hideout. And there's now another girl that's been captured and she's screaming. So they free her and she's been mauled by Piglet, so her face is all fucked up and it makes her mad. Then they free Christopher Robin as well at some point, who's still alive, just being tortured. So now they have Christopher Robin freed and this completely random girl that also happened to get tortured by Winnie the Pooh and Piglet. And the girl whose face is all messed up from Piglet grabs the gun and says, I'm going to make that bastard pay for this. So then she shoots a shot in order to lure Piglet out, and he comes out from a fucking trailer, and he's got his chain, and they're circling around a fire in what I expect they thought would be a cool action moment, like a cool action shot. So they're circling this fire. He's got a chain, she's got a gun, and she's ready to go fucking John Wick on him. But then she tries to shoot him, and it's out of bullets. It turns out the girl only packed a single bullet in that revolver, which leads me to believe that her plan for the vacation was to play fucking Russian roulette with her friends. Why would she only load a single bullet into the revolver? And that's not even the stupidest part about that scene. Because they freed that girl, they freed Christopher Robin, Piglet and Pooh had no idea that was going on. I think they both went to sleep for some reason. They could have all left. But when the girl took the revolver and said, I want to make Piglet pay, the other two girls, well, three because they had freed her friend, the other three girls just decided to watch. So they get in the closest proximity they can to this showdown, which happens to be a single keg, like an actual beer keg. They hide behind, and they're watching it, like peeking over the side, while this complete random woman has their gun and is about to shoot Piglet. They all just came over to watch. For no reason. They could have just left. They could have left, and they would have survived. They would have been fine. But they decided to be spectators here, and it's like an episode of Scooby-Doo. Like, they couldn't help it. They're just peeking over to watch it go down. So once it's clear that the girl's out of ammo, Winnie the Pooh comes up behind her, knocks her down, pours honey on her face, and Piglet eats her face off. And that's when Pooh notices that the three other girls happen to be behind that keg of beer watching. So then he's like coming at them like this. And two of the girls run away, but the other one hides and grabs a sledgehammer and ambushes Piglet. And she hits Piglet twice in order to get revenge for the friend that she killed. The other two girls are running through the forest, which is, I believe, miles away. Like, they ran miles, like, in a matter of seconds, and Pooh's following them like a goddamn robot. But after Piglet gets hit twice, he screams, and Pooh hears this miles away, and somehow Pooh instantly teleports back to the camp, and right after that girl delivers the killing blow on Piglet, Winnie the Pooh kills her by stabbing a machete through her throat and hanging her up on a post. Every character in this movie has super speed or like Dragon Ball Z level instant transmission because they're teleporting all over this place. They'll teleport from the cabin to the Pooh hideout to the woods, back to the cabin, all in a matter of actual seconds. It's fucking crazy. But anyway, now we're down to our last two survivors. Piglet's dead. Pooh's very upset about all of this. Sorry, just checking my notes, making sure I didn't miss anything. I'm skipping over some other shit. Like, it's so bafflingly fucking terrible. But anyway, the next important plot point is the two girls make it to a road, and there's a pickup truck of some goofy dudes in there. One of them comes out looking like the fucking crypt keeper, and they're like, what's wrong with you girls? You're not making any sense. What do you mean you're scared? Who are you scared of? And then Pooh's on the road, and they're like, you scared of this joker, this clown? All right, we'll get in the car. We'll take care of this. And they march up to him with baseball bats, beer bottles, and a crowbar. And they're like, hey, bub, what did you do to scare these girls? You're not a nice guy, are you? So then they start beating up Pooh Bear, and he's just tanking all of the shots. And then I wrote down how he kills them because it's so wild. So after it becomes clear that what they're doing is ineffective, Pooh slaps the entire side of someone's face off, like literally turns him into Harvey Dent, Two-Face, slaps the side of the guy's face off, which kills him, and then he karate chops another guy's arm off, and then curb stomps him. Then he karate slices another guy's throat open, killing him. And then the last guy, he summons a swarm of bees to kill. So Pooh Bear can control bees in this universe, I guess, and he uses that to kill that guy who runs away. Then the girls freak out, but they have a car now, and they try and get away in the car, but Pooh's latched onto the back, and then they brake real hard. Pooh flies off, but for some reason they broke so hard that their heads hit the dash and they pass out. So then one of the friends gets grabbed by Pooh, and then he rips her head off and then throws it on the windshield. And then our protagonist turns on the windshield wipers because the blood was gross, I guess, which is so stupid, so fucking dumb. Because I guess she was still going to try and get away and couldn't see with their friend's head in the windshield. But she wasn't able to clean it off fast enough and start the car, so Pooh grabs her. And he's about to kill her, but then Christopher Robin comes speeding in another vehicle and hits Pooh, which stuns him, but it doesn't kill him. So then Pooh grabs that girl one more time, slits her throat in front of Christopher Robin, and then says the only line that Pooh and Piglet have, and he says, "You left us." And then, after, kills the girl, slits her throat, and then just starts stabbing her a million times as Christopher Robin cries and runs away. Roll credits. I just summed up the whole movie for you. That is the whole movie. I am convinced that they were padding for time with all of those very long, drawn-out sections of, nothing happening. I think that was in order to fill time, in order to make, the bare minimum for a feature-length film, because this movie is fucking short. Way shorter than I would have ever expected. It's over in, a single blink of the eye. And everything that happens is so half-baked and terrible. All of it looks terrible. None of what they even attempted to do lands in even the slightest capacity. I thought this would be self-aware goofiness. It's not self-aware. It is goofy, but for all the wrong reasons, which almost makes it better. Like I said, it is enjoyably bad. It is fun bad. It's no Moonfall, unfortunately, but I did enjoy my time watching it. It was something special. Oh bother! I tell you, this one was a super stinker. And I just had to come home and vent about it and talk about it because holy shit. It has a 5% on Rotten Tomatoes, which I actually agree with. It's very rare I agree with Rotten Tomatoes scores. That one's right on the money. 5% sounds about right. The audience score of 51%, though, I can't understand because it is enjoyably shit. It is a fun, bad movie. It's something wild. That's about it. See ya.